Chapter 651 Testing. Watching Shizuke leave, Kakashi shook his head gently. Although Shizuke is arrogant and rude, there is one thing Kakashi likes very much, that is, Shizuke has a purity that others can hardly reach. Whatever he thinks, Shizuke doesn't bother to hide it, and this character makes Kakashi feel at ease. In contrast, Kakashi can't see through Shinji, so even though Shinji and Shizuke are both orphans of the Uchiha clan, he obviously prefers Shizuke. Just then, a tall figure came in front of Kakashi and said with a smile, "It's not a bad thing to let this kid try." Kakashi saluted, "Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya waved his hand indifferently at first, and then said, "This assessment exposed a lot of problems." Kakashi whispered, "Are there any results?" "Yet." Nodding, Jiraiya was a little serious. The root ninjas who attacked Uchiha Shinji's team this time have been reinterrogated by the Anbu. According to the intelligence analysis of the team, the opponent's attack plan is almost perfect, and the results of up to 20 simulated battles are consistent. Although Kakashi vaguely guessed something, he couldn't help but ask, "What is the result of the simulated battle?" In the 20 simulated battles, the result is that Uchiha Shinji's team was completely wiped out. After a pause, Jiraiya added, "And the loss of the root ninjas who attacked was 0. This. Although he guessed that the result of the simulated battle would be unfavorable to Shinji's team, Kakashi didn't expect the result to be so different. Jiraiya said slowly, "The identities of the root ninjas who participated in the attack have been repeatedly verified by the Anbu. They are all elites with at least 5 years of mission experience. The accuracy rate of the simulated battle of the intelligence analysis team is as high as 82%, so the result is the theory is very clear." Kakashi's face was stern. "There is a problem with the strength of Uchiha Shinji's team." "Yes." Jiraiya nodded. "The strength of the attacker has been verified, and the accuracy of the intelligence class's simulated battle is also there, so there is only one reason for the distortion of the simulated battle results, that is, the combat effectiveness of the defender has been seriously underestimated." Kakashi lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, "Among Shinji, Haku, and Karin, one must have hidden his strength, or all three of them are hiding their strength. They can defeat the attack of the root without injury, and the strength they hide in the dark is probably not small. But this is not the key, the real key is why they hide their strength." Jiraiya said, "Haku is the orphan of the Kirigakure Snow clan. He was able to enter the ninja school because the advisory elders wanted to avenge Kirigakure's attempt to cause the three-tailed beast to run away in the village." Kakashi analyzed, "The Snow clan was wiped out by Kirigakure during the Kirigakure bloodline family rebellion. It is unlikely that Haku is a spy sent by Kirigakure." "Yet." Jiraiya agreed, and then said, "I brought Karin back to the village. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan who was stranded outside. She has always been law-abiding in the village. It is unlikely that she is a spy." Kakashi nodded. After all, they did not grow up in the village. Their identities are sensitive and it is understandable that they have hidden some of their strength. In the process of eliminating the suspicion of Haku and Karin as spies, Kakashi realized that the origins of these two people are not simple. It is not surprising that they hide some strength or hide the awakened bloodline limit. Jiraiya said, "The analysis of the intelligence team is consistent with yours. There should be no big problems with the two of them. The one who really needs attention is Uchiha Shinji. Why does he hide his strength? How much strength does he hide? These are the questions we need to figure out now." Kakashi understood the village's concerns. The destruction of the Uchiha clan was inextricably linked to the village's top leaders. Not counting Denzo, other people including the third generation were also responsible. So no one could be sure whether Uchiha Shinji had ill will towards the village's top leaders. At the same time, a 12-year-old boy could hide so much strength, so where did his strength come from? Would he be connected with some forces outside the village? These are all things that the village's top leaders must examine clearly. After all, Shinji is now the chief of the ninja school. As long as there are no major problems in the future, he will definitely be in a high position. If such a person has strong malice towards the village in his heart, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the village. After figuring this out, Kakashi asked, "How is the village going to deal with this matter?" Jiraiya said, "We proposed the position of chief ourselves. Since Uchiha Shinji has become the chief, we have to respect him as the chief, so it is definitely not okay to mess around." The old man meant to let the students of the ninja school test the Uchiha Shinji team through the competition. Test. The test of Bai and Karin has actually begun. After a pause, Jiraiya said, but the real target is still Uchiha Shinji. Kakashi hesitated, then we. Jiraiya smiled, just watch. In a training ground in the village. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, 4 figures were knocked away, fell out in all directions, and fell to the ground groaning. At this time, Bai, who was standing in the field, said, "Are you okay?" Several people supported each other and stood up, and saluted Bai together. "Second place, thank you for your advice." Bai had a gentle face and returned the salute, "Thank you for your advice." On a tree in the distance. After watching the competition, the two Anbu looked at each other and shook their heads. It's a pity that we still can't test out his bloodline limit. Students of this level can't test his true strength at all. Report to the superiors and arrange stronger opponents. After exchanging a few words, the two Anbu flashed away. The beneficiary of this assessment is not only Shinji, because in the winning team, Haku and Karin also won the title of second place and third place respectively. And Haku and Karin are not as famous as Shinji, so from time to time in the past few days, there will be students who want to challenge them to become famous. The village took the opportunity to observe and try to find out the cards of Haku and Karin. As a result, after several challenges, Haku and Karin responded calmly and did not let the village see what they wanted to see. Soon, the news was fed back to Tsunade. Defeated by physical skills again? She frowned slightly. Although the competition in the Ninja World stage was originally based on physical skills, this obviously did not achieve the purpose of the village's test. So, Tsunade turned over the list of students in the ninja school, ran her fingertips over it, and finally stopped on a name. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote monthly. Chapter 652, Will to Fight. Bai and Karin were walking by the stream. After confirming that there was no one around, Bai said with some concern, "When I was challenged these days, I always felt that someone was spying on me from a distance." Karin said, "I also found that there was indeed someone spying in the dark. Judging from the amount of chakra, it is very likely that it is Konoha's Anbu." Bai was a little helpless. "It seems that Konoha is suspicious of us." Karin asked, "Is it still about the assessment?" "Well, we are a little high profile this time." Nodding, Bai said, "Teacher, we are not stupid. We may not have had time to think deeply at that time. How could we not doubt it after returning?" Karen's face darkened. "Do I need to report to the adults?" After a pause, Bai said, "Let's wait and see. Konoha should just suspect that the two of us have hidden our strength. If we lose our composure at this time, we will expose more." Karin thought of Shinji again. "Do you think Konoha will embarrass Shinji?" "I don't think so." Bai was stunned at first, and then said, "Most likely they also suspect that Shinji has hidden something. But speaking of it, Shinji's performance in the assessment was simply perfect, worthy of being an Uchiha." Recalling the battle against the Root Ninja, Karin couldn't help but sigh, "Yes, I didn't expect Shinji to be so powerful." Just then, Xiao Li ran towards them along the path along the river bank. Bai and Karin greeted each other from a distance. Xiao Li ran around the village every day for exercise, and all the ninja school knew this, so they were not surprised to meet Xiao Li. Xiao Li responded and ran past the two. Just when the two thought that this chance encounter was just a small episode, Xiao Li suddenly turned back and said, "Bai, can I challenge you?" Bai pointed at himself, "Challenge me." Xiao Li nodded quickly, "Second place, although it is presumptuous, please accept my challenge." Bai and Karin looked at each other. They all knew that Li was not a person who liked to challenge others, so Li's sudden challenge this time was probably instigated by someone behind the scenes. In Shinji's apartment, Shinji, who came back from outside and quietly replaced the shadow clone that stayed in the village, was looking through the briefings issued by the village. After becoming the head of the ninja school, he had the same power as the head of the department, and would regularly receive briefings from the village on all the major events that had happened in the ninja world recently. And the briefing in his hand only talked about a few things. First, other ninja villages have made certain breakthroughs in cracking the abilities of the upper strings, and second, members of the Akatsuki organization have recently appeared in the land of birds and the land of demons, and they are suspected to be what are they planning? Third, the village launched a manhunt for Orochimaru, but it failed due to information leaks. Putting down the briefing, Shinji looked out the window. Although the Grass Country War has been over for more than half a year, the impact is still ongoing. The 5 major ninja villages are busy studying the abilities of the upper string demons, and Nagato's Akatsuki organization is still dormant. Even if there is any action, it is very low-key and hidden. I always feel that Nagato and Obito are brewing something. After secretly saying this, Shinji thought of Suzuki again. Afterwards, he learned that Suzuki was attacked and bitten on the neck by the attacker. Others may not know what this means, but he knows very well that this is obviously a bait given to Suzuki by Orochimaru. Curse seal. Shinji narrowed his eyes. Although it is a low-profile version of the fairy technique, the power of the curse seal is unquestionable. It can not only comprehensively enhance the power of the ninja, but also enhance the ninja's chakra. And the curse seal applied by Orochimaru himself contains Orochimaru's own chakra. Once Suzuki is addicted to the power of the curse seal, he will sink unknowingly and be eroded by Orochimaru's chakra. It seems that I have to find a way to control Suzuki. Because Karin successfully opened the Samsara Eye, Suzuki, who was the backup plan for the Samsara Eye plan, was somewhat neglected by Shinji during this period. However, considering that Suzuki would need the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra to attack the Samsara Eye later, he had to ensure that Suzuki would not be eroded by Orochimaru's chakra before he attacked the Samsara Eye. Swish! Swish! Two figures sped through the streets of the village, raising clouds of dust. There is no doubt that the two people fighting in the village were not others but Bai and Xiao Li. What's going on? So fast, what just ran over? Whose kid is fighting on the street? The fight between the two caused a series of exclamations from the villagers along the way, and even some ninjas were attracted and complained. As the noise grew louder, more and more people were attracted and noticed the two people in the fierce fight. The news gradually spread, and soon the circle of ninja school students knew that Xiao Li was challenging Bai, so they gathered together. After fighting on the street for a while, Bai, realizing that it was not a good influence, quickly led Xiao Li to a remote training ground. The onlookers and students also followed. On the tree. Looking at the fierce fight in the training ground not far away, Tian Tian said to Ningkai beside him, "I didn't expect Bai's physical skills to be so strong." Ningkai, who had already opened his Byakugan, nodded, "Well, we underestimated him before." On another big tree. Yakumo frowned slightly, "They are both so fast." Shizun said, "Lok Li should have used the 8 gates of ninjutsu, but I don't know which gate he opened. As for that Bai, I didn't expect that his physical skills were so good." On the side of the training ground, Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, Hong, and other senior ninjas lined up and were also paying attention to this competition. Asuma asked, "Kai, that little kid with a watermelon head is the one you see?" Kai was a little proud, "Very good, right?" Hong asked, "Who do you think will win?" Kai shook his head and didn't give an answer. Asuma pondered for a moment, "It should be the watermelon-headed kid. He can master the 8 gates of Dunjia at this age. He must be a genius in practicing physical skills. If Bai only uses physical skills, he will most likely lose." Kakashi did not answer, but looked at a big tree on the side of the field. On the branch of the big tree, Uchiha Shinji stood quietly, looking down, with no ripples on his face. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the competition on the field reached a fever pitch. The two people who retreated were ready to attack again to decide the winner. Swish! Just when Bai and Xiao Li were about to collide, suddenly a figure fell from the sky and landed between the two. This figure grabbed Xiao Li's fist while grabbing Bai's arm, and forcibly suppressed the two people who rushed towards each other at the same time. At this time, the people on the sidelines saw clearly that the figure who fell from the sky and suppressed Bai and Xiao Li at the same time was actually Uchiha Suzuki. At this time, Suzuki on the field raised the corner of his mouth. "Your boring competition is meaningless, am I right, Shinji?" After saying that, Suzuki cast his eyes towards Shinji on the tree beside the field, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The second update is here. It seems that there is only 1 day left for the double monthly ticket. Students who still have monthly tickets must not forget it. Chapter 653 Where are you looking? The changes on the field immediately caused a burst of exclamations from the sidelines. No one expected that when Bai and Xiao Li were sparring at the critical moment, Suzuki would suddenly intervene. Not only that, he even cast a provocative look at the chief of the ninja school. "Suzuki, this guy." Ningji's face sank. He didn't like Suzuki interrupting Xiao Li and Bai's competition like this. This was obviously an act of disrespect. Suzuki wants to challenge Shinji? Yakumo was shocked. She had privately asked Tsunade if she could challenge Shinji, and Tsunade's answer was to keep a low profile. After all, the dignity of the chief should not be violated. So she never thought that Sasuke would be so bold and challenge Shinji so directly in public. The faces of the jonin on the sidelines were different. Kai frowned slightly. Although it was very rude for Sasuke to interrupt the competition between Xiao Li and Bai, it also reflected Sasuke's powerful physical skills. You know, in the situation just now, ordinary people can't intervene, let alone suppress Xiao Li and Bai at the same time as easily as Sasuke. Hey, Uchiha! Asuma snorted, obviously dissatisfied with Sasuke's publicity. Hong looked at Shinji standing on a tree not far away, with a thoughtful look on his face. The most helpless one was Kakashi. When he saw Sasuke jumping out to provoke Shinji so high profile, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He also wanted to know what Shinji was hiding, but he didn't want Sasuke to be the one to test him. On the field, Bai and Xiao Li were also surprised. But compared to Xiao Li, Bai was much calmer, because when Sasuke was out before he started, he already felt that someone was going to intervene, but he didn't expect that the one who intervened was Sasuke. Sasuke let go of Bai and Xiao Li, stood in the middle of the field, and stared at Shinji on the tree with a fiery gaze. At this time, Naruto and Sakura rushed to the side of the field, looking at Sasuke with some worry. Bai decisively left the practice field and came to the tree where Shinji was with Karin. For a moment, everyone's eyes inside and outside the field gradually shifted from Sasuke to Shinji on the tree. The chief has been challenged. Everyone realized this, some were excited, some were worried, and more were full of expectations. Because this was not only a fight between the only two Uchiha left in the village, but also the first time the chief was challenged after being established. Compared to Sasuke, Shinji on the tree still looked calm. Since you want to challenge me, then I will fulfill your wish. As he said, Shinji jumped down from the tree and walked slowly into the field, but your behavior of rebellion must be punished. Sasuke's face darkened. Hey, insubordination? Shinji, you are too arrogant. Shinji kept walking, let's do it. Sasuke's dark eyes instantly turned red, his body pressed down, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I have always doubted your becoming the chief. Shinji raised his arm and waved to Sasuke. Shua. Instantly, Sasuke launched the instant body technique and disappeared on the spot. This. So fast. Where is he? The students on the sidelines subconsciously looked around, looking for Sasuke's disappeared figure. And the expressions of the jonins became serious one by one. At this speed, even they had to treat it seriously and dared not take it lightly. Shua. At this time, Sasuke suddenly flashed behind Shinji and whispered behind him, Hey, what are you looking at? Shinji turned back slowly, I'm looking at your doomed future. On the sidelines. Asuma's face was dark, these two brats are too arrogant. Hong was speechless, do they usually talk like this? Kakashi opened his mouth, but finally chose to remain silent. Uchiha, it's understandable. Just when the senior ninjas were complaining, Shinji and Sasuke on the field had already started fighting. The two sides first started the most basic physical contest. Sasuke was the attacker, and while launching an attack on Shinji who was standing in place, he said, Shinji, you can rest assured, I will not use the Manjiki Sharingan in this competition, I will make you lose with conviction. After lightly blocking Sasuke's series of attacks, Shinji said, you set limits on yourself, and still want to beat me? Do you have any misunderstandings about the chief? As soon as the words fell, Shinji suddenly attacked and bullied Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke's expression was stern, even though he had the Manjiki Sharingan, he almost lost Shinji's figure in the moment, but his hands were not slow, and he quickly made a blocking action. However, what he didn't expect was that Shinji just stretched out his hand and pressed, and he instantly felt his arms being pressed down by a huge force. Then Shinji's remaining hand quickly reached out, not giving him a chance to breathe, and instantly knocked him out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sasuke, who flew out, hit a big tree on the side of the field and barely stopped. Cough cough. Sasuke coughed twice, adjusting his breathing while looking at Shinji vigilantly. He knew very well that he was not careless when he was knocked away just now, but Shinji surpassed him in speed and strength. Shinji, who succeeded in one strike, did not chase, but stood in place, looking at Sasuke indifferently, let me see your Mangekyo. I heard it's pretty bad. You guy. Sasuke was immediately enraged. However, he was angry, he knew that he might not be able to defeat Shinji in a simple physical contest, so he immediately changed his strategy and slowly raised his hands. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Boom! In an instant, a huge fireball spewed out of Sasuke's mouth, carrying a rolling heat wave, and attacked Shinji in the field. Before Shinji moved, the spectators on the sidelines all retreated in a panic. The destructive range of ninjutsu is larger than that of physical skills. Many villagers watching the excitement on the sidelines are not even ninjas. If they are affected by ninjutsu, they may lose their lives. The senior ninjas and the Anbu hiding in the dark appeared one after another, maintaining order on the sidelines, and letting the students and villagers who were watching retreat to a relatively safe distance. On the field, Sasuke, who had completed the fire escape, quickly inserted his hands into the ninja bag on his waist, and then, under the cover of the fire escape, he threw out the kunai tied with steel wire one by one. And Shinji in the field just stomped his feet, and the ground shook violently in an instant, and a piece of floor was shaken up and blocked him without deviation. Boom! As soon as the floor was lifted up, Sasuke's great fireball technique hit it, and it exploded completely with a roar. However, at this moment, a kunai passed through the fire and smoke with a sound of breaking wind and shot towards Shinji. Shinji held the kunai in one hand and waved it casually a few times. Then, with the sound of clang 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 of metal collision, he knocked away all the kunai shot at him, calmly as if he had expected it. Sasuke raised his mouth when he saw this, and a flash of lightning flashed on his hand instantly, and these lightning flashes quickly extended along the steel wire in his hand. Then, the entire training ground was engulfed by lightning. "Where are you looking?" Just when Sasuke's face was full of pride, a voice came from behind him. "The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 654 I will teach you how to deal with Susanoo. Sasuke was startled, and the whole person had no time to look back. He flashed and retreated more than 10 meters in a panic. At this time, the lightning in the practice field had just receded, and the people outside the field slowly saw the situation in the field. It turned out that just after Sasuke released the great fireball technique, he used the cover of fire release to shoot a large number of kunai tied with steel wires. He did not expect the fire release to defeat Shinji, nor did he expect these kunai to hurt Shinji. His real killer move was the steel wires tied behind the kunai, and his powerful lightning release that could be applied to metal. Those kunai tied with steel wires were not thrown randomly. He predicted Shinji's wind blocking, so after the fire and lightning on the field all subsided, the audience outside the field found that the kunai blocked by Shinji actually formed an invisible steel wire net on the field, netting the entire practice field. This is also the reason why the lightning was able to engulf the entire practice field when he released the lightning release just now. However, including Sasuke himself, no one saw clearly when Shinji disappeared from the field, and no one saw clearly how Shinji appeared behind Sasuke. Shinji walked slowly towards Sasuke. "Skip these boring ninjutsu and ninja tool throwing, let me see your Manjiki Sharingan." Tisk. Sasuke spat lightly, his expression a little distorted. As a Manjiki Uchiha, he was suppressed by a 3 Magatama Uchiha like this. With his temper, how could he swallow this breath? So, Sasuke rushed directly to Shinji. Block, counterattack. Shinji had no extra movements, and even no extra expressions. He easily knocked Sasuke away. Bang! Sasuke fell heavily to the ground. Outside the field, not only the students watching, but also the Jonin and the Anbu, this time they all looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. They had just seen Sasuke's taijutsu. He was able to suppress Haku and Lee at the same time, even though Haku and Lee were not prepared outside the field at that time, but this strength was still commendable. Sasuke, who had such taijutsu, couldn't even fight against Shinji, and was completely at a disadvantage. What's going on? Yakumo's face was full of doubt. Shizune on the side also looked solemn. This speed and power must be the result of some kind of taijutsu secret technique, but I can't tell what secret technique it is for a while. On the other side, Tenten asked Niji with curiosity, "Ningji, how did Shinji's taijutsu become so powerful all of a sudden?" Ningji, who was looking at the Byakugan, observed Shinji carefully and said, "I don't know either, but the chakra in his body suddenly increased in the moment just now, and now it has returned to calm." On the side of the Jonin, Asuma asked, "Is it some kind of taijutsu secret technique?" After Asuma asked, everyone looked at Kai. After all, Kai was the taijutsu master among them, and ordinary taijutsu secret techniques could not escape Kai's eyes. But Kai was unusually silent for a while, and then slowly said, "This is the first time I've seen it, it doesn't look like the taijutsu's secret technique in the village." Kakashi stared at Shinji on the field and wondered, could this be Shinji's hidden trump card? On the field. This time, Sasuke was obviously injured. He struggled twice before barely getting up. After getting up, his chest rose and fell violently, his breath was disordered, and even his mental state had some problems. He looked a little angry. He was inexplicably suppressed by taijutsu, which was obviously unacceptable to him. Shinji did not take advantage of Sasuke's unstable footing to launch a rush attack, but continued to take slow steps and slowly approached. But it was precisely because of Shinji's slow approach that Sasuke was completely overwhelmed in momentum, making Sasuke feel even greater pressure. At this time, a villager watching on the sidelines sighed, "Is this the chief?" Everyone who heard this sigh had the same idea as the villager in their hearts. When the title of chief first came out, everyone knew the weight of this title and knew that it must be difficult to become the chief. But they would still subconsciously neglect it, because no matter how strong the chief was, he was just a student in the ninja school. It was not until after seeing this challenge that everyone realized it and sighed in their hearts that the chief could be so strong that even Uchiha Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, could not compete. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Sasuke was knocked out again. Soon, he got up from the ground again, and the urge to use the Mangeki Sharingan could no longer be suppressed. "Don't you want to see my Mangeki Sharingan? Then I'll show it to you." Instantly, a purple shadow was projected from Sasuke's body, and then quickly transformed into a half-body skeleton giant. "Is it Susanoo?" There was another exclamation from the sidelines. The students and villagers who were watching did not expect to accidentally see the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique Susanoo today. The Jonin and the Anbu were also surprised and had to come forward again, causing the crowd to retreat dozens of meters. After clearing the field, Asuma grinned and said, "I didn't expect it to get to this point. Next, it's the chief's headache." Hong shook his head. "Shinji only has 3 Megatama, and there is no way to fight against Sasuke's Susanoo. The outcome of this battle is already determined. But Shinji can force Sasuke to use the Mangeki Sharingan, and it is not a fluke to sit on the chief." The moment he saw the Susanoo, Kakashi no longer doubted the outcome of this challenge. He just stared at Sasuke with some worry, and secretly said, "Sasuke, if this goes on, how long can your pair of Mangeki Sharingan last?" On a tall building in the distance, Jiraiya and Tsunade came after hearing the news and also paid attention to this challenge. They were originally planning to arrange Yakumo to challenge Shinji. After all, defeating the chief is also an honor, which can prepare Yakumo in advance to take the position of chief from Shinji in the future. Unexpectedly, Sasuke jumped out impatiently. And on another tall building, the third generation, Uchiha Koharu and Midaman arrived here at some point and paid attention to the challenge in the training ground in the distance. When seeing Sasuke launch the Susanoo, Uchiha Koharu frowned. There is no example of a 3 Magatama Sharingan defeating a Mangeki Sharingan in the ninja world, so when Sasuke launched the Susanoo, this challenge has lost its suspense. On the field, just when everyone was impressed by the power of Sasuke's Susanoo, Shinji remained calm, his steps did not stop, and even his stride did not change. He still walked slowly towards Sasuke, and said to Haku and Karin who were guarding the sidelines, "Today I will teach you how to deal with Susanoo. It's just a small favor, please help." Chapter 655, Confronting Susanoo. Hiss, what is he talking about? Hey, this guy is not serious, is he? He wants to confront Susanoo head-on. After listening to Shinji's words, everyone outside the venue widened their eyes as they watched Shinji walk leisurely towards Sasuke's purple Susanoo. You know, with the active Akatsuki organization, Susanoo no, a powerful eye technique representing the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, shines brightly in the ninja world. It is indispensable in every major war. In the last battle of Grass Country, the Susanoo of Akatsuki organization resisted the meteorite falling from the sky. So when Sasuke's purple Susanoo appeared in the training ground, although it was not as tall and majestic as the Susanoo of Akatsuki organization it was enough to shock everyone present. Not to mention the students and villagers who exclaimed, even the third generation and others who were watching the battle from a distance felt a sense of deterrence. Because of this, everyone felt incredible about the indifference shown by Shinji who was on the field and had to face the Susanoo directly. Teach others how to deal with Susanoo. Sasuke snorted and said, "Shinji, Don't resist. Under my pair of Mangeki Sharingan, you, who only have 3 Megatama Sharingan, all resistance is in vain. Before Sasuke finished speaking, Shinji dodged and pounced in front of Sasuke's Susanoo, and then punched Sasuke's half-skeleton Susanoo. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the Susanoo hit by Shinji's punch was actually repelled 7 or 8 meters in the surprised eyes of everyone, and Sasuke under the Susanoo also staggered back 2 steps. How? How is it possible? After stabilizing his body, Sasuke's face was full of confusion. He had never thought of such a horrifying thing that his Susanoo could be repelled by the power of his fist. Shinji looked at Sasuke's intact Susanoo and whispered with a little regret, "Isn't the power enough? It is not unimaginable to use physical skills to fight against Susanoo." In the original time and space, Tsunade and the 4th Raikage had used physical skills to fight against Susanoo, and as Hiki directly used physical skills to knock Sasuke out of the complete form of Susanoo. So as long as you are strong enough, there is no problem in using physical skills to fight against Susanoo. Apart from his Hiki, the Otsutsuki, Tsunade and the 4th Raikage also have a record of damaging Susanoo with physical skills. Just like Sasuke's skeleton-shaped Susanoo in front of him, Tsunade's super strength fist and the 4th Raikage in the lightning chakra mode should be able to cause effective damage to it. Shinji just launched the 7th form shrinking step and the 3rd form 1 attack of the 12 zodiacs, but he only barely repelled Sasuke's Susanoo. It can be seen that in terms of destructive power, Shinji is still a little behind Tsunade and the 4th Raikage. However, Shinji felt regretful, but others on the sidelines did not think so. This brat! Asuma put away his contempt and looked at Shinji with a more serious look. Not to mention anything else, even if he was put in Shinji's current situation, he would have no good way to face Sasuke's Susanoo. Hong looked at Kai on the side. "Kai, what kind of taijutsu is this?" 8 gates of ninjutsu. Kai shook his head. "It's not 8 gates of ninjutsu. To achieve this level of power, at least the 4th gate of injury needs to be opened. His taijutsu is more like Tsunade's super strength fist." Super strength fist. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, could it be that Yakumo secretly taught Tsunade's secret technique to Shinji? Obviously, Kakashi was not the only one who had this doubt. Shizune asked Yakumo at this time, "You didn't teach him the super strength fist?" Yakumo, who opened the red dragon eye, shook his head repeatedly, "Of course not. And what Shinji just used was not the super strength fist, the force technique is completely different, he used a kind of taijutsu secret technique that I have never seen before." On a tall building in the distance, Jiraiya asked Tsunade, "Can you see anything?" Tsunade frowned, "I have never seen this kind of physical technique, not the 8 gates of Dunjia, nor my super strength fist. My frog Q might can achieve the same effect, but he obviously didn't use the frog Q might." Jiraiya frowned as he spoke. For them who have experienced 2 ninja wars, they have basically seen the physical techniques of various villages in the ninja world, but after searching their brains, they couldn't figure out what physical technique Shinji used to repel Sasuke's Susanoo. On the field, Sasuke, who recovered from his surprise, roared, "Shinji, you are too arrogant." After roaring, he urged Susanoo to punch Shinji. Shinji grinned and went up to meet him. Boom! Another loud bang exploded in the training ground, and with the smoke rising, Sasuke's Susanoo was repelled again. After the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone found that a ball of light was shining in Shinji's hand at some point. "Raise Nan!" Naruto was surprised and shouted subconsciously. Sakura looked incredible, "How can Shinji use Raise Nan?" The senior ninjas looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head without explaining. In the distance, almost at the same time, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya beside her, "What's going on?" Jiraiya thought for a while and said, "The principle of Raise Nan is not profound. What is needed is skill and precise control of chakra. The other party has Sharingan and is a medical doctor who is proficient in human anatomy. Ninja, seeing that Naruto has used the Raise Nan so many times, it is not difficult to steal it." Tsunade thought about it and agreed with Jiraiya's judgment. For a true genius, it is not a strange thing to steal a certain ninjutsu, let alone create a new ninjutsu out of thin air. As the chief of the ninja school, Uchiha Shinji obviously belongs to this kind of genius. Sasuke, who was defeated again, was a little hysterical at this moment. If he was defeated even with the Mangeki Sharingan, it would undoubtedly be a great shame for him. But before he could react, Shinji flashed in front of his Susanoo again. And this time, what Shinji held in his hand was no longer the raised nan with a glowing halo just now, but the Rasen shuriken with a whistling sound. I have something to do at home today, so this is the only update. Sorry. Chapter 656 Crushing. Even as the developer of the 12 palaces, Shinji may not know all the effects of the 12 palaces. For example, just now, he found that after practicing the 12 palaces, those ninjutsu that require precise control are more handy to use. Mastering the Rasengan is not a problem for Shinji now. He knows the principle, practice techniques, and even the practice steps of the Rasengan very well. He can easily master it as long as he spends a little time on it privately. But the Rasen shuriken is different. Its practice difficulty is far beyond the general Rasengan. Before practicing the 12 palaces, Shinji privately he had tried the Rasen shuriken, but the effect was not ideal. It was not that he could not use it, but he would often get stuck at the step of injecting wind attribute chakra into the raised nan to cause the property change. And the destructive power of the Rasen shuriken did not distinguish between enemies and friends, and the caster would often be hurt first, so he could not use this technique before. It is different now. After practicing the 12 zodiacs, he reached a new level of control over his body, which made him more adept at controlling chakra. Whether it was to cause property changes or avoid the negative damage of the Rasen shuriken, he could do it. What is this? Suzuki, who was in Susanoo, stared at the Rasen shuriken in Shinji's hand and instinctively felt a strong threat. Shinji did not explain, and directly threw the Rasen shuriken in his hand at Sasuke's Susanoo. Not good. Suzuki didn't dare to be careless, and quickly urged Susanoo to tighten his arms, trying to protect the front. However, the speed of Rasen shuriken was too fast and the distance was too close, so his Susanoo had no time to make any effective defensive moves. Boom! This roar was far beyond all the previous explosions. Not to mention the area around the practice field, even the villagers who were several blocks away heard the deafening roar and felt the violent shaking under their feet. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The village was attacked. It seems to have come from over there. Just now, many people rushed over to watch the excitement. Did something happen over there? The villagers who were far away from the training ground turned their heads and looked in the direction of the training ground. Near the training ground, the huge smoke and dust were vented to the surroundings under the impact wave. In the blink of an eye, the entire area near the training ground was covered with smoke and dust. Whether it was the senior ninjas watching the game or the students, they all raised their arms to protect the front and tried to see the situation on the field clearly. In their blurred vision, the purple Susanoo standing on the training ground was leaning against several trees. Sasuke's Susanoo was knocked down? Sakura covered her mouth with horror. Naruto on the side also widened his eyes. Sasuke's proud Manjiki eye technique was knocked down just like that. The smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision gradually became clear. At this time, everyone realized that Sasuke's Susanoo was not just knocked down. The skeleton-shaped Susanoo leaning against several big trees had a big hole on its chest. The purple chakra phantom of the Susanoo around the big hole was like a swaying flame, as if it would drift away at any time. Kakashi's face was stern. How could it be? Asuma and Hong also changed color at the same time. They never thought that Shinji could actually break Sasuke's Susanoo. And being able to do this means that Shinji has the ability to kill Suzuki. On a tall building in the distance, he stared at Tsunade on the field and asked, "What technique did Uchiha Shinji just use?" Jiraiya shook his head. In the original time and space, Uzumaki Shuriken was an S-level ninjutsu developed by Naruto after 3 years of training with Jiraiya, integrating his best wind escape into Raise Nan. In other words, the Uzumaki Shuriken in this time and space has not been officially developed, so even Jiraiya, who guided Naruto to practice Raise Nan, or Naruto, the developer in the original time and space, did not recognize this technique at this time. However, although Jiraiya could not recognize Uzumaki Shuriken, but it did not prevent him from seeing that the Uzumaki Shuriken was developed on the basis of the Rasengan, so his expression when looking at Shinji gradually changed. If it is said that Shinji secretly learned the Rasengan through observation and imitation, it is not worthy of his high regard. Then Shinji was able to develop a Susanoo technique with such strong destructive power on the basis of the Rasengan that could even break through the Manjiki Sharingan, which had to make him amazed. On the court, glancing at Sasuke's tilted Susanoo, Shinji's expression was still calm, without any pride in breaking through a Susanoo. He turned his head to look at Haku and Karin on the sidelines, and said in a guiding tone, "See clearly, Susanoo is just the embodiment of pupil power. Its strength is directly related to the amount and strength of the pupil power of the caster. Haku and Karin, who were a little confused, nodded quickly. Shinji continued, if the caster's strength is average, then his Susanoo's defense will not be too strong. You just need to find the weakness and use powerful ninjutsu, just like I did just now, to cause effective damage to it. On the sidelines, listening to Shinji's explanation, Yakumo was thoughtful. How to fight against Susanoo has always been a problem that troubled her. Of course, her imaginary enemy is not Sasuke, but her colleague Akatsuki's B. Naruto nodded, as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, that's how it is. Shikamaru, Kaiba, and others who were also attracted looked at each other. Hey, Shinji, don't you really want to teach us how to defeat Susanoo? Sasuke, who was a little stunned, stood up again. Looking at his damaged Susanoo, his eyes seemed to spit fire. Damn it! Shinji looked at Sasuke at this time. Do you want to continue? Sasuke roared, of course, I haven't lost yet. Swish! As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Shinji dodged and penetrated into the interior of Susanoo from the damaged part on the chest of Susanoo, punching Sasuke in the abdomen. Suddenly hit, Sasuke fell to the ground in pain. Roar! With this blow, his damaged Susanoo could no longer be maintained, and gradually dissipated in a helpless roar. The first update is here. Chapter 657 Status 2. The roar of Sasuke's Susanoo before it dissipated echoed in everyone's ears. The entire practice field, inside and outside, was quiet at this moment, and everyone's eyes gathered on Shinji. The strength of the title of chief seemed to have a visible and tangible benchmark at this moment. So strong. As expected of Uchiha Shinji. Chief. After the extreme silence, murmurs and exclamations came out from people's mouths. This was an unstoppable sigh. Because Shinji defeated the theoretically unbeatable Susanoo with taijutsu and ninjutsu, which everyone can learn and master. And he won so easily and casually. Are these his trump cards? Or, are they his strength? Kakashi was a little distracted for a moment. He thought Shinji had hidden some trump cards, but now he realized that Shinji was just simply strong. Asuma completely stopped his contempt. The physical technique and the technique that broke Susanoo just now, could it be that the boy developed them himself? If I remember correctly, he is only 12 years old. Such talent is too amazing. Hong sighed, he is simply a monster. It is a tragedy for other ordinary geniuses to be in the same period with such a genius. Kakashi nodded slightly. There have been many super geniuses who have dominated the class in the ninja school. The fourth generation of Hokage is more distant, and Shisui and Itaki are more recent. They are all geniuses who are unmatched in their class, and even others find it difficult to muster the courage to compete with them. On the other side, Shizune pressed the shoulder of Yakumo who was ready to move. Yakumo looked at Shizune. Shizune shook her head, now is not the time. Uchiha Shinji is much stronger than we thought before. If you take action now, you can't guarantee victory. Obviously. Shizune felt the strong fighting spirit in Yakumo. Her feeling was not wrong. After seeing Shinji break Sasuke's Susanoo with undisputed strength, Yakumo's heart was filled with an unstoppable fighting spirit. This was a feeling she had not had for a long time since she got the Red Dragon Eye and mastered the wood release. Although she didn't say it, she no longer treated her classmates equally in her heart since she got the Red Dragon Eye and mastered the wood release. Because in her opinion, using wood release to deal with classmates was really a bit of bullying. And the fact is that as long as she uses wood release, let alone classmates, even the senior ninjas in the village, few can resist her. In the final exam of this ninja school, she used wood release to suppress Sasuke who used Susanoo, Naruto who turned into a tailed beast and Neji and others at the same time with her own strength. This is also the reason why she had never thought of challenging Shinji for a long time, even though she had been defeated by him several times. In her subconscious, it was easy for her to defeat Shinji now, so she didn't mind her previous defeat. But now it's different. Shinji, who crushed Sasuke, has shown a strength that made her instinctively feel daunted, and this fear made her excited and excited. The fighting spirit that she hadn't had for a long time was completely ignited, and the defeats in the past also became the fuel for the burning fighting spirit at this moment. So, she shook her head at Shizune. Shinji is an opponent worthy of my full effort. I can't wait until I can win before I dare to take action. Shizune's expression froze when she heard it, and the hand holding Yakumo's shoulder loosened a little. But just when she was struggling whether to let Yakumo challenge Shinji so hastily, there was a new change on the field. Ah! Sasuke, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly roared. Shinji, looking down at Sasuke, raised his lips and thought to himself, after waiting for so long, is it finally time to activate the curse seal? No doubt. He pushed Sasuke into a desperate situation, not to show off, but to provoke Sasuke to activate the curse seal in public, so that he could intervene and control the curse seal on Sasuke. After all, when he attacks the Samsara Eye, he will need the high-quality yin-release chakra of Otsutsuki Indra in Sasuke's body, and he doesn't want Sasuke to have any problems at the critical moment. Sasuke raised his head fiercely and met Shinji's eyes. You forced me. Shinji said, don't waste time, if you have any trump cards, use them quickly. It's getting late, and I'm hungry. Very good, then I'll satisfy you. Accompanied by a roar, ink-colored stripes quickly appeared on the wound on Sasuke's shoulder bitten by Orochimaru. These patterns spread rapidly as if they had spirits, and in the blink of an eye, they covered Sasuke's entire body. Just like that, not only did Sasuke's skin turn black, but 2 huge fleshy palms even grew out of his back, opening like wings. Shinji frowned and thought, has he used the curse seal privately? Obviously, in the primary state of the curse seal, fleshy wings will not grow out of the back. Sasuke was able to activate the complete form of the Heaven's Curse Seal right away, which means that he not only used the curse seal privately, but also figured out the second state with his own ability. What's going on? Is that still Sasuke? Is it an illusion? Seeing Sasuke's appearance change drastically, there was a cry of surprise from the sidelines. The most nervous person was Kakashi, who stared at Sasuke with an extremely solemn expression. Although he could not recognize the Heaven's Curse Seal, he could still keenly feel the evil chakra aura emanating from Sasuke at this moment. This kind of chakra is obviously not possessed by normal ninjas. Bang bang bang! At this moment, Sasuke, who had activated the second state of the Heavenly Curse Seal, took the initiative to attack Shinji, and the two fought fiercely in the field. Sasuke, who had activated the second state of the Heavenly Curse Seal, was almost equivalent to entering the Sage mode in disguise. At this moment, Sasuke's speed, strength, perception, and even recovery ability were greatly increased. Coupled with his already powerful physical skills and the dynamic capture ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, the physical skills alone showed terrifying power. If it weren't for the practice of the 12 palaces, Shinji might not be able to resist Sasuke at this time with just the previous water breathing. Shinji, now you know how powerful I am. How about it, are you speechless? Where did your spirit just now go? Sasuke shouted proudly while attacking fiercely. Chapter 658 Take it. Sakura covered her chest with both hands. Is that really Sasuke? Naruto was also a little unbelievable. How did it become like this? Sasuke's dark skin and wings on his back really scared many people, even his teammates Naruto and Sakura could not recognize him. Kakashi did not act rashly, although he was already in a state of confusion at this moment. Soon, his eyes focused on Sasuke's shoulder, and he recalled the attack Sasuke encountered during the final exam. Could it be that the mysterious person who attacked Sasuke did something to Sasuke at that time? After making a guess, he frowned and observed, trying to figure out what was going on with Sasuke's current appearance. So, although there was a sudden change on the field, no one intervened for a while, and the fight between Shinji and Sasuke was still going on. Bang! There was another roar, and a big tree on the side of the field was directly smashed by Sasuke with the power of his body. Shinji dodged, his expression indifferent with a hint of inquiry. If you ignore the side effects, the curse seal can significantly improve the strength of ninjas. In the original time and space, Sasuke used the curse seal on his body as one of his trump cards, and challenged Uchiha Itachi who had the Manjiki Sharingan with the 3 Magatama Sharingan. It can be said that before awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke relied on the curse seal of heaven on his body. And Kimimaro also relied on the powerful power of the curse seal of earth to increase, resisted Gaara's sandstorm, and escaped from the sand sea like a monster, which shocked Gaara. Why, now you only know how to hide. Sasuke grinned, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. Opening the second state of the heavenly curse seal will greatly accelerate the erosion of the curse seal on itself, so his mind is in a state of madness at this time. Hee. Shinji chuckled, and then launched the 12 zodiacs with all his strength to meet Sasuke. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the two of them started a fist-to-flesh physical attack. This time, Shinji did not dodge at all. He would immediately counterattack for every move and style of Sasuke. Because the speed of both sides was too fast, what many onlookers saw were only two constantly flashing after images and the low and continuous sound of fists and feet hitting their ears. Bai and Karin looked at each other, their eyes full of worry. Sasuke's current state is obviously not right, and he even looks a bit like a demon, so they are worried that Sasuke will degenerate into a demon. After all, Sasuke is not only their friend, but also their colleague. Little Lee, whose challenge was just interrupted by Sasuke, looked at Shinji and Sasuke fighting on the field and exclaimed, "So strong. I'm afraid I can only keep up with their speed if I open the fifth gate, Doman." Ten Tien couldn't see clearly, so he turned his head and asked Niji beside him, "Ningji, who has the upper hand between the two of them now?" Faced with Tien's question, Niji turned a deaf ear. His originally solemn face showed a little bit of imperceptible loss. He thought that the gap between him and Shinji and Sasuke was narrowing little by little after the biological exoskeleton was implanted in his body. Unexpectedly, the gap not only did not narrow, but was widening. The two people on the field surpassed him in both speed and strength. He thought that he could only compete with Kimimaro when he was in a combined state. Boom! With a loud bang, the two after images in the field retreated. After being shaken away, Sasuke in State 2 still retreated more than 10 steps and bumped into a big tree before he could barely stop. Shinji also retreated a distance, exerted force on his feet, and shook a big hole in the ground to relieve the impact. Damn it! Sasuke panted and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now he has used all his means, but still can't take Shinji. This makes him angry and puzzled. I don't know when Shinji became so strong. Shinji looked at Sasuke and thought to himself, natural energy. There is no doubt that the strength shown by Sasuke in the second state of the Heaven's Curse Seal attracted his attention and made him realize the horror of natural energy. His 12 palaces, through the stimulation of chakra, achieves coordination between various organs of the body and exerts the power of the whole person without loss. So his 12 palaces is the peak of skills, and it is the secret of using chakra to exert one's physical strength to the extreme. And the Heaven's Curse Seal that Sasuke launched at this time is another system. It is a fusion of Jago's chakra that can absorb natural energy naturally, and a deformed product after Orochimaru's Curse Seal transformation. But no matter how deformed its birth is, it cannot erase its essence, which is a use of natural energy. And natural energy is a huge energy scattered in the ninja world. It is almost everywhere, and its scale is not inferior to chakra at all. The fairy art evolved from it is an extremely high-end system in the ninja world. In the ninja world, anyone who can master fairy arts is at least cage level. Or to put it another way, those who don't have the potential to grow to cage level are not qualified to control natural energy and practice fairy arts. Unfortunately, I don't have time to study natural energy for the time being. Let's leave Sasuke to Tsunade and let them try to break the curse seal. Although fairy arts are powerful, Shinji's top priority now is to open the Samsara Eye first. After opening the Samsara Eye, it will be in time to try to practice fairy arts. After making up his mind, Shinji walked slowly towards Sasuke. It's too embarrassing to make yourself look like a ghost. As a fellow clan member, I won't allow you to continue to embarrass Uchiha like this. As soon as the voice fell, Shinji activated the 7th type shrinking step of the 12 palaces. In just a moment, he was in front of Sasuke, which caught Sasuke, who had the Mangeki Sharingan, off guard. The 7th type of the 12 zodiacs, the shrinking step, is similar to the instant body technique in ninjutsu, but it is faster and more invisible than the ordinary instant body technique. Sasuke retreated subconsciously, but the tree that just helped him stop his body became an accomplice in blocking his retreat. Bang! Shinji punched Sasuke in the abdomen, making him curl up. Whether Sasuke launched the Susanoo or the Heavenly Curse Seal, both were extremely taxing moves on the body. At this moment, his body was already overwhelmed, and Shinji's 12 zodiacs could evenly extract the energy of each organ in the body, and his endurance was obviously higher than Sasuke's. After knocking Sasuke down, Shinji carried Sasuke into the field and said, "Uchiha Sasuke is committing a crime, take him down." Swish swish. In an instant, 2 dark troops arrived in the field. Sasuke was taken away. At this time, Shinji, who was standing in the field, looked around. The students who were watching all lowered their heads and avoided his gaze in awe. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 659 The advantage remains. On the high building. Looking at the training ground in the distance, the third generation asked the two advisory elders beside him calmly, "What do you think?" Utane Koharu said concisely, "Uchiha Suzuki must be severely punished." She was very satisfied with Shinji's performance this time. Although the Raise Nan was a little sensitive, the subsequent Rasen Shuriken made this sensitivity sublimate into amazing. This shows that learning the Raise Nan is nothing to Shinji. Shinji can even develop more powerful ninjutsu based on the Raise Nan. However, even if Shinji performed amazingly and showed great strength, she must curb the trend of wantonly challenging the chief in the village. So Suzuki must be punished, even if it is just verbal. Mizutamanen said, "Uchiha Sasuke's state just now is very wrong. I still feel a little uncomfortable with that evil chakra, so the village must investigate this matter clearly." "Well, let Tsunade be responsible for the investigation." The third generation nodded lightly. After all, the Heavenly Curse Seal is not an orthodox fairy technique, especially in the second state mode. The evil feeling combined with the high-quality yin escape chakra that Suzuki already possesses will make people instinctively feel fearful. Uchiha Koharu did not argue with the third generation on this issue. She didn't care about Suzuki, she only cared about her disciple Shinji, so she said, "The investigation of Shinji can come to an end for the time being." The third generation frowned slightly and did not easily express his opinion. Uchiha Koharu glanced at Mizutamanen. Mizutamanen understood and said immediately, "From the strength that Uchiha Shinji has shown so far, it should be no problem to thwart the attack of the root in the previous ninja school assessment. As for the issue of the Raise Nan, no matter when he learned it secretly, it is not appropriate to continue to pursue it with his current status as the chief." After weighing the pros and cons, the third generation nodded. With the strength that Shinji has shown now, even Yakumo, who he has high hopes for, may not be completely sure of winning the battle. In this case, there is a certain risk in using Shinji as the chief to improve his prestige. So the third generation decided to go with the flow and appease the two advisory elders, Uchiha Koharu and Mizutamanen, first, and then push the test of Shinji after Yakumo is fully confident. On the training ground. Under Shinji's order, two Anbu took Suzuki away. Of course, these two Anbu were directly under the Anbu of the advisory elder, Koharu Uchiha. Otherwise, even with the status of the chief, Shinji could not command the Anbu. Seeing that Suzuki was really taken away by the Anbu, the onlookers were shocked. At this moment, the students of the ninja school experienced the authority of the chief and understood that Shinji, who became the chief, had truly surpassed them in terms of class. And the villagers who were watching the excitement also felt the power of the chief intuitively. After all, the Anbu obeyed Shinji's order in front of everyone and took Uchiha Suzuki away. Kakashi looked at Shinji deeply, and then flashed and chased after the two Anbu who took Suzuki away. Asuma, Hong, Kai and other senior ninjas looked at each other with complicated expressions, and then left. In the distance, Shizune patted Yakumo's shoulder, "Let's go, now is not a good time to challenge him." Yakumo suppressed the excitement in her heart and nodded. She was not afraid of Shinji, but she felt that there were too many people watching at the moment. In addition, Shinji had a fierce battle with Suzuki, and he was exhausted. It would be a bit of taking advantage of the situation to challenge him at this time. Shiro and Karin came to the scene at this time. Shinji said to them, "It seems that the village still has some doubts about our last defeat of the root attack, but don't worry, I will take care of this matter." "Got it." Shiro and Karin nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Being watched by the village was not a good thing for the two of them. They were not only spies of Kirigakure and Kyuzagakure respectively, but also secretly joined the Akatsuki organization. No matter which layer of their identity was exposed, it would be a disaster for them and the people around them. Fortunately, Shinji acted in time this time and attracted the attention of the village. The other side. Tsunade came out in person and took Suzuki away from the two Anbu. Shinji's order just now was just to scare ordinary students and villagers, and it was not legal, so even if the two Anbu didn't hand Suzuki over to Tsunade, they would escort him to the Anbu base and wait for orders from other high-level officials. Then Kakashi arrived. He looked at the unconscious Suzuki and shook his head helplessly. Tsunade said, "Let's go to the hospital first." After taking Suzuki to the hospital, Tsunade did a full body check for him, and then met Kakashi with the medical report. Kakashi asked when they met, "Tsunade-sama, Suzuki. Take a look first." Tsunade handed Sasuke's medical report to Kakashi. After taking the medical report, Kakashi said, "Tsunade-sama, Sasuke. Take a look first." Tsunade handed Sasuke's medical report to Kakashi. After reading the medical report, Kakashi's face darkened. The report clearly showed that there was a chakra that did not belong to Sasuke in his body, which was invading him wantonly. If it was not controlled, the consequences would be disastrous. Tsunade explained, "I checked the wound on his shoulder, and it seemed to be some kind of curse seal. Curse seal can actually be regarded as a special application of sealing techniques, mainly reflected in confinement, restraint, curse, and so on. For example, the bird in a cage of the Hyuga clan, the tongue vortex root extinction used by Danzo to control the root members, etc., all belong to the category of curse seal." Kakashi asked, "Can it be removed?" Tsunade shook her head, "I have never seen this kind of curse seal, and I just tried it, and the general removal method is ineffective for it, so I temporarily put a seal on it to curb its erosion of Sasuke's body." Kakashi nodded. He understood that if he wanted to completely solve this problem, he might need to find the mysterious person who put the curse seal on Sasuke. Tsunade suggested, "Let Sasuke rest in the hospital for a while." "Yes." Kakashi agreed quickly. After sending Kakashi away, Tsunade met Yakumo and Shizuan. Shizuan told her about stopping Yakumo from challenging Shinji. Tsunade nodded after listening, "You are right to do this. Shinji's strength is much stronger than expected. It is unwise to challenge blindly." After that, Tsunade looked at Yakumo again, "Don't be discouraged. Facing Shinji, your chances of winning are still more than 60%. Yakumo, who has the red dragon eye whose pupil power surpasses the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan, and has both wood release and the physical technique super strength fist, is not inferior to Shinji in all aspects. So in Tsunade's eyes, Yakumo still has an advantage, but this advantage is not as overwhelming as before. Chapter 660 Forgiveness. Walking in the dark underground palace, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses on his nose with a smile on his lips. He had just received news from Konoha that Sasuke, who had activated the second state of the Heavenly Curse Seal, was defeated by Uchiha Shinji. What Manjiki Uchiha, he's just a failed experiment. Sasuke's failure made him secretly happy. As Orochimaru's deputy, he knew very well what high hopes Orochimaru had placed on Sasuke, and the more so, the more jealous he was of Sasuke. Soon, he came to Orochimaru's room, adjusted his mood, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Orochimaru's iconic hoarse voice came from the room. Kabuto Yakushi pushed the door open and saw Orochimaru, who was wrapped in bandages, so he asked hurriedly, "Are you feeling better?" Orochimaru nodded with a gloomy look. Just a few days ago, Orochimaru injected himself with the transformation fluid he developed from the upper-rank demon, but the result was beyond his expectations. His body could not withstand the transformation of the transformation fluid and almost collapsed. In the end, although he relied on his own huge chakra to suppress the disintegration of his body and withstand the transformation fluid, his body was still seriously injured, so he is currently in a state of recuperation and recovery, which is the ghost appearance that Kabuto Yakushi is seeing now. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart, maybe this is why Lord Orochimaru is so obsessed with Sasuke's body. Orochimaru is a natural talent, but his bloodline is really ordinary. Not to mention the failure of his previous attempt to practice the fairy art of Ryokai Cave, he is now enduring the transformation fluid and almost didn't make it. Knowing that Orochimaru was in a bad mood, he didn't continue the previous topic, but reported to Orochimaru that Sasuke was defeated by Shinji in Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes fixed, "What? After launching Susanoo and Heaven's Curse Seal, Sasuke still lost to Uchiha Shinji?" Kabuto Yakushi nodded slightly, "Indeed." Uchiha Shinji narrowed his eyes, and Orochimaru suddenly laughed, "It seems that I underestimated him before. Yet, I didn't expect that he, who only has 3 Megatama Sharingan, could defeat Sasuke who has Manjiki Sharingan." After a pause, Kabuto Yakushi said meaningfully, "And according to the information sent by the spies, Sasuke was defeated miserably and was suppressed throughout the whole process." Orochimaru asked casually, "How did he do it?" Kabuto Yakushi smiled, "It is said that he mastered some kind of physical technique, and also secretly learned and improved the Raise Nan, creating a new technique called Rasen Shuriken, which is this technique that penetrated Sasuke's Susanoo." Orochimaru asked again, "How is the effect of Heaven's Curse Seal?" Pushing his eye sockets again, Kabuto Yakushi said, "The improvement is obvious, but Sasuke seems to have not yet fully adapted to the power of the curse seal. And this time he was exposed. Konoha has been alert, and the curse seal you planted in Sasuke's body may be sealed. Orochimaru shook his head. It seems that the talent of this brother Itachi is much worse than Itachi. Kabuto Yakushi echoed, at present, it seems that it is true. Maybe I should have taken away his pair of Mangeki Sharingan last time. Orochimaru suddenly regretted it and ordered, keep an eye on Uchiha Shinji. Orochimaru still knew Sasuke's strength. Uchiha Shinji was obviously a better candidate to defeat Sasuke, who activated Susanoo and Heaven's Curse Seal. Understood. Shido quickly agreed. He knew that Orochimaru was thinking about Uchiha Shinji's body. Konoha Village. The subsequent impact of Sasuke's challenge to Shinji is still ongoing. After this battle, no one dared to challenge Shinji, not to mention Haku and Karin, so the three of them were temporarily at peace. Sasuke, whose pupil power was overconsumed and whose body was severely corroded by the curse seal, was admitted to the hospital. This defeat was a great blow to Sasuke. In the eyes of the outside world, he became the first example of a Mangeki Uchiha defeated by a three-Magatama Uchiha in the ninja world. In addition to the blow to his self-confidence, he was also held accountable by some people in the village for concealing the Heaven's Curse Seal. As a result, he had to deal with various interrogations during his recuperation in the hospital. Because of the extraordinary performance of the Heaven's Curse Seal, the village asked Tsunade to take the lead and set up a temporary medical team to study it. These are the most direct impacts, and there are many indirect impacts. Under Shinji's stimulation, Yakumo started special training again, and the daily training volume more than doubled compared to before. Ningji, Xiaoli, and even the usually lazy Shikamaru, all started special training privately under the guidance of their respective mentors or family members during the holidays. On the street, Shin and Sakura were eating snacks while walking on the street. What's going on? No one can make an appointment. Yakumo, Shinji, and even Ino refused to come out to accompany us shopping. Shin, who was chewing meatballs, complained. Sakura seemed to be worried and answered absent-mindedly, yet. Shin asked, Sakura, how is Sasuke? Sakura finally showed a worried look. He's still in the hospital, and seems to be seriously injured. And? Shin asked, and what? Sasuke seems to have offended Shinji this time. There have been frequent anbu in and out of his ward these days. I'm worried that the village will punish him. After a pause, Sakura suddenly held Shin's hand. Shin, you have the best relationship with Shinji. Can you help Sasuke plead for mercy and let Shinji forgive him? Leave it to me. Shin took the responsibility. Anyway, she knew that Shinji would not care about such a small matter. Great. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. If it were before, she would dare to go to Shinji to plead for mercy herself, but this time after Shinji taught Sasuke a lesson, she was a little afraid of Shinji, the chief of the ninja school. Shin asked, by the way, where is Naruto? Isn't he always around you? Why didn't I see him today? Sakura pouted, who knows where that guy went today? We agreed to visit Sasuke together today, but I couldn't find him after looking for him for a long time. I'm so angry. Outside the village, Naruto, carrying a backpack, looked back at the village behind him reluctantly, and asked Jiraiya beside him, you lecherous immortal, why don't you let me say goodbye to Sakura and Sasuke? Sakura finally agreed to date me today. If I break the appointment, she will beat me to death. Jiraiya smiled and said, don't care about women at all. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, then why did you peek into the women's bath yesterday? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 661 Start. After knocking on Naruto's head, Jiraiya said, how can you say it's peeping? What I did is called collecting materials. Do you understand collecting materials? I'm a writer. Naruto muttered, I still want to go back and say goodbye to Sakura. Jiraiya glared at Naruto in anger, then thought of something and said with a smile, boy, do you want to defeat Sasuke? Of course. Naruto immediately became motivated. If you want to defeat Sasuke, just follow me. With a snort, Jiraiya said, ordinary people don't have this opportunity even if they beg to practice with me. Naruto asked, then why don't you practice in the village instead of sneaking out? You'll understand later. Jiraiya didn't answer Naruto directly. Because he didn't want Naruto to know that he, as a Jinchuriki, had become the prey of the Akatsuki organization and lived in anxiety. You said that again. Although Naruto was dissatisfied, he still followed Jiraiya honestly and said, "Sanigma, are you going to teach me how to defeat Sasuke this time?" Jiraiya put away the smile on his face and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Shinji, haven't I taught you how to defeat Sasuke? You mean the Rasen Shuriken?" Naruto looked a little distressed. After seeing Shinji use the Rasen Shuriken, Naruto naturally tried it privately. As a result, he found that upgrading the Raise Nan to the Rasen Shuriken was far from as simple as he imagined. He tried several times, but not only did he fail, but he also injured his arm. If he didn't have the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, half of his arm would probably be disabled by now. Jiraiya said, "Don't underestimate the Uzumaki Shuriken developed by Uchiha Shinji. This technique involves the fusion of chakra properties and is a very high-level technique. According to my guess, the difficulty of its practice should have reached S level." "No wonder," Jiraiya continued, "but you have the foundation of Raise Nan, so it should be much easier for you to practice than others." Naruto was overjoyed when he heard this. "Really?" "Of course." Jiraiya nodded, and then looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. In his eyes, Naruto, who was only 11 years old, was actually very good as a ninja or a Jinchuriki. You should know that Naruto can barely maintain his sanity and enter the tailed beast, not only learned the multiple shadow clone technique, but also mastered the Raise Nan. At the same age, he can't compare to Naruto now. It's just that there are too many monsters in this ninja school. Shinji, Yakumo, Sasuke, Kimimaro and other geniuses appear in large numbers, which makes Naruto seem not as so outstanding. Otherwise, with Naruto's strength, he can definitely compete for the position of the head of the ninja school. Naruto didn't know Jiraiya's inner feelings. At this moment, he was already looking forward to defeating Sasuke and winning Sakura in his mind. The Hidden Rain Village. The drizzle fell tirelessly, making the whole sky look particularly gloomy. Tiandao stood on the top of the central tower, overlooking the entire Hidden Rain Village like a god. At this time, Zionin came behind Tiandao and said, "There is news from Madara that he has found the hiding place of the two Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rain Village." The Madara mentioned by Konan is naturally Obito. Nagato and Konan actually don't believe that Obito is the real Uchiha Madara. It's just that with the Battle of the Grass Country, they both realized that there is a group of people outside the organization who act under the banner of the Akatsuki organization, and the other party's strength is not weaker than theirs. Add to that the threat of the upper string forces and the 5 major ninja villages. So under the common threat, Nagato and Obito finally chose to compromise with each other and shook hands. Because they knew very well that if the two sides continued to waste their energy like this, the plan to capture the 9-tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails would inevitably fail. And after the two sides exchanged intelligence, the Akatsuki organization led by Shinji gradually surfaced, and all the misunderstandings and suspicions in the past were clarified. Both Nagato and Obito realized the importance of sincere cooperation. So Nagato no longer cared about whether Obito was really Uchiha Madara. Tiandao slowly turned around and asked concisely, "Where is it?" Konan said, "The 4-tailed Jinchuriki is in the Rock Gate Valley in the south of the Land of Earth, and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki is in the Red Maple Forest in the north of the Land of Earth." Tiandao pondered for a moment, and then said, "After lying dormant for so long, it's time to move. Let Itaki and Biwajozo go to the Rock Gate Valley to bring back the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, and let Wolyang and Genin go to the Red Maple Forest to bring back the 5-tailed Jinchuriki. Tell them not to fail." "Well." Konan nodded. "According to the original plan of the organization, after everything is ready, they will capture the 9-tailed beasts in order from the 1-tail to the 9-tail, and after successfully capturing them, they will immediately seal the tailed beasts in the order into the Outer Path Demon statue. However, due to the changes in the situation in the ninja world, it is easy for hostile forces to target the capture in order, so they decided to start with the difficult and then the easy, and first attack the 3 villages of Kumagakur, Iwagakur, and Mistgakur, each of which has 2-tailed beasts and all of them are adult Churiki. As for Konoha's 9-tailed Jinchuriki, Sunagakur's 1-tailed Jinchuriki and Takanan's 7-tailed Jinchuriki, these 3 immature Jinchuriki can be put aside to deal with later, so as not to alert the enemy by attacking them first, and make the 3 families of Kumagakur, Iwagakur, and Kirigakur more vigilant. After all, adult Jinchuriki, especially the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, 3-tailed Jinchuriki, 2-tailed Jinchuriki, who are known as the perfect Jinchuriki, are obviously more difficult to deal with. Which one of the 3 families of Kumagakur, Iwagakur, and Kirigakur to deal with first, the elder. The idea of the gate is very simple, that is, to attack the jinchuriki of whichever family the intelligence is obtained first. The Cloud Village suffered a great loss at the hands of the Akatsuki organization before, and is now very vigilant. Both the 2 Tails jinchuriki and the 8 Tails jinchuriki are heavily guarded, so it is not easy to attack. The situation of the Kirigakure is the same. Because the previous Mizukage had a dark history of being controlled by the mysterious Uchiha with the Mangeki Sharingan, the 4th Mizukage, who is the 3 Tails jinchuriki, is very cautious, and even the 6 Tails jinchuriki he also hid them. So the Akatsuki organization searched for a long time and only found the whereabouts of the 2 jinchuriki of Uegakure. This is not because Uegakure is not careful, but mainly because the 2 jinchuriki of Uegakure, Lao Ziai and Han, were somewhat at odds with the 3rd Tsuchikage and did not cooperate with the 3rd Tsuchikage's arrangements, so they were discovered by Zetsu and followed all the way to find their hiding place. The second update is here. After 12 o'clock in the evening, it is a new week. I beg for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 662 Attack and Evacuation. The Land of Earth. 2 figures wearing red cloud clothes and bamboo hats walked slowly through the forest. Quack. Suddenly, a black crow landed on the shoulder of one of them. After looking at the black crow on his shoulder, the man said lightly, "The target is in front." The other person smiled and said, "Finally caught that guy." There is no doubt that the 2 people wearing red cloud clothes are Itaki and Biwajozo, who were sent by the Akatsuki organization to capture the 4 Tails jinchuriki Lao Ziai. When receiving the order to act, Itaki hesitated. But he finally chose to execute the order because he knew that even if he did not go, the organization could easily transfer other people to go. Even the order given to him may have contained a test. Soon, the 2 walked out of the woods and came to a rugged and winding valley. In the valley, the 4-tailed jinchuriki Lao Ziai, who was dressed in purple and wearing a forehead protector, was looking down at them with his hands on his chest. "You bastards of the Akatsuki organization dared to find me. Hey, this guy is very arrogant." Biwajozang chuckled and raised the beheading sword in his hand. Itaki frowned slightly. The other party seems to have noticed something. "Be careful that there may be reinforcements from Uegakure nearby." Lao Ziai said, "I don't need help to deal with you in my territory." Biwajozang snorted, "I'll go first." "Be careful," Itaki reminded. Even if an adult jinchuriki like this is not a perfect jinchuriki like Killer Bee, his strength should not be underestimated. Seeing Biwajozo rushing up alone, Lao Ziai grinned and said, "I'll see what Oniki can say when we bring your bodies back to the village." After a while, Biwajozo sat on a rock, bandaging his wounds. His beheading sword leaned against the side, with several obvious gaps on the blade. And Lao Ziai, who was full of confidence just now, was lying not far away, his life or death unknown. All these show that this battle was extremely dangerous, but in the end, Itaki and Biwajozo won the victory. Itaki handed the wound medicine to Biwajozo. Biwajozo shook his head and said, "Fortunately you took action, otherwise, I really couldn't deal with this guy alone." Itaki glanced at Lao Ziai, who had fainted not far away, and shook his head. Lao Ziai is the 4-tailed jinchuriki, and the 4-tailed is good at using melting release, so the organization sent Biwajozo, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mistingakure, to deal with the 4-tailed jinchuriki, obviously considering the advantage of attribute restraint. However, compared with Hoshigaki Kisame, who could hunt down the 4-tailed jinchuriki alone in the original time and space, Biwajozo's hard power is still a bit behind. When the 4-tailed jinchuriki turned into a tailed beast, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Itaki naturally couldn't watch Biwajozo lose, so he had to take action and get rid of the arrogant 4-tailed jinchuriki. Of course, Lao Ziai was not dead at this moment. The order that Nagato gave to Itaki and Biwajozo was very clear, that is, to capture and bring back the 4-tailed jinchuriki alive, not to kill. After bandaging, Biwajozo glanced at the mess around him, then stood up and walked to the unconscious Lao Ziai, twisted him up and carried him on his back. "Itaki, let's go." "Yes." Itaki nodded. The fighting just now was quite noisy. If they didn't evacuate quickly, they might be blocked by the people of Uegakure. On the other side, according to the guidance of the intelligence, Wu Yang and Sheneng also successfully found the 5-tailed jinchuriki in a forest in the north of the Land of Earth. Sheneng said, "Come with us." The 5-tailed jinchuriki Han glanced at Sheneng coldly. "Wu Yang, are you from Akatsuki? Since you know it's us, just follow us honestly." After a pause, Sheneng said, or we'll break your hands and feet and take you away. Han said coldly, if you can do it, just try it. Wang Liang was a little impatient, why waste so much time talking to him, he's just a Jinchuriki, just get rid of him. After that, Wu Yang walked straight to the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han. Unlike others, Wu Yang is a demon himself. His own chakra level may be second only to the nine-tailed among the tailed beasts, and the gap is not too big. Otherwise, he would not have been able to easily set off a demonic disaster and destroy several countries back then. So the Jinchuriki that others feared was nothing in his eyes. After all, how much power a Jinchuriki can borrow from the tailed beasts is affected by various factors, and he is not restricted in using his own power. The tall five-tailed Jinchuriki was not to be outdone and leaped to meet him. He is a master of physical skills, and with his superb use of the boiling release, he has mastered a physical skill called boiling release, unparalleled power. In the original time and space, even Naruto, who had activated the nine-tailed chakra mode, was suppressed by it in terms of power. Boom boom. Accompanied by the roar, the war broke out. After a long time, the battlefield finally returned to calm. Looking around, the forest that was just lush and green was now collapsed in patches, as if a typhoon had passed. In the center of this messy battlefield, the monster Wu Yang, who barely maintained his human form, pinched the neck of the five-tailed Jinchuriki with one hand and lifted him up. Damn it! The exhausted five-tailed Jinchuriki finally fainted unwillingly. Pa! After throwing the five-tailed Jinchuriki to the ground casually, Wu Yang checked his body, and then ordered Sheneng, this body is broken, find me another one. As a monster, Wu Yang needs to parasitize on a living person in order to maintain his human form. At first, he parasitized on the body of the leader of the Huangchuan sect, but his chakra was too overbearing and evil, and even the body of the leader of the Huangchuan sect who mastered the dark medical ninjutsu could not be maintained for a long time, so he has been constantly changing the parasitic body over the years. And the battle with the five-tailed Jinchuriki just now caused the body he parasitized to be damaged again, and it was difficult to continue to maintain the human form. Sheneng was no longer surprised by this, and responded casually, then stepped forward and carried the fainted man on the ground. The five-tails Jinchuriki who went said, let's leave here as soon as possible. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure is not easy to mess with. After leaving the land of Earth, I will find a suitable body for you. Wang Liang nodded. It has been several years since he was unsealed. His arrogance as a monster has been worn down by several consecutive blows before, so he knows that the current ninja world is not one he can do whatever he wants. Whether it is within the organization or in the 5 major ninja villages, there are many strong people who can deal with him, so at least before using the power of the Akatsuki organization to absorb the Miko, he must be cautious. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 663 Request for Help and Meeting. Swish, swish, swish. In a burst of wind, teams of ninjas wearing forehead protectors from Iwagakure fell into the messy valley. The leader of the team was not someone else, but Huangtu, the son of the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, Onoki. After receiving the eyewitness report of the members of Akatsuki secretly sneaking into the land of Earth, the Iwagakure village immediately took action and dispatched a large number of ninja troops to support the four-tails Jinchuriki Laoziai and the five-tails Jinchuriki Han. Because it is no secret that the Akatsuki wants to hunt the tailed beasts. So there is no need to guess that the purpose of the members of Akatsuki secretly sneaking into the land of Earth is most likely to target the four-tails and the five-tails. Looking around the messy battlefield, Huangtu's face was gloomy. Are we still too late? Swish. At this time, a member of the Iwagakure Enbyo came to Huangtu and reported, Sir, the intelligence team has completed the analysis of the battlefield. There are a total of 3 people fighting here. In addition to Lord Laoziai, there should be 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. Huangtu asked, have you found the whereabouts of Laoziai? The Iwagakure Enbyo shook his head, no trace of Lord Laoziai was found at the scene. The intelligence team suspects that Lord Laoziai may have been abducted after being defeated by the Akatsuki organization. Huangtu's eyes twitched. The thing he least wanted to happen finally happened. When the Grass Country War just broke out, the Hidden Rock Village took strict protection for the four-tails Jinchuriki, Laoziai, and the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han. However, after the Grass Country War, the Akatsuki organization lay dormant and did not make any moves. As a result, the 2 Jinchuriki, who were stubborn and did not get along with Onoki, gradually became unrestrained and broke away from the strict protection of the Hidden Rock Village. In order to ensure the safety of the two Jinchuriki, the Hidden Rock Village still arranged guards for them. However, as time went by, the Akatsuki organization was unusually well behaved. Lao Ziai and Han, the two strong men who had been trying to become perfect Jinchuriki, got rid of the surveillance of the Hidden Rock Village willfully and practiced on their own. After a long time, seeing that the two were fine, the Hidden Rock Village relaxed its vigilance a little. Unexpectedly, just as they relaxed their vigilance, the Akatsuki organization launched an action, and the action was so swift that the four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Ziai, whose strength in the Hidden Rock Village was second only to the third Tsuchikage, could not even hold out until the reinforcements arrived, and was captured and taken away by the Akatsuki organization. After gathering his scattered thoughts, Huang Tu immediately ordered, "Follow the traces and chase them, and be sure to rescue the people." "Yes." The Hidden Rock NB responded. At the other end, a ninja army led by the third Tsuchikage himself also rushed to the battlefield where the Wulyang and the five-tailed Jinchuriki fought. Flying high in the sky, staring at the battlefield below, Onoki's face was so gloomy that water could drip out, but he was not blinded by anger. From the traces left on the battlefield, Han should have completely transformed into a tailed beast. If it only lasts for a short period of time, he should be able to hold on with his ability. After reaching this conclusion, the gloomy face of the third Tsuchikage became more solemn. Although the two Jinchuriki of their Iwagakuer village are not as good as the two perfect Jinchuriki of Kumagakuer, they can still transform into tailed beasts for a short period of time. And during this short period of transformation, their strength will not be much inferior to Killer Bee. But even so, the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was defeated and abducted by the members of the Akatsuki organization, which shows how powerful the Akatsuki organization is. This is not an enemy that we in Iwagakuer can deal with alone. It seems that we have to give up this old face and seek help from other villages. After saying it secretly, the third Tsuchikage fell to the ground and ordered the communication team to urgently pass on the news that Iwagakuer was attacked and the Jinchuriki was captured to other ninja villages. Konoha Village. After defeating Suzuki, Shinji's life returned to peace. No matter the challengers who were ready to move or the temptations from the village, they all stopped. So, he left a shadow clone and quietly left the village. Just as his shadow clone was studying books related to medical ninjutsu in the apartment, Anbu came to the balcony of his apartment with a swish and said politely, "The Hokage has called a high-level meeting. Please go to the Hokage building immediately." "Got it." Shinji nodded. This is also one of his rights after becoming the chief, that is, he has obtained the qualification to attend high-level meetings. And this qualification is unique in the entire ninja school, and only he has it. Soon, Shinji came to the meeting room of the Hokage building. Unlike before, he no longer needs to sit in the spectator seat behind Koharu Yudatan, but can sit in the main seat like the heads of various departments. When all the participants have arrived, the meeting began. The third Hokage announced the Iwagakuer's request for help received by the communications team, and then he swept his eyes seriously over the participants and asked, "What do you think about this? The Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki were attacked at the same time? What is Iwagakuer doing?" Koharu Yudatan was a little unbelievable. "Yeah, Iwagakuer is too careless, isn't it? The Akatsuki organization has started to move again. Didn't Iwagakuer arrange protection for the Jinchuriki?" Not only Koharu Yudatan, but everyone else was puzzled. The fact that the Akatsuki organization coveted the tailed beasts of each village had long been made public. It was incredible that Iwagakuer could let the two Jinchuriki of their own village be attacked at the same time. The third generation coughed twice. "Iwagakuer's mishandling is not within the scope of our meeting today. What we are going to discuss now is how to deal with this matter." Tsunade asked, "Who is the person in Akatsuki?" The ninja from the communications team replied, "According to the news from Iwagakuer, Akatsuki still acted in groups of 2 this time, and dispatched 2 groups to attack the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki in the south and north of the Land of Earth respectively. According to the information we have obtained so far, the suspects who attacked the Four Tails Jinchuriki in the south of the Land of Earth are Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo, and the 2 Akatsuki members who attacked the Five Tails Jinchuriki in the north are temporarily unknown." Uchiha Itaki. Everyone in the meeting room changed color. Many people even glanced at Shinji who was attending the meeting from the corner of their eyes. Tsunade frowned and said, "This is troublesome. If it was other members of the Akatsuki organization, Konoha could still shirk responsibility, but Uchiha Itaki was a Konoha traitor. He kidnapped the Four Tails Jinkriki, so Konoha naturally could not escape responsibility. Kakashi said, if we send reinforcements immediately, and the Uegakure village can hold back the Akatsuki members who sneaked into the land of Earth, it is still possible to rescue the two Jinkriki. Mito Kato-en said, is it too late? The third Hokage said, we have to try no matter what. We can't let the Akatsuki organization get the Four Tails and the Five Tails so easily. The third Hokage thought more deeply. If the Four Tails and the Five Tails are all captured, then Uegakure will no longer be the target of the Akatsuki organization. With Onoki's cunningness, Uegakure may deliberately slack off in the subsequent actions against the Akatsuki organization. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 664 Selection. The meeting soon revolved around whether to send reinforcements and what kind of reinforcements to send. No one had any objection to whether to send reinforcements. Everyone who could sit in this meeting room understood the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. There was only some controversy over who would lead the team. In theory, an action like this, which represents the entire Konoha, should be led by a person at the level of an advisory elder. But at the moment, among the advisory elders in the village, Danzo is reflecting on his mistakes, and Yudin Koharu and Mitaman have gradually left the front-line command. Only Tsunade and Jiraiya can be sent out. Unfortunately, Jiraiya just took Naruto out for training and was not in the village. So now, Tsunade is the only one in the village who meets the requirements to lead the team, but the village cannot do without Tsunade either, and many research topics need Tsunade to personally lead. Seeing that everyone was arguing, the third generation said, in this operation, Uegakure is the main force, and the reinforcements we sent out are mainly used to contain them, so there is no need to be so rigid in the selection of leaders. I propose that Kakashi be responsible for the mission of supporting Uegakure this time. Kakashi. Tsunade pondered for a moment and nodded. After looking at each other, Koharu Yudin and Mito Kato also nodded in approval. Kakashi is the best overall jonin among the younger generation of the village, so he is the leader that all parties can accept. Kakashi, who also attended the meeting, did not agree immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment and said, Hokage, I can be responsible for this rescue mission, but I have a request. Go ahead. Kakashi said concisely, I want the authority to select team members. This. After a slight hesitation, the third generation nodded, okay, you can choose the team members for this mission yourself. After getting the third generation's promise, Kakashi immediately said, I hope Uchiha Shinji will also participate in this rescue operation. Me. Shinji, who was slacking off at the meeting, did not expect Kakashi to suddenly mention him. Yudin Koharu immediately objected, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. This mission will face the vicious members of the Akatsuki organization. Shinji has not even graduated from the ninja school. It is too dangerous to participate in such a mission. Kakashi explained, our conflict with the Akatsuki organization is inevitable. Shinji and his generation will eventually encounter members of the Akatsuki organization. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative to participate in the mission and accumulate combat experience with the Akatsuki organization. And his performance in the grass country last time was obvious to all. He showed extraordinary talents in reconnaissance and medical treatment, so I think he can be competent for this mission. After that, Kakashi looked at Shinji. Everyone's eyes also followed Kakashi and gathered on Shinji. I will follow the arrangements of the village. Shinji shrugged. Yudin Koharu looked a little gloomy, but Kakashi's explanation was well-founded. Shinji's performance in the grass country war and his performance in the ninja school assessment before all showed that Shinji, the ninja, was a very capable person. The school chief has the combat power of a jonin level. Such strength is enough to handle the rescue mission, so even if she is an advisory elder, there is no way to stop it. After all, the third generation just promised Kakashi that he could let Kakashi choose the team members. The third generation said, Shinji, as the chief of the ninja school, you should indeed take on greater responsibilities. This time you will go with Kakashi to support the Hidden Rock village. Okay. Shinji responded. Just when everyone was thinking about whether Kakashi wanted to continue to test Shinji, Kakashi said again, in addition to Shinji, I also want to recruit Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji to participate in this mission. What? Tsunade was surprised. Without waiting for Tsunade to object, Yudin Koharu said, Yakumo has the red dragon eye and has mastered the wood release. His strength is not inferior to Shinji. It would be good for him to go with Kakashi to gain some experience. Mito-Kato nodded and agreed, not bad. Tsunade had no choice but to glare at Kakashi. She never thought that Kakashi would recruit Yakumo to participate in such a dangerous mission without telling her in advance. Kakashi looked calm. He really believed that the geniuses of Shinji's generation had grown up and should not be kept at home like caged birds. They should be allowed to go to the battlefield to gain experience. After weighing the pros and cons, the third generation agreed to Kakashi's proposal. He couldn't push Shinji to the battlefield while protecting Yakumo. After the meeting, Kakashi came to Shinji, "Time is urgent, go back and pack your luggage, and meet at the village gate in 30 minutes. Shinji said, "I want to take my 2 teammates with me." Kakashi was a little surprised, Shiro and Karin. Yet. Kakashi asked again, "Are you sure?" Shinji did not hesitate, "Sure. If they are willing, I have no objection." Kakashi said no more and prepared to go. After Kakashi left, Yuta and Koharu also found Shinji and told him, "Although the main force this time is Uegakuer, after all, we are facing members of the Akatsuki organization. You have to grasp the degree. If Kakashi gives excessive orders, you can refuse." Shinji smiled, "Got it." Now he is tied to Yuta and Koharu. If something happens to him, Yuta and Koharu's position will also be shaken. Half an hour later, Shinji arrived at the village gate as scheduled, and Haku and Karin followed him fully armed. After learning that the mission was to go to the land of Earth to rescue the 2 Jinkriki who were kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization, Shiro and Karin accepted Shinji's invitation without any hesitation. On the one hand, they were worried that Shinji would participate in such a dangerous mission alone. On the other hand, they wanted to stop the people of the Dark Akatsuki from collecting the tailed beasts and destroying the peace of the ninja world. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji also arrived at the entrance of the village. As a shrine maiden from the land of demons, Shin could not participate in such a dangerous mission, so this time the 3 of them formed a temporary team. Seeing Shinji and the others, Yakumo and the others came forward to say hello. Shinji nodded, then glanced at the people around him, as if he had thought of something, and the expression on his face suddenly became a little strange. Yakumo asked, "What's wrong?" Shinji shook his head, "Nothing." He had a strange expression because he was the only one who knew that the members of his Akatsuki organization, A, and B, C, D, F, and G, were going to the land of Earth to deal with the Akatsuki organization. If the village knew that the 6 people in their 2 teams were all members of the Akatsuki organization, I don't know what the village leaders would think. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 665 1.5. Soon, Kakashi led the teams he had recruited to the entrance of the village. Shinji took a glance and found that Asuma, Kurane, Shizune and other senior ninjas were among them. In addition, there were 2 Anbu teams. Together with their 6 students, the total number reached more than 30 people. Obviously, Kakashi also understood that it was not an easy job to lead these geniuses of the ninja school to gain experience, so he was well prepared to ensure the safety of Shinji and others. Kakashi swept his eyes over everyone's faces and said, "I think everyone has understood the mission this time. Not only us, but also Kumigakuer, Mistgakuer and Sandgakuer have sent reinforcements. So although the enemy is strong, our strength is stronger." Everyone nodded. This team, composed of senior ninjas and ninja school geniuses, is indeed very strong, so everyone's morale is very high. Kakashi said to Shinji again, "You are in charge of the ninja school students. You are not allowed to take action without my permission." Shinji nodded, "Yes." After explaining the important things, Kakashi stopped talking nonsense and immediately announced, "Let's go." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, this 30-man ninja army, with the 3-man team as the basic unit, rushed out of the village with a wind-breaking roar. In the Konoha hospital, Sakura peeled an apple for Shizuke and handed it over. "Shizuke, here." Shizuke had a cold face and did not pick up Sakura. Instead of the apple handed over, he asked, "Where's Kakashi? I want to see Kakashi." Sakura quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll go find Kakashi for you." "No need." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Shizuke and Sakura looked over and saw Shin walking in with some snacks. Putting the snacks on the bedside table, Shin said, "Kakashi teacher is on a mission today and just left the village." Shizuke asked, "What mission?" How would I know? After spreading her hands, Shin complained, anyway, Yakumo, Kimimaro and the others went with me. I wanted to go, but they all disagreed. What? Yakumo and Kimimaro also followed Kakashi teacher to perform the mission. Sakura raised her hand to cover her mouth, looking surprised. Shin said angrily, yes. Many people went, but they didn't let me go. They said I was a distinguished guest and couldn't participate in dangerous missions. Originally, Sasuke just asked casually. After hearing what Shin said, he immediately became interested and asked, who else? Did Shinji go? Shin curled her lips, he is the chief, how can he not go? Sasuke said, what mission requires Kakashi to take Shinji, Yakumo, and Kimimaro together? It can't be Akatsuki. You guessed it right, it's Akatsuki. At this time, Tsunade walked into the ward with two medical ninjas. Lady Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade coming, Shin and Sakura hurriedly stood up and saluted. Tsunade waved her hand and came to Sasuke's bedside. She first checked Sasuke's vital signs and then said, your brother Uchiha Itachi attacked the Four Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure village as a member of Akatsuki. Kakashi's mission is to support Iwagakure and rescue the Jinchuriki abducted by Akatsuki. What? Sasuke became excited when he heard Itachi's name. Tsunade glanced at Sasuke and ignored him. I want to be discharged from the hospital, and I want to participate in this mission too. Sasuke struggled to get up, but as soon as he got up, he felt numb on his back and fell back on the bed. Seeing that Sasuke still wanted to struggle, Tsunade said calmly, if you don't rest well, your body will be completely useless, and you won't be able to do anything at that time. Sasuke looked unwilling, damn it. Sakura pleaded, Tsunade-sama, please help Sasuke. Sasuke also looked at Tsunade, his eyes full of expectation. For him, nothing is more important than revenge against Uchiha Itachi. If it is for revenge, he can bow to anyone. Tsunade shook her head, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your situation is very complicated. The curse seal on your shoulder seems to contain some natural energy. Even I can't completely stop it from eroding your body. Natural energy? What is that? Not only Sasuke, but also Sakura and Shin beside him became curious. Tsunade explained, natural energy is more common than chakra. It is around us. You can think of it as air. Sakura looked puzzled, air? Then it is everywhere. Tsunade nodded slightly, yes, it is almost everywhere. Shin asked, what does this have to do with the curse seal on Sasuke's shoulder? Since natural energy is everywhere, it should not harm us, right? Why is it that after the curse seal contains natural energy, even you can't stop the curse seal from eroding Sasuke's body? Tsunade looked at Sakura and Shin with a look of curiosity, and smiled, you asked a good question. Natural energy is usually irrelevant to us. Because of the concentration, it is difficult for us to use it, and it will not affect us. After a pause, Tsunade moved her sights to Sasuke, but if it enters in the body, and the concentration reaches a certain level, it fuses with our own chakra and mixes into fairy chakra, which will be extremely corrosive to our body. Sasuke's heart trembled, what will happen? Tsunade shook her head, the consequences are hard to predict. Some people will turn into a stone, some will explode and die, and some will lose their minds and become beasts. Sasuke's face darkened, then I will also turn into a stone, or explode and die. Tsunade nodded, if you continue to use the power of the curse seal, this result is inevitable. Sakura asked anxiously, what should I do? You really can't help Sasuke remove this curse seal. Tsunade thought about it and replied, if you want to solve this problem, I'm afraid you have to find the mysterious person who cast the curse seal on Sasuke. Sasuke's face was gloomy, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. Suddenly, Shin raised her hand and asked, Tsunade-sama, you said that natural energy mixed with our chakra will become something called Senjutsu chakra. This name doesn't sound like a murderous poison. Is there no way for us ninjas to use Senjutsu chakra? Sasuke also reacted and stared at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade smiled bitterly and shook her head, there are indeed ninjas who can control Senjutsu chakra, but it's very difficult. Sasuke didn't care, how difficult is it? Tsunade said, as far as I know, there is only 1.5 ninjas in the entire ninja world who has mastered Senjutsu, and that half is Jiraiya. Shin and Sakura asked in unison, what about that one? First generation. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 666 I don't have time. Are you talking about the first Hokage who founded our Konoha village? Sasuke, Sakura, and Shin all widened their eyes. To them, the first Hokage was a legendary figure, and his deeds had become a legend, which had been passed down to the present day along with Konoha village. Yes. Tsunade nodded, with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. After being shocked, Sasuke frowned. Are the first Hokage and Jiraiya the only ones in the entire ninja world who can harness natural energy? As far as I know, it is true. Tsunade was telling the truth. Although she had heard Jiraiya mention that the fourth generation tried to practice immortal arts in Myaboku Mountain, she didn't know whether he succeeded or not. Later, the fourth generation died young, so she didn't mention the fourth generation to Sasuke and others. After all, in her opinion, the first generation was the only one who truly mastered the immortal arts. Jiraiya's state of needing external assistance to barely open the immortal mode was not strictly considered to be mastering the immortal arts in her eyes. Sakura couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that controlling natural energy is so difficult. Shin asked, since controlling natural energy is so difficult, how did the mysterious person who attacked Sasuke inject natural energy into the curse seal? Tsunade looked at Sasuke. So now you understand why we can only remove this curse seal for you if we find that mysterious person. Because only by figuring out how the other party did it can we come up with a solution. Sasuke understood why Tsunade told him all this, and stopped talking. What you need most now is rest. After completing the examination, Tsunade left Sasuke's ward. After Tsunade and others left, Sasuke suddenly said, Sakura, I need your help. Sakura's heart jumped. What are you going to do? Sasuke said, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Are you crazy? Sakura's face changed, and she said in surprise, didn't you hear Tsunade's order? You need to rest now. Sasuke shook his head gently, I don't have time. Seeing this, Shin also advised, Sasuke, you are still young, even if you want revenge, there is no need to rush. Look at me, I am still hiding in Konoha honestly. The fact that Shin has been hunted by monsters and goblins is known to several classmates who have a good relationship with him. Sasuke was a little annoyed, what do you know, my pupil power can't hold up for much longer. Now that bastard is being hunted by Uegakuer, this is the best time for me to take revenge. If I miss it, I may never find such a good opportunity again. Sakura said, but your curse seal. Although it is eroding my body, it also greatly enhances my strength. So I have to complete my revenge while it does not erode my body too deeply. Otherwise. Sasuke obviously considered it. Looking at Sasuke's firm eyes, Sakura couldn't say many words. Shin said at this time, Sasuke, you can let us help you, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Sasuke asked, what condition? Shin said, you have to take me with you. Sakura quickly agreed, and me? Sasuke frowned. He instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he was not sure about the duel with Itachi. He might die. If he took Shin and Sakura with him, they might be implicated. But he thought again. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next one. The stinging in his eyes became more and more frequent recently, and his vision began to blur. He felt that his pupil power might not last long, so after weighing the pros and cons, he agreed to Shin and Sakura's conditions. At night, 3 sneaky figures appeared in the woods outside Konoha village. One of them asked, have you brought all the equipment? Yes. The other 2 nodded in unison. No doubt. The 3 sneaky figures were not others but Sasuke, Shin, and Sakura. Because Sakura followed Shizune to learn medical ninjutsu, she is now an apprentice medical ninja. So with her help, Sasuke, who was already quite capable, easily deceived the medical ninjas in the hospital and the 2 Anbu who were monitoring him, and escaped from the village quietly. Sasuke stared at Shin and Sakura. Shin and Sakura were carrying backpacks on their backs and 2 large bags of bulging ninja tool bags tied around their waists, looking like they were going to the battlefield. But Shin's face was full of excitement, while Sakura's face was a little nervous. Sasuke said, why don't you go back? Shin got anxious when she heard it. Hey, we agreed. You can't go back on your word. Sakura also said, we're not going back. Sasuke was somewhat helpless, the other party is the Akatsuki organization, it will be very dangerous for you to follow me. If you don't take me with you, I will go back to report to the village. After a pause, Shin muttered again, anyway, Shinji is here, what is there to be afraid of? It would have been better if Shin didn't say this. When Sasuke heard her say this, he immediately said, I will protect you, let's go. The three of them looked back at the village behind them, and then resolutely rushed towards the direction of the land of Earth. Shinji sighed. Because the reinforcements sent by Konoha were all elite and moved very quickly, it only took a day and a half to reach the border, and the team did not stop, crossing the border all the way into the land of grass. It took another half a day, and Shinji and his team passed through the narrowest area of the land of grass, and it took a total of 2.5 days to reach the land of Earth. After entering the land of Earth, the team quickly connected with the ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village. Senior Kakashi, on behalf of the Hidden Rock Village, I thank you for the support of Konoha. Kuratsuka saluted Kakashi. In order to show their importance, the Hidden Rock Village sent Kuratsuki, the daughter of the third generation Tsuchikage Onoki, to connect with the reinforcements of Konoha. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kakashi hurriedly asked, what's the situation now? Kuratsuka's face darkened, and he shook his head and said, the situation is very bad. The group of Akatsuki members who attacked Laozi bypassed our blockade and fled into the territory of the Bird Country in the south. Now there is only the group of Akatsuki members who attacked Han, who was blocked by us in the land of Earth. Kakashi's eyes flashed, what arrangements does Lord Tsuchikage have? Kuratsuka said, my grandfather plans to work together to solve the group of Akatsuki members trapped in the land of Earth, rescue Han, and then chase the other group of Akatsuki members who kidnapped Laozi. Kakashi nodded and asked, have the identities of the Akatsuki members who attacked the Five Tails Jinchuriki in your village been investigated? Well, one is the monster called Per Thousand in the land of demons, and the other is Shenung, an international spy who travels around the world as a doctor. We in Uegakuer have already fought with them, but they are very strong and our manpower failed to defeat them. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 667 Spore Clone. Kuratsuka said it euphemistically, but Kakashi knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. Uegakuer must have suffered at the hands of the Akatsuki members Wu Yang and Shenung. But this is normal, Kakashi has seen the strength of the monster Wu Yang. If there is no cage-level strongman leading the team personally, ordinary jonins will not get any advantage when facing the monster Wu Yang. Uegakuer can successfully drag Wu Yang and Shenung to the land of Earth, which is already a success. After sorting out these, Kakashi asked, have the reinforcements from other villages arrived? What do you need us to do now? Kuratsuka said, the reinforcements from other villages have not arrived yet. Konoha is the first to arrive, so we hope you can help us rescue the Five Tails Jinchuriki first. Okay. Kakashi agreed, and then emphasized that the Konoha ninja army had a long-distance raid and consumed a lot of physical strength. Before officially fighting with the members of the Akatsuki organization, they needed to rest and recuperate, and they also needed real-time intelligence support from Uegakuer. No problem. Kuratsuka nodded. Then, her eyes swept to Shinji behind Kakashi, blinked at Shinji, and then turned around to lead the way for Konoha. Shinji was stunned for a moment. Yakumo on the side asked curiously, do you know each other? Shinji shook his head, not familiar. Northern land of Earth. Boom boom boom. Amidst the visible sound waves, a huge roar followed, which instantly hurt people's eardrums. Then, the smoke and dust raised by the shock wave swept around, making the entire battlefield dusty. Looking down from the sky, you can find that all the trees in the forest are leaning in one direction, and there is nothing left at the center of the explosion, only a huge deep pit. In the distance, the Uegakuer ninja hiding behind a rock roared, damn it, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? At this moment, there is only one companion left by his side. As for the other companions, they are either seriously injured and unconscious, or have died in battle. We are dead. We are dead. Another Uegakuer ninja's face was full of despair, and his nerves seemed to collapse. He had known that Akatsuki was difficult to deal with, but he had never expected it to be so terrifying, especially the monster named Per Thousand, which could easily launch an attack like the degree, Per Thousand. Under this level of energy attack, most defensive ninjutsu were ineffective. Many of his companions did not even see the other party's face, and were affected by this map cannon-like attack, and died inexplicably. Just when the two Uegakuer ninjas were already doomed, the battlefield suddenly became quiet. What happened? The two Uegakure ninjas poked their heads out from behind the rocks, looked around, and found that there was no trace of Akatsuki members on the messy battlefield. We survived. The two Uegakure ninjas looked at each other and were very grateful. Obviously, the other party did not intend to kill them all, or to be more precise, the other party did not care about their lives at all. While the two surviving Uegakure ninjas were standing there in a daze, Wu Yang and Sheneng were carrying the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki and were flying through a long and narrow valley. Sheneng said helplessly, "It seems that we have really pissed off Uegakure this time." Wang Liang couldn't speak at this moment, because his body was completely damaged and needed to be replaced urgently. Suddenly, Zetsu leaned out from the ground and stopped the two. Wang Liang and Sheneng stopped when they saw this. Sheneng stepped forward and asked, "Why did you come to pick me up just now?" "Yes." Ju said embarrassedly, "Sorry, something delayed me." Sheneng asked, "What should we do now?" "The ninjas of Uegakure are besieging us like crazy, and the body of Wu Yang can no longer support it." Ju said, "Leave the Five Tails Jinchuriki to me first." Sheneng hesitated for a moment, and finally threw the Five-tailed Jinchuriki to Ju. Ju first covered the Five-tailed Jinchuriki with spores, and then the spores covering the Five-tailed Jinchuriki's body began to absorb the chakra of the Five-tailed Jinchuriki. After a while, the group of spores spit out the Five-tailed Jinchuriki, and turned into the Five-tailed Jinchuriki, which was very lifelike. Wang Liang and Sheneng were both stunned when they saw this. Because no matter the appearance, the chakra aura, or even the scale of chakra, the Five-tailed Jinchuriki transformed by the spores is more like the real Five-tailed Jinchuriki than the real one. Ju smiled, "The front has been completely blocked by Uegakure, and the Tsuchikage is coming here." "What?" Ju said, "You are now going back the same way, turning back to the valley entrance, and then breaking out to the south, and Beiruo will meet you there. I will take this spore clone to distract the Tsuchikage and buy time for your breakout." Sheneng asked in confusion, "Is there no Uegakure blockade in that direction?" "Yes, but that is the weakest point of Uegakure blockade." After a pause, Ju seemed to have thought of something and added, "But the reinforcements of Konoha seem to be coming from there. If you are not fast enough, you may be blocked by Konoha's people." "Konoha?" Frowning, Sheneng asked hurriedly, "Who is leading the Konoha team?" Ju replied, "It seems to be Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi. It's not the Hokage, nor the three ninjas. It seems that we are lucky." Sheneng smiled. He was a high-level spy who traveled to various countries, so he was very clear about the combat power of Konoha's upper echelons. Although Kakashi was also a difficult character, he was much easier to deal with than the Hokage and the three ninjas. Ju reminded, "Don't be careless, Konoha's Kurama Yakumo, who awakened the special eye technique blood limit and mastered the wood escape through surgery, is also among them." Sheneng smiled proudly. He was not afraid of a child who had not even graduated from a ninja school. After being reminded by Zetsu, Wu Yang and Sheneng immediately turned back with the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and then quickly broke through to the south along a river at the mouth of the valley, breaking through several blockades of Uegakure in succession. And Zetsu led the spore clone that had drunk the Five Tails chakra to lead away the main force of Uegakure led by Tsuchikage. On the other side, led by Kuratsuki, the people of Konoha came to the periphery of the blockade area. In a temporary camp, Shinji and others rested while waiting for the latest intelligence from the Uegakure front. Soon, Kuratsuki rushed into the Konoha camp and found Kakashi. "The Akatsuki organization seems to have split into two groups, and one group is coming towards us." Kakashi was very calm and asked, "Do they have the Five Tails Jinchuriki of your village?" Kuratsuki shook his head, "It is impossible to be sure at present, because the intelligence shows that Han is suspected to be in another group. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 668 Even if I die, I will protect you. Kakashi thought about it. Their main task in supporting Uegakure this time is not to arrest members of Akatsuki, but to rescue the two Uegakure Jinchuriki who were abducted by Akatsuki. So if the Jinchuriki is not in the hands of the other party, he doesn't want to rush into a head-on confrontation with the Akatsuki members. Kuratsuki was a little confused. The main force of Uegakure is in the blockade, and she doesn't know how Wu Yang and Sheneng broke through the blockade and broke through all the way here. There is only a temporary camp here. In addition to the support troops from Konoha, there are not many Uegakure ninjas left here, and some of them are medical and intelligence teams. After a few breaths, Kakashi made a decision, since we can't completely rule out that the Five Tails Jinchuriki is not in the hands of the other party, we must confirm it. Kurotsuki asked, what do you mean? Attack immediately. Kakashi said in a firm tone. After hearing Kakashi's decision, the Konoha people behind him became agitated. After all, they were going up against the Akatsuki organization. Even senior ninjas like Hong and Shizun were inevitably a little nervous at the moment. Hey! Kurotsuka looked at the Konoha people, and suddenly froze for a moment, and exclaimed in his heart. The Konoha ninja army led by Kakashi was composed of a senior ninja team led directly by Kakashi, a medical team led by Shizun, a communication team, 2 Anbu teams, and 2 student teams. As a result, after learning that Kakashi was going to take the initiative to attack, the medical ninjas and communication ninjas in the team were not to be mentioned. Even the senior ninjas and Anbu who gathered around Kakashi were whispering to each other, and there was a commotion to varying degrees. Obviously, this was a tense situation. An uneasy performance. Kurotsuka had seen too many such performances from Uegakure ninjas who had learned that they were going to fight the Akatsuki organization, so it was not surprising. What really surprised Kurotsuka was the performance of the trainee team led by Shinji. After hearing that they were about to fight the Akatsuki organization, they were neither arrogant nor frightened like the newcomers who were going to the battlefield for the first time. They just listened quietly, as if the Akatsuki members who had captured a powerful Jinchuriki alive and broke through the layers of encirclement of the Uegakure were nothing to be afraid of. Kakashi, the other senior ninjas, also noticed this and nodded secretly. Soon, the joint ninja army composed of Konoha and a small number of Uegakure ninjas such as Kurotsuka set out from the temporary camp and rushed towards the 2 people, Wu Yang and Sheneng, who broke through this side. Boom boom. After a while, everyone stopped. The roar in front meant that everyone had arrived at the battlefield. Kurotsuka's face changed. How come we are here already? The Konoha people knew without asking that the speed of Akatsuki's breakthrough was beyond the expectations of Uegakure. The area of the battle in front was probably not the battlefield reserved by Uegakure for this sniper. After crossing a mountain range, the battlefield in front finally came into everyone's sight. On the chaotic battlefield, several Uegakure ninjas were besieging a huge monster with various ninjutsu and ninja tools. And the besieged monster was the monster called Wangliang that exuded evil chakra all over its body. Roar! Just then, the Wangliang suddenly roared. The tentacles shot out from the sky, rolling up the leading Uegakure ninja, while the other Uegakure ninjas were swept across the waist by the tentacles, their bodies were torn into pieces by the tentacles, and their flesh and blood were blurred. Then, an even more terrifying scene happened. The huge monster Wangliang, like a tailed beast, actually drilled into the mouth of the Uegakure ninja who was rolled up by the tentacles and forcibly occupied the other's body. Looking at this scene, even from a distance, Kurotsuka was terrified. The other people also had different expressions, some were gloomy and solemn, some were nervous and uneasy, and some even had panic in their eyes. Kakashi's gaze did not stay on Wangliang for too long, but looked at Sheneng who was holding the Five Tails Jinchuriki in one hand behind Wangliang, and said, Yakumo, Ninkai, can you confirm whether the person he is holding is the real Five Tails Jinchuriki? Yakumo and Ninkai each activated their own eye technique blood limit and observed the Five Tails Jinchuriki held by Sheneng. After a while, Yakumo frowned and said, the amount of chakra on the other party is a little wrong, but it seems to be real. Ninkai said, I can't be sure. The other party does have tailed beast chakra, but the amount is a little small. It may have been consumed in the battle, or it may be some kind of clone. Whether it is the Byakugan, the Sharingan, or even the Samsara Eye, it is impossible to identify high-level clone techniques 100%. In the original time and space, Obito, who had transplanted the Samsara Eye, was fooled by Kakashi's lightning clone. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, could not see through Naruto's shadow clone at a glance. Therefore, if you want to use pupil techniques to determine whether the opponent is a clone, you need your own combat experience, the degree of familiarity with each other, and even the accuracy of the opponent's clone. Still can't be sure. Kakashi sighed and said, then this battle seems inevitable. Everyone's expression was stern. Kakashi said, the intelligence team, medical team, and student team stay here. The Jonin team will attack with me, and the Anbu team will be responsible for support. Yes. No matter what they thought, after the order was issued, everyone in Konoha responded in unison. Kurotsuki asked, what about our Uegakure? Kakashi pointed at Shinji and the others and said, please take care of them. If the battle situation is not favorable, please take them away. Understood. Kuratsuka breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little guilty. In her opinion, the ninjas of Konoha came all the way to support Uegakuer, and she, as an Uegakuer ninja, stood by and watched when the enemy was in front of her. This was obviously not something she could do with confidence. Attack! Swish, swish, swish. With Kakashi's order, more than a dozen ninjas from the Jounin and Anbyo classes jumped up, spread out in a fan shape, and rushed towards the distant Wu Yang, who was slowly picking up the red cloud suit from the ground and putting it on. On the mountain, the remaining communication team immediately contacted the nearby reinforcements, while the medical team looked at the distance anxiously. Judging from the scene of the monsters slaughtering the Uegakuer ninjas just now, if the front was defeated, the casualties would be heavy. They even doubted whether the wounded could hold on until they arrived. Or, they were not sure whether they had a chance to get close to the battlefield. Shinji also looked into the distance, looking a little worried. At this time, Kuratsuka, with a guilty look on his face, came to Shinji and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, even if I die, I will protect you. The first update is here." Chapter 669 Interception. Shinji glanced at Kuratsuka and wanted to say something, but facing Kuratsuka's sincere gaze, he shut up tactfully. His eyes shifted again, and Shinji looked at the battlefield. His worries were different from others. The Overlord of Fear is currently devouring the Demon Slayer world, and after the other party devours the Demon Slayer world, the next one will be the Ninja world. Therefore, although Akatsuki's act of resurrecting the Ten Tails will cause a bloody storm in the Ninja world, if we look at this issue from a more macro perspective, we will find that the resurrection of the Ten Tails, or the birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, is the most effective way to increase the upper limit of the Ninja world's strength. From this perspective, Shinji actually hopes that Akatsuki can succeed. So everyone else is worried that Wu Yang and Sheneng have kidnapped the Five Tails. Kuriki, and Shinji was worried that they would fail. Two idiots, just catching a human Kuriki, why is there such a big fuss? Shinji shook his head helplessly. Just then, a communication ninja from Uegakuer shouted, "Lord Kuratsuka, we have contacted the reinforcements from Kumigakuer." Kurigakuer was very excited. "Where are they? Who is leading the team?" The communication ninja quickly replied, "Lord Rakage is leading the team himself, he is nearby and is rushing towards us." Great! Kurigakuer clenched his fists. The arrival of the Rakage gave her a reassurance. Obviously, compared to a senior ninja like Kakashi, the arrival of a Kage is more exciting. Hearing that the people from Kumigakuer are coming soon, especially the Rakage is leading the team, Shinji frowned. Boom boom! The roar sounded again, indicating that the battle in the distance had broken out. Kakashi's strength is beyond doubt. If his Mangeki Sharingan is taken into account, even a Kage will be killed by him if he is not careful. However, like his teacher, the fourth Hokage, he is not good at dealing with large monsters. And the monster Wu Yang is exactly the kind of enemy he is not good at dealing with. Fortunately, he has a team of Jonin and special Jonin such as Asuma and Hong to cooperate with him, so he does not have to worry about a quick defeat. Damn, it's endless. Wu Yang complained loudly while fighting with the people of Konoha. Sheneng, who was surrounded by the Anbyo class, shouted at this time, "Don't get entangled with these Konoha ninjas, we have to find a way to break through." Wu Yang said, "Still the old way, I will hold them back, you go first." "Okay." Sheneng nodded. So, Wu Yang, who had returned to human form, was freed again and turned back into the hideous monster before. The swaying tentacles swept everywhere, quickly suppressing the battlefield. Sheneng took the opportunity to flash and disappeared on the battlefield with the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki. Two Anbyo wanted to chase him, but were knocked down by Wu Yang's tentacles and fell to the ground, their life or death unknown. On the mountain, the people who stayed behind immediately discovered the changes on the battlefield. The fully liberated monster Wu Yang can easily control a large area. Its tentacles are fast and fierce. With a random sweep, the destructive power can be comparable to A-level ninjutsu. And the upper ninja class could not hurt him at all, whether they performed ninjutsu or detonating talismans, so Wu Yang created an opportunity for Sheneng to break through as soon as he exerted his strength. Sheneng's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the battlefield with the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki. Even Yakumo and Niji couldn't help but exclaimed so fast. Seeing that Sheneng was about to break out with the five tails Jinchuriki, Bai approached Shinji and whispered, "Shinji, do you want to intercept him?" Karin also looked at Shinji, waiting for his order. Shinji naturally didn't want to care. If he delayed Sheneng now, he would probably die here when the wreckage arrived. Swish! But before he could express his opinion, Yakumo flashed and pounced on the Sheneng who broke out. Kimimaro and Niji looked at each other and immediately followed. "Yakumo, don't act on your own." Shizuan, who stayed behind to command the medical team, was shocked when she saw this, but at this time, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji were already dozens of meters away. Shinji also knew that it was too late to say anything, so he called Bai and Karin and followed. Seeing that Shinji also attacked, Kuratsuka quickly gathered the Uegaku ninjas around him and followed. After a chase, Yakumo's team finally stopped Sheneng in a forest dozens of miles away. Looking at Kimimaro and Niji on the opposite side, Sheneng grinned, "It's you little brats again. I let you go last time, but you're looking for death again this time." Kimimaro and Niji's faces darkened. The last time they chased back the kidnapped Suzuki, they had fought Sheneng, and the disastrous defeat was still unforgettable for them. Yakumo ignored Sheneng's provocation, put down the Jinchuriki. Sheneng said coldly, "Just you three little brats." Swish, swish, swish. At this time, with the sound of breaking wind, Shinji's team, as well as Kuratsuki and other Uegaku ninjas also arrived, and everyone surrounded Sheneng in the center. Kuratsuka looked grim, "Not only the three of them, but also us. Hand over our village's Jinchuriki immediately, otherwise, I will make you look bad." Seeing that he was trapped in a tight siege, Sheneng threw the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki to the ground casually, and then said while moving his body, "The little brats nowadays are really arrogant. It just so happens that I have never had a chance to test the results of my experiment. Since you are looking for death, I will use you to test it." As he said that, a terrifying chakra suddenly burst out of his body. How? How could it be? Yakumo was shocked. Not only her, but Niji with his Byakugan was also shocked. Is he also a Jinchuriki? No doubt. With the full help of Akatsuki and Wu Yang, Sheneng's idea of creating an artificial tailed beast was finally realized. And he also became the first Jinchuriki of the Zero Tail he created. After the chakra of the Zero Tail exploded, Sheneng's already strong body quickly expanded and became even stronger, and the black chakra that escaped from his body was like a substance, lingering around his body. How is this possible? All members of the Akatsuki organization, is it so terrifying? Oh no, we are finished. The Uegaku ninjas following Kuratsuka were terrified for a moment. They thought that the Jonins of Konoha had held back the monster Wu Yang, which was just convenient for them to intercept Sheneng and rescue the Five Tails Jinchuriki. But they didn't expect that Sheneng, who was famous for being a spy, actually had such terrifying strength. Ha ha ha, it's not over yet. Are you scared now? Open your eyes and see clearly, this is my real strength. 8 gates of ninja open. Laughing wildly, Sheneng opened the 8 gates of ninja while releasing the chakra of the Zero Tail. Chapter 670 Fierce Fight. Open the first gate, open. Open the 5th gate, Duman. Open the 6th gate, Jingman. Every time he opened a gate, the airwaves around Sheneng became more turbulent. When he opened the 6th gate, Jingman, the black airwaves mixed with chakra, sweat, blood, etc. had become substantial, and the air around him seemed to become sticky. Faced with the venting airwaves, Yakumo, Ninkai, and Kimimaro, who were intercepting Sheneng head-on, all subconsciously took a few steps back and had to raise their arms to resist the air waves. So strong! Yakumo was secretly shocked. Ningji and Kimimaro looked at each other, and saw doubt in each other's eyes. The last time they faced Sheneng, the other party also used the 8 gates of Dunjia, but it was not as powerful as it is now. However, both of them are masters of physical skills and understand a simple and plain truth. That is, no matter what kind of physical skills, secrets of physical skills, the essence is just to increase the power of the caster. The stronger the caster, the stronger the power after the operation. On the contrary, if the caster's basic strength is insufficient, even if the secret is used, the power will be greatly reduced. It's like opening the 8th door, the Death Gate. Kai's father only he was able to defeat the 7 Mist Shadow Ninja swordsmen, but he couldn't even kill them all. However, Kai was able to fight Madara, which made Madara, who had already reached the 6 paths level, sincerely give him the evaluation of the strongest physical skill. So Sheneng is more powerful than before. There is only one explanation, that is, his own strength has greatly improved after becoming the zero-tail Jinkraki. Facing Sheneng, who opened the 6th gate cageman, the surrounding Uegaku ninjas were all terrified and shaken. Seeing this, Kurotsuka jumped to the big tree where Shinji's team was, and said to Shinji anxiously, "Our intelligence is wrong. This guy's strength is much stronger than we expected before. Shinji, evacuate now." Shinji glanced at Kurotsuka indifferently, wondering why the other party cared so much about him. Seeing that Shinji was indifferent, Kurotsuka stepped forward and grabbed Shinji's collar. "What are you still in a daze? This is no longer an enemy we can deal with. If we don't retreat, none of us will be able to escape." Kurotsuka's nervousness was not a disguise. Since she went to Konoha last time and participated in the Konoha Ninja School's assessment, she was impressed by Shinji, who won the first place in the assessment at that time. At that time, she was beaten by Yakumo, who mastered the wood release and had no power to fight back. She could not forget the feeling of powerlessness at that time until now. Just when she thought Yakumo could not be defeated at all, she learned that Yakumo was defeated, and it was Shinji who defeated Yakumo. From then on, she began to take an interest in Shinji, the orphan of Uchiha. Whether it was admiration for the strong or some other emotion, in short, when she saw Shinji was also in the Konoha reinforcement team this time, she was very happy. The 7th gate, the Jingmen, open. Just then, Sheneng, who had already opened 6 doors, was still not satisfied, and finally opened the 7th door, the Jingmen, the door closest to the death gate. Boom! The strength of the air wave went up a level, and even the gravel on the ground floated up. "It's over." Haito was a little distracted for a moment, and loosened his hand that was grabbing Shinji's collar. Shinji was still calm, looking down at the battlefield not far away, and said lightly, "Don't worry, I will take action. On the field. Just to deal with you little ghosts, this level is enough." With a grim smile, Sheneng disappeared from the spot. "Everyone be careful!" Yakumo exclaimed immediately. Because she found that when Sheneng was in the 7th gate Jingmen state, even her blood dragon eyes could not capture the other party's figure. Bang! Before Yakumo found Sheneng's figure, she heard a muffled sound behind her, and then, Kimimaro flew backwards in the whistling sound of breaking wind, and he couldn't stop his body even after knocking down several big trees. Too fast. Ninkai's face darkened. After Kimimaro was knocked away, he barely noticed it, so he realized that he might be Sheneng's next target, and the opponent's speed was far beyond the dynamic capture of his Byakugan, so he didn't think twice and immediately launched the Kaiden. Boom! Sure enough, at the moment when Ninkai launched Kaiden, a residual image attacked him and hit the chakra vortex of Kaiden hard, making a roar. Then, the residual image was repelled, and Ninkai who launched the Kaiden was also shaken away and fell to the ground. Why not possibly? Because of the biological exoskeleton, Niji was not injured, but the opponent's move to break his Kaiden made him a little difficult to accept. Hwalala! At this time, countless branches rose from the ground, and the original trees in the forest also swayed with it, as if they were alive and agitated. Then, these trees gathered into a sea of trees, attacking Sheneng, who had just been repelled from all directions. Looking at the surging sea of trees, Sheneng's face became solemn, and his hands quickly formed seals. Zero-tail technique, super thick acid mist. Puff! Sheneng's abdomen swelled, and then a large dark purple corrosive fog suddenly spurted out of his mouth, heading towards Yakumo's sea of trees. Instantly, the thick acidic poisonous fog spread out, and all the trees that entered the range of the poisonous fog withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yakumo was shocked, and his expression became more solemn. Fortunately, although the thick acidic poisonous fog could corrode the sea of trees, it could not spread to the entire battlefield under the impact of the endless sea of trees. But in this way, it became a chakra competition between Yakumo and Sheneng. If it was before, Yakumo, who had transplanted the first generation of cells, would naturally not be afraid of Sheneng, but now Sheneng has become the zero-tail Jinkraki, and has completely surpassed normal ninjas in terms of chakra volume, so such a competition does not have any advantage for Yakumo. In the poisonous fog, Sheneng quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Forbidden medical technique, physical regeneration." After performing the forbidden technique, he glanced around and found that his super thick acid mist was actually restricted by the sea of trees and did not spread out. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. This super thick acid mist is one of his trump cards, because only his own forbidden technique flesh regeneration can withstand the corrosion of the poisonous mist, so after performing super thick acid mist and flesh regeneration at the same time, he is equivalent to creating a field of life withering for himself. But he didn't expect that his trump card would be offset by wood escape like this. It's worthy of being a wood escape, then I will smash you myself. Sheneng stepped on the ground and stepped out of a big pit, and then with the reaction force and the terrifying speed of opening the shock gate, the whole person was like a cannonball, carrying a deafening roar and attacking Yakumo. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 671 Attack. The huge impact completely exploded in the sea of trees, setting off waves of air, and these waves wrapped in wood chips and gravel violently vented around. The thick trees were vulnerable to Sheneng in the state of Jingmen, and the continuous recovery ability of wood release was also half a beat slower at this moment. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Sheneng broke through the barrier of more than 10 layers of trees and approached Yakumo, who was protected in the depths of the sea of trees. Incredible! Yakumo said inwardly, his face full of entanglement. From the current strength shown by Sheneng, it may be difficult to win with only wood release, but there are Shinji and others nearby, as well as the ninjas of Uegakuer. Yakumo did not dare to release Ito and put his strength fully exerted. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by bursts of explosions and flying wood chips, Sheneng was still advancing rapidly in the sea of trees. In the state of Jingmen, every move and every style of him contained great destructive power. Normal physical ninjas, even those with the steel fist style like Kai, would not rush into the sea of trees so recklessly, because the force is mutual, and the huge destructive force exerted will also react on his body. It's just that Sheneng also performed the forbidden medical technique physical regeneration at this time, so he was not afraid of such physical damage. Shua! Just when Sheneng was about to break through the last wooden wall and attack Yakumo, a figure fell from the sky and suddenly intercepted Sheneng. It's you? Sheneng was stunned for a moment. It was not someone else who intercepted him, but Kimimaro, whom he had just knocked away. Kimimaro didn't waste any words and attacked him with all his strength. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the two of them started fighting fiercely in the surrounding sea of trees. You can still move. It seems that I underestimated you. With a smile, Sheneng continued, 8 gates of ninjutsu? It's a pity that you only opened the 3rd gate, life gate. How can this level be my opponent? Kimimaro still responded calmly. After losing to Sheneng last time, he asked Orochimaru to practice the 8 gates of Dunjia. Unfortunately, due to the blood disease, he interrupted the practice of the 8 gates of Dunjia, so until now, he could only barely open the 3rd gate, the gate of life. At the same time, like Yakumo, he also had his own concerns and could not freely display the abilities related to the corpse vein in front of everyone. And the enemy was particularly powerful, so he could only choose to expose the secret of his practice of the 8 gates of Dunjia. After a while, Niji, who had recovered, also joined the battle. On a big tree not far away. Looking at Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji, the 3 of them barely blocked Sheneng in the gate of shock state. Kuratsuki was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, he and they could actually block it. Shinji shook his head slightly. If Yakumo could release Ito or Kimimaro and Niji could combine, then there would be no problem in dealing with Sheneng who opened the Jingmen. But now they are in such a restricted state that they are obviously no match for Sheneng. Physical skills are like this. Once the speed exceeds the opponent's limit, the situation will immediately take a turn for the worse. In the original time and space, Sasuke, who only had the 3 Magatama Sharingan, could easily deal with Sheneng who opened the 8 gates of Dunjia. That's because at that time, Sheneng was still a spy traveling around the world as a pharmacist. Not only did he not join the Akatsuki organization, but even his Zero Tail was a half-finished product. And the one in front of him was Sheneng, who joined the Akatsuki organization, experienced various fierce battles, and transformed from a spy to a ninja. Whether it was physical skills or combat experience, he had made great progress. More importantly, with the assistance of the Akatsuki organization, he completed the Zero Tail and successfully became the Zero Tail Jinkriki. If Sasuke with 3 Magatama Sharingan in the original time and space was put in the present, his performance would not be much better than Yakumo, Kimimaro, and others. Bang! As expected. After a round of attacks, Nisi was the first to be knocked out and left the battle circle. Then, Kimimaro was hit by Sheneng's punch, his arm was dislocated, and he fell down and was knocked back. Without the cover of Kimimaro and Niji, all the pressure was immediately concentrated on Yakumo. She felt bad, so she used the skills of the strange fist and punched Sheneng head on. Bang! A deep and shocking muffled sound exploded on the battlefield. The two people who were fighting were each pushed back by the huge reaction force. Yakumo was lighter and stopped after retreating more than 10 meters under the support of the tree vines, while Sheneng retreated less than 10 meters, but his legs plowed a deep mark on the ground. Who? Yakumo's chest rose and fell, and she was panting violently. Her arm that was fighting was even more painful, and she had lost consciousness on her fist. Humph! Sheneng on the opposite side snorted. He was much more seriously injured than Yakumo. His arm that was fighting was completely twisted and deformed. If it were someone else, this arm would probably have been useless. However, under the treatment of the forbidden medical technique flesh regeneration, his twisted arm was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shaking his recovered arm, Sheneng grinned, "That was the super strength fist just now. I didn't expect you to master such a secret technique. If I hadn't used physical regeneration in advance, I would have fallen into your hands just now." Yakumo's blood was boiling at this time, and he couldn't speak. Sheneng walked slowly towards Yakumo, and his momentum became stronger with every step he took. Obviously, after becoming a Jinkraki, his recovery ability has been qualitatively improved, and the chakra in his body can still support him to fight so luxuriously. Yakumo saw this and had to control the wood release to attack Sheneng. However, the trees that pounced on Sheneng were easily torn apart by Sheneng with his hands, as if they were all made of paper. Yakumo was a little panicked, biting his lips, and weighing whether to release Ito at the last moment. Because spirits that can move freely are very rare in the ninja world, once Ito is released, even if Ito does not transform into the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, it will still expose Yakumo's hidden identity as Akatsuki's D. Shua. At this moment, Shinji flashed and landed in front of Sheneng. Sheneng was not surprised, and his footsteps did not stop. Another one who is going to die. Seeing Shinji's move, Yakumo first breathed a sigh of relief, and then reminded, "Shinji, be careful, this guy is very difficult to deal with." Shiro, Karin, Kuratsuki and the surrounding Uegakure ninjas were all looking at the battlefield nervously at this moment. Many of them were surprised at Shinji's courage. After all, it took great courage to dare to stand up when Sheneng showed such a strong strength. Shua. Just when everyone was worried about Shinji, Shinji activated the 12 palaces and flashed in front of Sheneng. You. Sheneng was stunned. The Rasen shuriken in Shinji's hand followed closely, and hit Sheneng under the surprised eyes of Sheneng, who was caught off guard. Boom. Instantly, Sheneng was knocked out. Shinji said lightly, "Why don't you just get out of here? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 672 You Should Leave. Shinji was very sudden from the moment he appeared to the moment he attacked. He had an extremely accurate grasp of the timing, and when Sheneng had just consumed a lot of energy with Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji, and was careless, he suddenly attacked. And once he attacked, there was no room for maneuver. Not only did he fully operate the 12 palaces, he also activated the 7th type shrinking step. At this moment, his speed was not slower than Sheneng in the Jingmen state. Sheneng had just defeated Yakumo, the leader of the young generation of Konoha, who mastered the wood release, so he was inevitably careless. One side gained strength while the other side lost strength. Shinji's seemingly normal attack, which was actually a sneak attack, succeeded easily. Boom boom boom. Sheneng, who was knocked out, didn't know how many trees and branches he had broken. He almost used his body to force a gap in the sea of trees, and then fell heavily to the ground, without any movement. Is he dead? Kuratsuka stared blankly, his eyes full of disbelief. The enemy who was so powerful that she felt trembling was easily solved by Shinji in front of her eyes. This extremely shocking scene was stronger and more intuitive than the last time she heard Shinji defeat Yakumo in the assessment in Konoha. At this time, Karin shook her head and said, "He's not dead." Bang! Sure enough, Sheneng blew away the broken wood and gravel that were pressing on him. What? A damn brat! Shen Nong looked down at the wound on his chest. Even under the effect of the medical forbidden technique flesh regeneration, the flesh and blood at the wound was wriggling rapidly, trying to recover, but the wound was still shocking. How is it possible? Seeing that Shen Nong could still stand up after being hit by the Rasen shuriken that would even break Sasuke's Susanoo, Yakumo was stunned. Not only her, but the Uegaku ninjas present were also stunned. Kurotsuki, who had just shown a smile on his face, became nervous again at this moment. Bai and Karin on the side also looked serious and were ready to intervene at any time. On the field. Oh! Shinji was not too surprised. If it were anyone else, even Kakuzu, who had an immortal body with multiple hearts, would be finished if he was hit by him, but Shen Nong relied on the strong vitality of the Jinkriki and the medical forbidden technique he created, and he actually resisted it. But that's all. Kid, you are proud enough to hurt me. After a pause, Sheneng said fiercely, good physical skills, an enemy worthy of my tearing apart. Yakumo behind Shinji said anxiously, Shinji, let's go together. Without looking back, Shinji just waved his hand, you retreat. But... retreat? After that, Shinji slowly walked towards Sheneng. Looking at Shinji's back, I don't know if it was because of the authority of the chief or something else, Yakumo finally chose to trust and obediently retreated to the side. Sheneng smiled, kid, at least your courage is worthy of praise. Shinji didn't waste any words, and activated the 12 palaces again, launching the 7th form shrinking step. Swish! In just a moment, Shinji was close to Sheneng. Humph! Sheneng, who was prepared, opened the Jingmen state and launched an attack on Shinji who attacked him. Bang bang bang! Soon, the two of them fought back and forth, punching and kicking each other. Little boy, if you hadn't met me, your physical skills would be proud enough. Unfortunately, you are unlucky today and met me. After the fight, Sheneng soon found that Shinji's speed and strength were not as strong as his own in the Jingmen state, and his confidence soared. Shinji still didn't say anything nonsense, but suddenly a bright chakra flashed on his palms. Palm fairy technique. Sheneng frowned slightly in the fierce fight. He was very good at medical ninjutsu, and was naturally familiar with the palm fairy technique, but he couldn't understand why Shinji used the palm fairy technique in such a peak-level physical duel. You should know that the palm immortal technique is only a medical ninjutsu. Although it has the ability to damage human meridians, it is obviously not enough for this level of physical skills. No. However, the confusion on Sheneng's face did not last long, and was replaced by horror. Soon, he was gradually at a disadvantage in terms of speed and strength in the fierce fight. This is not because Shinji has become stronger, but because he is rapidly weakening. In fact, his weakening was noticed by the onlookers, because his swollen, full, and powerful body was shrinking little by little. Sheneng was horrified and looked at Shinji in doubt, what did you do to me? Shinji did not entangle too much, and turned around and kicked him hard. And the direction of the kick was also quite particular, just kicking Sheneng not far away from the unconscious Five-Tails Jinchuriki who fell to the ground. I won. The Uegaku ninjas were also in doubt, and the rapid change of the situation on the field made them a little at a loss. Kurotsuka said with emotion, so strong. Yakumo, who had opened the red dragon eye, seemed to be thinking about something, as if he had seen something. No doubt. When Shinji made his first move, he had already secretly injected his own chakra into Sheneng's body through the Rasen Shuriken. He knew very well that there was only one chance for a sneak attack. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to leave a little hidden hand, it would take some effort to deal with Sheneng who had opened the Jingmen. So he borrowed the method that Suzuki used to deal with Sheneng in the original time and space, and used the clever idea of secretly injecting his own chakra into Sheneng's body to block the opponent's meridians, and cracked Sheneng's 8 gates of Dunjia. What he just used was not completely Palm Immortal technique. It was the Palm Immortal technique that integrated the Tianyin of the Samsara Eye, the purpose of which was to control the chakra that had been injected into Sheneng's body before, and accurately block the acupuncture points in Sheneng's body. It was not a fluke that he succeeded. Sheneng may indeed be a genius in individual skills, but Shinji is very clear that the 8 gates of Dunjia mastered by Sheneng was not obtained through hard training day and night and for many years like Kai, but with the help of some technology and hard work, which inevitably leads to Sheneng's control over his body is not as good as that of the ninja who really mastered the 8 gates of Dunjia through hard training. In addition, Sheneng did not have the blood inheritance of pupil skills and could not observe his own body, so he waited until Shinji completed all the arrangements in a light and a dark way, and he realized it belatedly. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sheneng became sluggish, and his momentum also declined rapidly. At this time, he had long lost the will to fight, and his eyes began to wander, looking at the Five-Tails Jinchuriki lying on the ground not far away. Shinji still posed as the chief, indifferent, with a little arrogance of the Uchiha clan, and did not pursue the victory. Seeing this, Sheneng jumped up and raised the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki started running wildly. Here is the first update. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. Chapter 673, Pursuit. Shen Nong's sudden withdrawal was beyond the expectations of everyone present except Shinji, so that when Shen Nong rushed into the distant forest with the Five Tails Jinchuriki, everyone on the field came to their senses. The people who came to their senses did not take any action immediately, but all looked at Shinji on the field. Undoubtedly, Shinji's overwhelming victory just now established his prestige in the hearts of everyone, so including the Uegakuer ninjas, all subconsciously waited for Shinji's order. Shinji's expression was still indifferent, and coupled with the scarlet three-magatama Sharingan in his eyes, the arrogance unique to the Uchiha clan was fully displayed. So that even if everyone thought that they should start the pursuit immediately, no one would speak easily for a while. Shinji was certainly not showing off. He looked at the direction where Sheneng disappeared, silently estimating the speed of Sheneng's recovery. He wanted to let Sheneng go and let the Akatsuki organization get the Five Tails Jinchuriki, but he couldn't show it too obviously. So before the fight just now, he had already evaluated Sheneng's medical forbidden technique flesh regeneration. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. 11 seconds. Almost. His acupuncture points that were blocked and damaged by me should have recovered 50% to 60%. After guessing Sheneng's physical condition, Shinji waved his hand and said, "Chase." Without questioning or asking questions, all ninjas, including the Uegakuer ninjas, nodded silently and followed Shinji. Not good, his speed is getting faster. Yakumo, who was observing the front with the red dragon eye, suddenly exclaimed. Ninkai, who had also been staring at Sheneng fleeing in front of him, also echoed, "Well, his body seems to have recovered, and his speed has been increasing. How could this be? He was so badly injured, is he a monster? Damn, that guy tricked him." The Uegakuer ninjas were shocked and suspicious. They had witnessed the confrontation between Shinji and Sheneng just now. Whether it was the Rasen Shuriken at the beginning or the physical duel later, Shinji had dealt Sheneng a heavy blow. But in just a few minutes, Sheneng actually recovered again, which really made them feel horrified. Shinji still looked normal. With his understanding of the human body and his attainments in medical ninjutsu, he was sure that Sheneng's so-called medical forbidden technique flesh regeneration must have some limit. So he speculated that Sheneng now seemed to have recovered, but his combat effectiveness was definitely greatly reduced. He even suspected that Sheneng's current state could no longer open the 8 gates of Dunjia. Therefore, he slowed down a bit and didn't chase too hard. And his behavior did not arouse suspicion from other people in the team. After all, after discovering that Sheneng had recovered, necessary caution was a quality that a captain should have. Even many people felt relieved that Shinji did not take too much risks. Just then, Yakumo suddenly showed joy. "It's Kumigakuer. The support from Kumigakuer has arrived, and they intercepted Sheneng in front." Everyone was very excited when they heard this. Because everyone knew that the troops coming to support Kumigakuer this time were led by the 4th Raikage himself. Although Uegakuer and Kumigakuer have always been at odds, the Uegakuer ninjas still admire the strength of the Raikage. So in everyone's opinion, if the Raikage takes action, Sheneng will not be able to escape. Shinji frowned slightly. In addition to his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the 3 pairs of eyes he controls with the Susanoo Sun Toucan are Keirin's Samsara Eye, Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki, and a pair of Blood Dragon Eyes. Sharingan and Blood Dragon Eye are both illusion eyes, without the ability of perspective. Although Samsara Eye is fully functional and powerful, it is not a perspective eye like Red Dragon Eye, White Eye, and Red Eye, so he cannot see the situation ahead in advance, so that when he heard that the Cloud Village reinforcements intercepted Sheneng, he felt a little irritated. Boom boom. Soon, a series of roars came from the front. Obviously, a battle has broken out over there. This. After a while, Yakumo, who had been observing the front, was stunned. Ningji, who has the white eye, also has a strange look on his face. Kuratsuki on the side hurriedly asked, "What's going on in front? Did Lord Raikage rescue our village's Jinchuriki?" Yakumo shook his head. The Cloud Village's interception was broken. How is it possible? Not only Kuratsuki, but also the Uegakuer ninjas in the team exclaimed. Yakumo explained, "I didn't see the Raikage in the Kumigakuer reinforcements ahead." Everyone in Uegakuer looked at each other in bewilderment. Soon, Shinji and his party arrived at the battlefield where the Kumigakure reinforcements had just stopped Sheneng. Although the battle was short, the situation on the battlefield was very tragic. There were 3 or 4 incomplete bodies of Kumigakure ninjas lying on the ground. The remaining Kumigakure ninjas were silently bandaging their wounds. Kuratsuka's eyes quickly fell on Darui of Kumigakure, and he hurriedly asked, "Darui, where is Lord Raikage?" While bandaging his wounds, Darui said, "The movement on another battlefield is very fierce. It was very quiet, so Lord Raikage went to support that side." This. Kuratsuka was speechless for a moment. There is no doubt that the fierce battle between the monster Wuliang and Kakashi and others made too much noise, which attracted the attention of Raikage, so Raikage personally went to the battlefield over there and only arranged Darui to lead 2 teams to support Kuratsuka. Such an arrangement is understandable. Sheneng was just a spy before, and his strength was not ranked in the Akatsuki organization, so neither Raikage nor Darui took Sheneng seriously. Unexpectedly, Sheneng has now become the Zero-Tail Jinkriki, and his strength has undergone a qualitative change. If the previous Sheneng was just a jonin who was good at medical ninjutsu and secretly learned the 8 gates of ninja, but was weak in actual combat, then the current Sheneng is completely different from the past. In terms of destructive power alone, he even surpassed the ordinary elite jonin and reached the level of Kage. So in the hasty fight, Darui and others who underestimated the enemy suffered a great loss at the first encounter. If Sheneng was not afraid of Shinji behind him, they would be in great danger. Darui glanced at Kuratsuka and others, stood up and said, "The strength of that guy is completely different from the description in the intelligence. With only us, even if we can defeat him, the casualties will definitely be large, so I have sent someone to notify Lord Raikage. You'd better not act rashly, wait until Lord Raikage arrives before taking action." However, to Darui's surprise, no one agreed with him. Everyone looked at Shinji, waiting for the decision of Shinji, who had defeated Sheneng in a one-on-one match. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 674. So you still remember me? Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Shinji said calmly without hesitation, "Let's chase." After saying that, he took a step ahead and chased in the direction where Sheneng fled. Everyone responded in unison and hurriedly followed. Darui was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, he knew Shinji. He also participated in the assessment of Konoha Ninja School before, and through the intelligence channels of Kumigakure, he also knew that Shinji had recently defeated Yakumo, Suzuki, Kimimaro, Niji and other geniuses of Konoha Ninja School and became the chief of Konoha Ninja School. But he couldn't understand why Kuratsuka and other Iwagakure ninjas would obey Shinji's orders. Although he was puzzled, he naturally couldn't show his cowardice, and he was not going to let go of the account of being injured by Sheneng just now, so he also led the remaining few Kumigakure ninjas to chase after him and caught up with the large team. After catching up with Kuratsuka, Darui whispered, "How did you get mixed up with the people of Konoha?" Kuratsuka briefly told Darui what happened before. Darui didn't care much about joining up with Konoha's reinforcements and being forced to stop the monsters. But when Kuratsuka told him about Sheneng opening the 8 gates of Dunjia, defeating the combined forces of Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji, and finally being defeated by Shinji one-on-one, his face darkened and he looked incredible. Sheneng was defeated by Shinji alone. Kuratsuka nodded slightly. "Why do you think he ran away?" Darui was stunned for a moment. Now thinking back, when he encountered Sheneng just now, the other party's expression was indeed a little panic. Then, he came to his senses. "Are you saying that Sheneng has been seriously injured?" Kuratsuka glanced at Darui and curled his lips. Useless. Darui, who always didn't care about these things and was very lazy, suddenly felt ashamed and annoyed. At this time, he understood why no one cared about his suggestion just now, but all looked at Uchiha Shinji eagerly. It turned out that Sheneng, who injured him, was in an injured state. And Shinji had just defeated Sheneng, who opened the 8 gates of Dunjia in his prime. After figuring this out, Darui looked at Shinji at the front of the team with a complicated expression, and thought to himself, "Has the gap between me and him been pulled so big?" In front of the team, Yakumo and Niji were still conscientiously providing long-range reconnaissance for Shinji. Suddenly, Yakumo said. He slowed down. Shinji asked, "What's the matter?" Yakumo shook his head. "I don't know too much, but it seems that there is something wrong with his body, so the speed has slowed down." Ningji added, "His chakra is also weakening." Shinji's eyes shone, and he guessed about 70% of it in his heart. It is most likely that Shennung's so-called medical forbidden technique physical regeneration has expired, so he can no longer suppress the injuries on his body, and can no longer maintain the level of chakra. You must know that medical ninjutsu has its limits. Even Tsunade's 100 healings technique requires the use of the yin seal to store enough chakra in advance before it can be used. If there is anyone in the ninja world who can achieve physical regeneration, I am afraid it can only be the first generation of Hokage who ended the Warring States period and created the era of ninja villages. However, even a figure like the first generation of Hokage died unclearly after the battle with Madara in the Valley of the End. So Shennung's seemingly heaven-defying medical forbidden technique must have some limitations or side effects. Yakumo hesitated for a moment and said, he stopped. In this situation, even if Shinji wanted to let Shennung go, he had no choice but to curse him in his heart as a waste. Afterwards, Shinji and the others quickly caught up with Shennung. At this time, Shennung was leaning against a big tree, panting heavily, and the cruelty in his eyes was gone, only panic was left. And what surprised everyone the most was, compared with the powerful and muscular Shennung just now, the Shennung in front of him was as withered as an old man in his 70s or 80s, and even his hair was pale and sparse. Seeing Shinji, Shennung's face changed again and again, and he gritted his teeth and said, what a curse. Glancing at the five tails Jinchuriki still held in Shennung's hand, Shinji said, hand over the Jinchuriki. Shennung took out a kunao and pressed it against the throat of the five tails Jinchuriki, don't come over, otherwise, I will kill him. Stop! Kuratsuki exclaimed. She had already blocked Shennung, and looking at Shennung's state, it was obvious that she had little ability to resist. In this situation where she was sure of victory, she obviously didn't want to take risks. Shinji also pretended to hesitate and didn't act rashly, but his mind was spinning rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, in a series of wind-breaking sounds, sharp feathers shot down from the air. Including Shinji, the people surrounding Shennung quickly flew back to avoid these feathers. Boom! Then, these feathers nailed to the ground were detonated one by one like detonating talismans, and a circle of explosions surrounded the big tree that Shennung was leaning on. After the smoke of the gunpowder explosion dissipated, a huge shadow appeared above everyone's head. Everyone looked up and found that a huge flying bird appeared in the sky, and on the back of the flying bird, there were two figures wearing the red cloud uniforms of the Akatsuki organization. Shennung below shouted, Billahu, you bastard, if you come later, you can only collect the body for me. No doubt. The two members of the Akatsuki organization who suddenly arrived were Billahu and Heichu Lei, who were responsible for the response mentioned by Zetsu before. Taking off the bamboo hat on his head, Billahu looked down at the people below from a high position. After sweeping his eyes over the Uegakure ninjas and the Kumigakure ninjas one by one, he finally fell on Shinji and other Konoha ninjas. He replied to Shennung in a joking tone, these few little brats have forced you to this point. It seems that the zero tail you boasted about before is nothing more than this. Shennung gritted his teeth, what are you talking about? Wu Yang and I have broken through all the way and experienced so many battles. You should leave these words to the leader. Billahu chuckled. Shennung roared, stop talking nonsense, take me away quickly, we finally caught the five tails Jinchuriki, if it is taken back by Uegakure, the leader will not let you go. Swish! Billahu jumped off the back of his fusion beast and landed lightly on the ground. He fixed his eyes on Shinji and the others and said, ninjas from Konoha. Yakumo was afraid that Shinji didn't recognize him, so he quickly leaned over to Shinji's ear and whispered, Shinji, he is our village's rebel ninja, Billahu, who is in the same class as Tsunade-sensei and Jiraiya-sama, so he should be quite powerful. Tsunade-sensei? Are you Tsunade's disciple? Billahu smiled and said, so you still remember me. The second update is here. Tomorrow is Monday, I beg for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 675 Reversal. Billahu stared at Yakumo, and the bandage wrapped around his jaw couldn't hide his upturned mouth corners, as if he was happy because he found something worth destroying. Yakumo was startled, but was not scared by Billahu, and continued to remind Shinji in his ear, but his current appearance is a little different from the information collected before, and he seems to be a little shorter. Shinji nodded slightly. Hirako was a contemporary of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, at least in his 40s or 50s, but the Hirako in front of him was as tall as a teenager, with extremely fair skin, and didn't look like a man in his 40s or 50s at all. This situation can only indicate one thing. That is, Hirako has probably completed his ritual, and through the Kimetsu no Jutsu, he plundered other people's bloodline limits and gained the ultimate power. Then he may have mastered 5 bloodline limits now. Shinji said secretly, alert. In the original time and space. At the critical moment, Naruto destroyed Hirako's ritual and rescued the most important part of the ritual, Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, so that Hirako's ritual could not be completed perfectly. In this way, Hirako not only lost the Sharingan, the most important bloodline limit in his original plan, but also made the 4 bloodline limits absorbed into his body in an unbalanced state, unable to exert the strongest state, and planted the seeds of failure for his later defeat. However, even so, Hirako, who failed to complete the ritual perfectly in the original time and space, also has the powerful strength to beat Kakashi, Naruto, and others. If he had not been too arrogant and had to show off the heavenly release he had just obtained, he would have been the final winner. At the moment, without Naruto's interference and with the support of the Akatsuki organization, Hirako may have completed his ritual perfectly. The only thing Shinji can't be sure of at present is which 5 bloodline limits Hirako used the Kime no Jutsu to fuse, including whether the Sharingan and other things are included. No wonder the Akatsuki organization suddenly ended its hibernation at this time. Shinji vaguely guessed the reason for the Akatsuki organization's actions. Obviously, Shen Nong's successful creation of the Zero Tail and Hirako's completion of the ritual have greatly improved the Akatsuki organization's ability to act. Not to mention Shen Nong, who became the Zero Tail Jinchuriki, Hirako's strength after successfully completing the ritual is at least at the level of a strong shadow. After all, as a ninja of the same period as the 3 ninjas, in other words, even if Hirako didn't perform the ritual, his strength would definitely be at the level of a jonin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape Konoha's pursuit again and again. In the original time and space, the ritual was interrupted, and Hirako, who only absorbed 4 blood limits, almost swept Kakashi's team. Kakashi, an elite jonin, was obviously defeated in a one-on-one situation, which is enough to show that Hirako at that time was at least at the level of a cage in terms of hardware. Now that Hirako has completed the ritual, regardless of whether he finally obtains the precious eye technique blood limit of the Sharingan, his current strength is at least stronger than the state in the original time and space when the ritual was interrupted. At this time, Kurotsuka said, "Give back the Jinchuriki of our village." The Uegakure ninjas were also indignant. After finally forcing Shenong into a desperate situation, and seeing that they could rescue the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, 2 more members of the Akatsuki organization appeared. How could they be willing to accept this? Darui of Kumagakure also changed his usual laziness and looked serious. Not to mention that Bailuo had no reputation and record in the ninja world before. Even if Bailuo was really a master, he would not retreat now. Humph! Bailuo's eyes swept over several people and snorted disdainfully from his throat. "I'll go first." Darui, who was full of anger, started to make hand seals directly. Water escape, waterfall technique. Lightning escape, gratitude wave. I saw that his hands were so fast that after images appeared in the hand seals, and he completed 2 ninjutsu in just a few breaths. Splash! In an instant, a huge wave of water poured out and attacked Bailuo. At the same time, there were bursts of dazzling lightning in the rushing water waves. However, facing this composite ninjutsu of water escape and lightning escape, Bailuo did not dodge or evade, but slowly raised his left arm. What is he going to do? Including Darui, everyone present had this doubt in their hearts. And in the puzzled eyes of everyone, the composite ninjutsu composed of waterfall technique and gratitude wave actually stopped in front of the raised left arm of Bailuo. To be more precise, it should be absorbed by the opponent's raised left arm. How? How is it possible? Darui was stunned for a moment. He originally expected his composite ninjutsu to give the opponent a warning, but he didn't expect the opponent to break his ninjutsu so easily. Shua! The next moment, Bailuo appeared in front of Darui without any warning. You! Darui showed surprise on his face. Bang! However, before the surprise on Darui's face was completely wiped out, he was hit in the abdomen and the whole person was hit and flew up on the spot. Seeing this, Kurotsuka on the side subconsciously launched a rescue and punched Bailuo. As she swung her fist, a layer of hard rock covered her fist. This was undoubtedly the ninjutsu of their hidden rock village, the fist rock technique. In a physical duel, one can increase one's defense and destructive power by covering it with hard rock. Moreover, This technique can be combined with the weighted rock technique to further increase its power, but at present, Kurotsuka has not yet mastered the weighted rock technique proficiently. Hirakuo looked sideways, glanced at it, and raised his mouth slightly. He was so excited that he immediately swung his right arm to meet Kurotsuka's rock fist. And just as he swung his right arm, his white arm suddenly turned dark, and the texture suddenly became like steel. Bang! The fists of Kurotsuka and Hirakuo collided head-on, making a panic-stricken muffled sound. Then, Kurotsuka flew backwards and hit a tree hard. Bailuahu slowly closed his fist, his dark arms regained their whiteness, and the corners of his mouth were still raised. So strong! Seeing Bailuahu defeat Darui and Kurotsuka in just a few moves, not to mention the ninjas from Kumagakure and Uegakure, even the Konoha side was secretly surprised. You should know that both Darui and Kurotsuka are not ordinary ninjas. They were trained as the core of the next generation of Kumagakure and Uegakure. When such ninjas faced Bailuahu, they were defeated so miserably, which really caught everyone by surprise. Could this Bailuahu be more powerful than Sheneng? Everyone had a guess in their hearts that they didn't want to face. More importantly, on the fusion beast flying above everyone's head, there was a member of the Akatsuki organization who didn't take action. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 676 Analysis and Siege. Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji all looked gloomy. Bai and Karin looked at each other secretly. Although Obaru didn't attack much, the strength he showed was no less than Sheneng just now, and even more than that, which made everyone secretly shocked. Nether release, speed release, steel release. Shinji analyzed what kind of bloodline limit Obaru had fused with the ghost germination technique through Obaru's attack just now. After all, the ninja world of this time and space has long been unrecognizable compared to the original time and space. The information of the original time and space in his mind can only be used as a reference and cannot be overly relied on. However, from the current point of view, the bloodline limit that Obaru chose to fuse seems to have not changed. There are still 3 types of nether release, speed release, and steel release. Nether release is probably the fusion of yin-style chakra and wind-style chakra. Swift-style chakra is probably the fusion of yang-style chakra and wind-style chakra. Gold-style chakra is probably the fusion of earth-style chakra and water-style chakra. Among the 7 attributes of yin-yang and 5 elements chakra, only lightning-style chakra and fire-style chakra are missing. It seems that the probability that his remaining 2 bloodline limits are storm-style chakra and Sharingan is very high. Hiroyuki seemed to like to appreciate the enemy's shocked expression. He walked slowly towards Yakumo and said, "Let you be the first Konoha ninja to die in my hands after the ceremony." Before Yakumo answered, Sheneng, who was leaning against a big tree behind Hiroyuki, shouted, "Hiroyuki, don't waste time, let's retreat quickly." Hiroyuki chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Sheneng was anxious and annoyed. Those Konoha brats are not simple, especially the Uchiha brat, they are very strong. Sheneng's simple and straightforward evaluation surprised Bailuahu. He knew Sheneng's current strength very well. To receive such an evaluation from Sheneng, it meant that the other party was indeed quite powerful. So, he moved his eyes away from Yakumo and looked at Shinji. Although Shinji did not open his Sharingan at this time, the Uchiha fan emblem on his clothes showed his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. Bailuahu asked with interest, "Are you Uchiha Shinji?" Shinji just looked at Bailuahu indifferently, with no intention of communicating at all. "You don't want to say it." Bailuahu chuckled and continued, "Then I can only use my own way to make you speak." After saying that, he flashed in front of Shinji with a whoosh sound and threw a punch. Shinji didn't dodge or evade, and even his expression didn't change. Snap! With a light sound, a hand caught the fist that Bailuahu threw at Shinji. Bailuahu's face darkened and he looked at the owner of the hand. It was the black-haired boy who had been guarding Shinji. His eyes were clear and he didn't look like a ninja who made a living by killing. And it was precisely such a clear-eyed boy who blocked his swift punch. Then, Bailuahu's eyes turned to Shinji again, and he was surprised to find that the expression of the Uchiha remnant of Konoha village in front of him was extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he had expected that his teammates on the side would block this attack for him. Swish! At this time, Karin, who was standing on the other side of Shinji, launched an offensive. Hakumo immediately broke free from Bai and jumped back. While looking at Shinji deeply, he dealt with the attack of Bai and Karin. Almost at the same time, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji also joined the battle and besieged Hakumo with Bai and Karin. This idiot! Seeing Hakumo and the people of Konoha fighting, Sheneng wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew how difficult these little ghosts of Konoha were, especially Uchiha Shinji among them, which made him feel a little scared until now. In addition, the appearance of the Cloud-Hidden Ninja meant that the large group of people from the Cloud-Hidden Ninja was nearby. The longer the time dragged on, the harder it would be for them to get away. In the air. Hey! Kurosho Rega, standing on the back of the fusion beast, let out a light exclamation at this moment. He had actually been observing the battle situation below, so he saw the expressions and movements of everyone below. Under normal circumstances, when encountering a ninja who had completed the ritual, let alone an ordinary ninja, even an elite like him who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the former Mist Village, would not dare to underestimate the enemy. The people below were indeed like this, whether they were ninjas from Uegakure or Kumigakure, they all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Uchiha Shinji, who had just been tested by Hirahu, had the same expression from beginning to end, giving people the feeling that he was very much like Uchiha Itachi, who was also in the Akatsuki organization. Staring at Uchiha Shinji, Kurosho Rega spat lightly, "Tisk, these hateful Uchiha, they are really annoying. He is very strong." At this time, a voice sounded beside Kurosho Rega's ear. "Oh?" Kurohoji Rega was a little surprised. The voice continued, "Not only him, those Konoha ninjas are all very strong. Many of them have more chakra than you." Kurohoji Rega was surprised, "How is it possible? My red eyes can't be wrong." The soft voice emphasized again. There is no doubt that the voice that sounded in Kurohoji Rega's ears was Ranmaru, the remnant of the red-eyed clan who was taken in by Kurohoji Rega and carried on his back. On the battlefield. Although it was 1 against 5, Obaru was not at a disadvantage. The combination of swift release and steel release made his physical skills extremely powerful. This is when the physical skills of Shiro, Karin, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji were all good and well coordinated. Otherwise, the scene where Darui and Kuratsuki were quickly defeated by Obaru would be repeated. "Hehe, you little brats are pretty good. It seems that Konoha's ninja school is not as incompetent as before." Hirahu smiled. Shiro, Karin, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji were all dignified and were not moved by Konoha's words. If they could fight freely, the 5 of them would not be afraid of Konoha at all, but now in front of everyone, they really have no good way to deal with Konoha with only the means they have shown in the ninja school. Seeing that the 5 Konoha people barely entangled Konoha, Darui, and Kuratsuki, who had recovered, also joined the battle. Darui made seals with both hands and shouted, "Storm release, reinforce locking." Swish! Instantly, several shock waves shot out and attacked Bailiahu at lightning speed. Bailiahu frowned, judging that it would be difficult for his unsealed nether escape to fully absorb this level of ninjutsu, and it was too late to seal, so he launched swift escape to avoid Darui's lightning-fast attack. What a pity! The people who besieged Bailiahu sighed in unison. But Bailiahu slowly raised his arms and smiled, "Let me teach you what the real storm escape is. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 677 I'm taking it back. This time, Bailiahu didn't show off his speed of sealing. His hands were consistent with the arc of his mouth. Storm escape, Storm Ghost Dragon. After completing the seal, he raised his hands and stretched them into the air. Crack! The originally clear sky suddenly exploded with a loud thunder. Then, large patches of black thunderclouds appeared out of thin air overhead, rolling and covering the entire sky. He can also use storm release. No. Impossible. Darui was surprised. As a Cloud Gakur elite who was trained as the next Raikage, he still had good eyesight, so he at least recognized that Bailuo had just used the nether release bloodline limit. Now, Bailuo used the storm release bloodline limit again, and judging from the scale, it was obviously much stronger than his storm release. In the air, Kurakuriga, who was standing on the back of the fusion beast, also looked up at the black thundercloud in the sky and cursed inwardly, "Is this guy crazy?" He was Bailuo's partner, so he naturally knew how powerful Bailuo's move was. Ranmaru on his back hurriedly said, "Get out of the way." Kurakuriga had no choice but to grit his teeth and urge the fusion beast to get away from the black thundercloud above his head. Under the black cloud. This lunatic! This lunatic! Sheneng's eyes twitched wildly. He was in a weak state at the moment, If he was affected by such a powerful storm release of Baileahu, he might die. On the battlefield, Baileahu spread his arms, "Go to hell!" Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless lightning wrapped in water vapor fell, forming a series of thunder curtains, covering the forest below. "Everyone get out of the way!" Yakumo anxiously controlled the sea of trees to resist these falling thunders, while warning everyone on the field. In fact, there was no need for Yakumo to warn. Facing this horrifying scene, everyone, including Shinji, was retreating quickly. Just because they were close to each other and had the cover of Yakumo's wood release, the few people who had just fought with Hirako, together with Shinji, narrowly escaped the range of the Storm Demon Dragon bombardment. The other Uegakure and Kumagakure ninjas around were not so lucky. In just a moment, several people were engulfed by the arc, and the others who barely escaped were all injured. Looking at the corpses that turned into charred charcoal under the lightning, Hirako laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, this is my power." Yakumo's face was gloomy, and while panting, he asked Shinji, "Shinji, what should we do now?" Others also looked at Shinji. If Konoha can't display its hidden strength, even Karin is obviously not Hirako's opponent, and Kuratsuki and Darui are even more frightened. At this time, it seems that except Shinji, everyone else has no way out. Shinji took a step forward and walked towards Hirahu. "Since he is a traitor of the village, I will deal with him personally." "Uchiha brat, are you in such a hurry to die?" Hirahu walked slowly to meet him. Shenun could no longer bear it and roared, "Are you going to lure all the Tsuchikage and Reikage here? If we can't send the Five Tails Jinchuriki back, we will all die." Hirahu kept walking and chuckled, "Are you scared? They are just a few brats. I can deal with them immediately." Shenun said anxiously, "He is different, he." Hirahu snorted coldly, "Then let me see what is different about this Uchiha." Shinji and Hirahu, who were approaching each other, immediately became the focus of the scene. Whether it was the 5 major ninja villages or the Akatsuki organization, all the attention was focused on the two of them. At this time, Shinji's dark eyes instantly turned red, revealing the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Baileahu showed no weakness and also opened his Sharingan. "What? Is that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? How is it possible?" Looking at the scarlet pupils in Baileahu's eyes, everyone from the 5 major ninja villages was shocked. They would not mistake the Sharingan, and at this moment, Baileahu's eyes were a pair of blood-red Sharingan. After a closer look, everyone found that the pair of Sharingan in Baileahu's eyes seemed to have something special. The pupils were not arranged with Magatama like Shinji, but with circles of ink-colored lines, which looked like a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Not to mention others, even Shinji was slightly stunned. Why is it like this? Is it because of the ritual? He was not sure. After all, in the original time and space, the ritual of Obito was interrupted by Naruto, so no one knows what the upper limit of the Kiyara no Jutsu is. However, one thing is certain, that is, the 5th blood limit of Obito is the Sharingan. As for where Obito got the Sharingan from, it is easy to guess, because Obito, who inherited the legacy of Uchiha Madara, has a whole wall of Sharingan, and it is not a big deal to take out a pair to provide to Obito. Of course. What Obito provided to Obito was definitely not a Manjiki Sharingan, at most a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. So the pair of suspected Manjiki Sharingans in Obito's eye sockets are most likely created by the ritual of the Kiyara no Jutsu. Are you surprised? While admiring everyone's expressions, Baileahu said, "Uchiha brat, compared with my Sharingan, your Sharingan is useless." Yakumo shouted, "Shinji, be careful. His Sharingan seems to be a Manjiki Sharingan." Ningji also echoed, "Shinji, don't be careless." Bai and Karin also became nervous. The strength that Baileahu showed before was already exaggerated. If he added a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, they really couldn't imagine it. Shinji didn't stop, just stared at Baileahu's Sharingan, and said slowly, "People like you, even if you get the Sharingan, you can't exert its full power, so you have no chance of winning in front of my Sharingan." Baileahu was instantly angered by Shinji's indifference, "Then I'll let you see the power of my Sharingan." Almost at the same time, Shinji and Baileahu launched illusions against each other. The next moment, the two people approaching each other all stopped and stood still. What happened to them? Is it an illusion duel? Who won? The companions of both sides looked at the strange scene in front of them and became nervous. Just when the companions of both sides were about to take measures, Shinji on the field suddenly spoke, "It's so boring. But as a member of the Uchiha clan, I can't let you continue to defile our Uchiha Sharingan, so I'm going to take back this pair of Sharingan." After that, Shinji stretched out his right hand to the motionless Bailuhu. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 678 Eye Power Crushing. Watching Shinji's right hand slowly reaching towards Bailuhu's eye socket, everyone held their breath and concentrated, and for a moment, the whole time and space seemed to solidify. Unsure, Shinji will not act hastily. So after seeing Okuru's Nether Release, Swift Release, Steel Release, and Storm Release, he had already made up his mind to use illusion to solve Okuru. So he put on the arrogance of the Uchiha clan and deliberately opened the Sharingan when approaching, all to lure Okuru to keep up with his rhythm and provide convenience for the illusion to win. Although there was a little accident. What Okuru had in his eye sockets was not the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, but a pair of suspected Mangeki Sharingan, but the situation still did not exceed his expectations. Because it is not certain that Okuru's eye sockets are Mangeki Sharingan, even if it is really a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, Shinji is not afraid at all. You have to know that Shinji's own Sharingan, after Kairin's pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan evolved into Samsara Eye, it is almost certain that it is the strongest pair of Sharingan in the current ninja world. In addition, he also used the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan to control a pair of Samsara Eyes, a pair of Mangeki, and a pair of Blood Dragon Eyes. When he was ready to compete in illusion, he was really not inferior to anyone. Sure enough, after Shinji and Hirako cast illusions on each other at the same time, Shinji only took a second to break free from Hirako's illusion, and Hirako was still trapped in Shinji's illusion until now. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, preventing Shinji from reaching for Hirako. Shinji flashed back to avoid the lightning bolt, and then looked up at the sky, only to see that the Akatsuki member on the back of the fusion beast in the sky had torn off his hat, holding 2 swords, and looking at him vigilantly. Black Ho Thunder Fang, Thunder Blade. Shinji's eyes swept from the other person's face to the sword in his hand, and recognized the other person's identity. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Kirigakure are the elite of Kirigakure, the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kurohorega are not very strong. Most of them are between the strength of the Jonin and the elite Jonin. Kurohorega was able to escape from Might Guy, who opened the Death Gate during the Third Ninja World War. His strength should be at the upper level among the 7 ninja swordsmen at that time, but that was all. He was not a big threat to Shinji. At this time, Sheneng on the ground shouted, "Hurry up and save me. Don't worry about that bastard Beirahu. It's important to bring the 5 Tails Jinchuriki back." Hearing Sheneng's call for help, the ninjas of Konoha, Uegakure, Kumegakure, and others moved forward, seemingly to prevent the Akatsuki organization from taking the 5 Tails Jinchuriki away. But they were frightened by Kurohorega in the air, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Because after these few fights, the strength of the Akatsuki members has been deeply engraved in their hearts. As long as the red cloud suit appears, they will subconsciously treat it with caution. Shinji glanced at it and hesitated. Kuroki Rega's strength was obviously inferior to that of Hiraho and Sheneng in good condition. If he really killed Hiraho here, he was worried that Sheneng and Kuroki Rega would not be able to escape. It would not be a big deal if a few members of the Akatsuki organization died. What is the problem? The real problem is that once these people die here, the progress of Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts will be slowed down. And the large number of members of the organization will also affect the efficiency of Akatsuki's subsequent collection of tailed beasts. Considering these, he hesitated whether to continue to attack. But in a flash, Shinji no longer had to worry about it, because Hirako had broken free from his illusion. Swish! After breaking free from the illusion, Hirako did not dare to stay, and immediately flew back more than 10 meters, keeping a distance from Shinji. Then, he gasped for breath and stared at Shinji with great fear. He never thought that he would lose to an Uchiha kid with only 3 Megatama Sharingan in the illusion duel. Shinji was also a little surprised, and then thought, my illusion is really not good enough. In fact, with his current pupil power, if his illusion attainments are deep enough, like Ataki and Shisui, he can use illusion to directly solve the problem of Hirako. However, his illusion talent is average, and he has never cultivated illusion deeply. He can have the current strength basically by relying on the crushing of pupil power. Hirako, who recovered, said with embarrassment, "Damn, I was tricked by a little brat like you." Shinji said lightly, "You are an incompetent waste, even if you get a pair of Sharingan by chance, you can't be compared with real Uchiha like us. Damn it! Hirako raised his hand to seal, looking like he was going to fight. At this moment, Kurakurega on the fusion beast in the air shouted, Hirahu, a ninja army is coming this way. There is no time to tangle with these little ghosts. Sheneng also shouted, do you want to kill us all? Hirahu looked at Shinji hatefully, as if he wanted to engrave Shinji's appearance into his mind, and then his figure flashed and appeared beside Sheneng, carrying the injured Sheneng and the unconscious five-tailed Jinchuriki, and jumped onto the fusion beast in the air. Kuratsuka said anxiously, don't run away. Yakumo quickly launched the wood release and tried to entangle the fusion beast with branches. Boom boom boom. Just as countless branches and vines flew into the air, the fusion beast flapped its wings violently. In an instant, countless detonating feathers flew out and hit the branches and vines, making a series of roars. With the cover of the explosion, the fusion beast rose rapidly, carrying several people from the Akatsuki organization and the unconscious five-tailed Jinchuriki to the distance. On the ground. After the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, everyone looked at the fusion beast flying away in the air and sighed helplessly. The ability to fly is already very rare in the ninja world, not to mention that the other party is 3 members of the Akatsuki organization. Unless the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage is there, ordinary people may not dare to chase alone even if they can catch up. Like everyone else, Shinji also looked at the fusion beast flying away, with a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing this, Yakumo thought that Shinji was unhappy because he could not recover the Sharingan from Hirako, so he said, Shinji, don't worry, we will definitely find a way to help you Uchiha get back the Sharingan. The Sharingan must not fall into the hands of that guy. Yes. Haku, Karin, Niji and others also nodded. In their opinion, it was indeed a good opportunity to take back Hirako's Sharingan just now. Shinji was just a little bit away from getting it. Kuratsuka felt a little guilty, sorry, we are the ones who held you back and prevented you from taking back the bloodline limit of the family. Darui also came over and said, thanks to you just now, if it weren't for you, we would have died in the hands of the Akatsuki organization this time. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 679 New Channel. Shinji looked at the people around him and nodded silently. He was a little worried before, afraid that he would be noticed if he held back, but now it seems that this worry is a little redundant. Obviously, he underestimated his performance just now. As a ninja school student, he defeated Sheneng, who opened the 8 gates of Dunjia to the 7th gate Jingmen, and Hirako, who had integrated multiple bloodline limits and even suspected of having a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. This record is impeccable no matter who sees it. So in this case, no one would think that Shinji was letting him win. On the contrary, everyone was very lucky to have Shinji by their side this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. What a pity. Still looking at the fusion beast going away, Shinji said lightly. Yeah, we almost saved Uncle Han and took away the pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Kuratsuka's face was also full of regret. Originally, facing the Akatsuki strongmen like Sheneng and Bailuhu, she didn't dare to expect too much. It was Shinji who gave her hope, but things took a sharp turn for the worse, making her sigh with regret. Darui still had a dark face. Being beaten by Sheneng and Bailuhu continuously, especially being repelled by Bailuhu with storm release, this humiliation was really hard for him to let go, so he, who was always casual and indifferent, also had a flame in his eyes. On the Konoha side, Yakumo, Karin, Haku, Kimimaro, Niji and others all had different expressions at this moment. After a series of fierce battles, everyone was injured to varying degrees among them. Niji was the most seriously injured, and Yakumo consumed the most. So when they saw the fusion beast flying away quickly, they did not pursue it without authorization. After all, this time it was the village's mission, and the leader did not issue any instructions, so they did not dare to use too much strength, fearing that their identities would be exposed and affect the leader's layout. Shinji retracted his gaze, glanced at the people around him, and felt secretly satisfied. It must be said that after several actions, whether it was by Karin or Yakumo, Niji, they all became much more mature. In fact, with their strength to dare to confront the Demon King Yubiashiki Ryuhei head-on, as long as they acted recklessly, it would be easy for Beiruohu to keep Sheneng. It is precisely because of this that the restraint they showed today is particularly precious. Then, Shinji remembered the thought that flashed through his mind when he saw the pair of Sharingan in Beiruohu's eyes that looked like a kaleidoscope. If the ritual of Hiriko can improve the eyes, or more accurately, improve the level of the eye technique bloodline limit, then Shinji has found a channel to obtain high-level eye technique bloodline limit. This is of great significance to Shinji. It is much more important than snatching a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. You should know that for Shinji, who has the Susanoo tomb and can control and integrate eye technique bloodline limit, the more powerful eye technique bloodline limit the better. However, in the ninja world, let alone powerful eye technique bloodline limit of the level of Mangeki Sharingan, even ordinary eye technique bloodline limit is very rare. The Uchiha clan with the Sharingan was exterminated, and the Blood Pond clan with the Blood Dragon Eye was exiled for many years, and there was endless infighting, which was almost exterminated. The previous rebellion of the Kirigakure bloodline family led to the extermination of the Red Eye family by the Kirigakure. Although the Hyuga clan, which possesses the Byakugan, still exists, except for a few of the main families, all other clan members have been cursed with the bird in a cage seal and cannot obtain the Byakugan at all. It can be said that Zhen Sikong has the divine skill of fusing the eye technique bloodline limit, but he does not have enough eye technique bloodline limit for him to fuse. The few pairs of powerful eye technique bloodline limits he now has are the result of his scrambling and piecing together to the extreme. The samsara eye he is currently controlling was condensed after he emptied out almost all the past resources of the Uchiha clan and luckily repaired a few pairs of damaged Mangeki. The red dragon eye he transplanted to Yakumo was fused after he consumed a large number of ordinary blood dragon eye and red eye. The enhanced version of the Bun that he transplanted to the biological exoskeleton that merged two pairs of high-purity Byakugan was captured by him after he risked his life in a fierce battle with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. According to his previous plan, no matter how hard he tried, at most he could only get another pair of his own Samsara Eye. After the success of the Samsara Eye project, he could get another pair of Samsara Eye. Besides that, there was basically no way to obtain other high-level eye techniques and bloodline limits. And the pair of Sharingans in Hokage's eye sockets that looked like a kaleidoscope allowed him to see a new channel to obtain eye techniques and bloodline limits. This was the real reason why he was thinking and hesitating just now. Swish, swish, swish. After a while, accompanied by bursts of breaking wind, a large number of ninjas arrived at the battlefield where Shinji and the others were. The arrivals were not others but Kakashi and others who had gone to stop the monsters and the Union reinforcements led by the 4th Raikage himself. Seeing that Shinji and other students were not killed or injured, Kakashi first breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "Where are the people from Akatsuki?" The 4th Raikage looked at Darui, and seeing that Darui was covered in wounds and looked embarrassed, he immediately asked, "What happened?" Yakumo and Kuratsuka hurried forward and asked them to chase Shenung. After defeating Shenung, they encountered Okuriko and Kuroki Rega who were sent by Akatsuki to support them. Then they repelled Okuriko again, failed to chase him, and let the Akatsuki members escape with the help of fusion beasts. After learning that Shenung became the Zero-Tail Jinkraki, Okuriko had fused multiple bloodline limits, and even suspected of having a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Kakashi and the 4th Raikage all frowned. Then, after learning that Shinji defeated Shenung in the state of Jingmen one-on-one, and defeated the opponent's Mangeki Sharingan with the 3 Magatama Sharingan in the illusion duel, Kakashi and the Raikage all looked at Shinji in surprise. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Shinji's face was not proud, but still calm. However, this calmness was also a kind of arrogance in the eyes of many jonin, a kind of arrogance unique to Uchiha that despised the enemy. Is this the real him? Kakashi was a little emotional, because he had observed Shinji before and found that Shinji was much more amiable than the average Uchiha. Now he thought that the kindness Shinji showed before was just a kind of self-protection, and in his bones, he was still a typical Uchiha. Others had different ideas. When they first heard about Shenung and Bailuhu's various strange abilities, they were quite afraid in their hearts, but when they learned that Shinji defeated the two by himself, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Even the 4th Raikage felt that Yakumo and Kuratsuka's description of Shenung and Bailuhu was a bit distorted. If the opponent was really so strong, how could he be defeated by a ninja school student in Konoha? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 680 Go to Hell, Uchiha Ataki. After understanding the situation and exploring the battlefield, the Raikage and Kakashi coordinated with the Uegaku to redeploy the fleeing. Undoubtedly. As long as the other party has not completely escaped from the border of the Land of Earth, the 5 major ninja villages will not let the other party go. Besides, according to the description of Yakumo, Kuratsuki, and others, Shenung has basically lost his combat effectiveness, and Beiruo has just lost the illusion duel and his condition has declined. If we don't take advantage of this time to pursue, it will be difficult to rescue the kidnapped Five-Tails Jinchuriki after the Akatsuki organization escapes from the land of Earth. So, the ninjas from various villages took action again. Shinji's student team was restored to the organization of the Konoha support force and accepted Kakashi's direct command. In this process, Shinji learned about the battle between Kakashi and his team and the monster Wu Yang. After receiving the support of the Cloud-Hidden Ninja Army led by the 4th Raikage, the monster Wu Yang besieged by Kakashi and others suffered heavy damage and retreated. Because the monster Wu Yang is almost impossible to kill except being sealed, Kakashi and others could only watch the monster Wu Yang escape after several unsuccessful attempts. Afterwards, Shinji learned about the deployment of the blockade of Sheneng, Bailuhu, and others from the side. Because the opponent has a fusion beast that can fly, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to deploy a blockade, but the Sand Village Ninja Army led by the 4th Kazekage happened to be on the escape route of Bailuhu and others. If the 4th Kazekage can stop Bailuhu, everyone still has a chance to catch up with Bailuhu and others. As for the other group of Akatsuki members who fled to the land of birds and kidnapped the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, the Anbu sent by Uegakur to track them have already found their traces. As long as Sheneng, Bailuhu, and others are eliminated here, the coalition of the 5 major ninja villages that have joined all the ninja village reinforcements can attack the land of birds directly. The land of birds. Shizuke, who opened his Sharingan, asked a ninja from the Uegakur intelligence team, "Where is Uchiha Itaki?" The other party looked dazed and pointed in a direction. The latest intelligence shows that Uchiha Itaki and Biwajuzo of the Akatsuki organization appeared in the black market in that town yesterday. Shizuke looked in the direction of the Uegakur intelligence team ninja's finger. "Finally found you." Sakura came up at this time and whispered, "Shizuke, is it not good for us to treat the ninjas of Uegakur village like this?" "No doubt." The reason why the ninjas of the Uegakur intelligence team told Shizuke the top secret information was entirely because they were hit by the illusion of Sasuke's Sharingan. "I can't take care of so many things." Shizuke didn't care. He had risked sneaking out of the village, so how could he take care of these things? After arriving at the town mentioned by the Uegakur intelligence team ninja, Shizuke and the other 2, who were disguised, found a hotel to stay in. In the hotel, Sakura asked, "Shizuke, what are you going to do next?" Shin also looked at Shizuke. Shizuke thought for a moment and said, "Let's take a rest today. We'll go to the black market in town to investigate tomorrow morning." Seeing that Shizuke didn't act rashly, Sakura and Shin both breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Sakura came to the door of Sasuke's room with breakfast. After knocking on the door for a long time, there was no movement inside. Sakura had a bad feeling and shouted, "Shin, come here quickly." Shin in another room opened the door and rubbed her sleepy eyes while asking, "What's wrong?" Sakura said anxiously, "Shizuke doesn't seem to be in the room." Shin thought of something and hurried to Sasuke's door. With a bang, she kicked Sasuke's door open and rushed in. She saw the note left by Shizuke on the table and said angrily, "Damn it, Shizuke ran away last night." Crack! Sakura heard the breakfast in her hand and dropped it to the ground. In the forest outside the town, 2 figures wearing red cloud clothes and bamboo hats were walking slowly. One of them not only carried a terrifying sword on his back, but also a ninja who had fainted. No doubt. The 2 people walking in the forest were Uchiha Itaki and Biwajuzo, who had just broken out of the land of earth and entered the land of birds. Suddenly, Biwajuzo asked, "Itaki, you deliberately went to the black market, don't you have any other intentions?" Itaki shook his head and explained, "I just want to confirm the deployment of the 5 major ninja villages." "Really?" Biwajuzo smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Itaki's explanation was impeccable, but as Itaki's partner, he knew that Itaki would not do such a thing under normal circumstances, because once he showed up in the black market, it meant that his whereabouts were exposed. As a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he had done a lot of intrigue, so he instinctively felt that Itaki had other purposes, but Itaki didn't want to say it, and he was too lazy to point it out, who told them to be partners. After walking in silence for a while, Biwajuzo suddenly stopped, picked up the beheading sword on his back and pointed it at a tree not far away, "Come out." At this time, a figure came out from behind the tree and said with gritted teeth, "Uchiha Itaki." Looking at the figure that appeared, Biwajuzo was a little surprised, and then smiled, "Itaki, isn't this your brother?" "Yet." Itaki was very calm, even a little too calm, as if the visitor was just a neighbor or someone he didn't know very well. Suzuki said, "Itaki, today is your death date." Biwajozo looked around, then looked at Suzuki in surprise. "Little brat, are you the only one? I am enough to deal with you," Suzuki said, opening the Mangeki Sharingan. "Tisk tisk." Biwajozo smiled and said to Itaki, "It seems that your brother is very confident. Do you want me to take action?" Itaki shook his head gently, "Let me handle it. Even such a little brat can find us, it seems that our whereabouts have been exposed, so let's deal with it quickly, lest those guys from Uegakure come to find us." Biwajozo stepped aside and reminded. Itaki said, "It won't take too long." Remembering the defeat in the Land of Grass last time, Suzuki dared not be careless this time, so after opening the Mangeki Sharingan, he still felt unsafe and resolutely activated the curse seal on his shoulder again. With the activation of the curse seal, the heavenly curse seal containing Orochimaru's chakra began to spread on Sasuke's body, and Sasuke's body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Itaki was moved. Seeing this, Suzuki said, "Compared with the last time, I am several times stronger, so this time it must be you who loses. The blood feud of father, mother, and the entire family will be washed away by me. Go to hell, Uchiha Itaki. It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 681 Breakout. In the town. "Shin, what should we do now?" Sakura grabbed Shin's arm, at a loss. She was originally a good girl who followed the rules. It took her a lot of courage to accompany Suzuki on this adventure, so when she found out that Suzuki left without permission last night, she suddenly lost her backbone. Shin had seen a lot of big scenes, so she was not too panicked, but analyzed, "Where do you think Suzuki will go?" Sakura blurted out, "He must be going to find Uchiha Itaki." Shin nodded and continued to analyze. Uchiha Itaki showed up in the town before, so he might be near the town. If Suzuki chased him last night, he might have bumped into him now. "What should we do?" Sakura raised her voice at once. Shin thought for a long time, shook her head and said, "I can't think of any good way now. It seems that I can only find Shinji." Sakura was stunned. "Shinji? The land of earth?" Whisper. The whistling sound of the wind in his ears did not make Baileaho calm down. He was still upset about his defeat in the illusion duel. After Sheneng took a few pills of his own secret medicine, his complexion improved a lot, but his body, which was as shriveled as an old man, did not recover. This is one of the side effects of his forbidden medical technique, flesh regeneration. During the duration of the technique, he can gain a nearly immortal recovery ability, but once the damage he suffers is too great, or the duration of the technique ends, his body will suffer a serious backlash and it will take a long time to recover slowly. Seeing Baileaho's livid face, Sheneng said, "There is something wrong with that Uchiha Shinji, and I also suffered a great loss at the hands of that kid." Baileaho said coldly, "Don't compare me with you." Sheneng replied unceremoniously, "You didn't get it either, did you? I'm beginning to doubt whether the eyes in your sockets are really the Mangeki Sharingan." Hiroho was furious. "What did you say?" Sheneng was not afraid of the other party, "I just said what I saw with my own eyes." In order to help Hiroho complete the ceremony, the Akatsuki organization spent a lot of effort, which also invisibly affected the Akatsuki organization's investment in Sheneng to create the Zero Tail. Now Hiroho's performance is not as strong as he boasted, and he almost killed them just now, so Sheneng naturally couldn't help but want to ridicule them. Kurokurega, who was standing aside, saw the two quarreling and said unhappily, "We haven't escaped from the land of earth yet. It's just a group of Konoha's little ghosts who made us look so miserable. If we are really blocked by the 5 cage, none of us can escape." Hearing this, Hiroho and Sheneng all stopped. One of them completed the ceremony, and the other created an artificial tailed beast. They thought they could shake it up, but they didn't expect that they were suppressed by a group of Konoha's ninja school students, which dealt a big blow to their self-confidence. There are ninjas ahead. It seems like it's the Sand Village Ninja, led by the 4th Kazekage. Just then, Ranmaru on Kurokurega's back suddenly spoke to warn. Ranmaru's red eyes are the same as the Hyuga clan's white eyes, which are also a kind of perspective eyes that can be used for long-range reconnaissance on the battlefield. The 3 members of the Akatsuki organization on the back of the fusion beast were all startled. Just as they discovered the Sand Village Ninja army, the Sand Village side also discovered them. After all, the fusion beast is so large that it is very conspicuous in the air. Looking at the dazzling golden sand rising in front, Kurokurega said, "It's the 4th Kazekage." Shenung's face was dark. Damn, this is trouble. Hariko pondered for a moment, and then said, you two attract their attention in the air, and I will launch a surprise attack from the ground. Shinji sighed. The coalition forces of Uegakure, Konoha, and Kumigakure were following the direction of the escape of Hiriko and others. At the same time, the communications squad also informed the Sand Village ninja army responsible for the siege of Hiriko and others in advance. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a faint roar came from the forest ahead. Kaka's Hi's face sank. Is it Sand Village? The fourth Raikage said, well done, as long as Sand Village can hold back those bastards of Akatsuki, we can catch them all. Kakashi was not as optimistic as the Raikage, and turned to look at Yakumo and Niji on the side. Yakumo and Niji shook their heads. Sorry, it's too far. The detection distance of the pupil technique is limited. Kakashi then said, everyone, pay attention, Sand Village has already fought with Akatsuki, we must speed up. The coalition forces immediately sped up and rushed towards the direction where the roar came from. However, before everyone arrived, the roar in front subsided. The ninjas with some experience felt something was wrong, so at the urging of Kakashi and the fourth Raikage, everyone accelerated again. After a while, the coalition forces finally arrived at the battlefield. But the situation on the battlefield was beyond everyone's expectations. Okuriko, Shenung, Kurokukirega and other members of the Akatsuki organization disappeared completely. The corpses and wounded on the battlefield were all ninjas from Sand Village. Even the fourth Kazekage who led the team was seriously injured. Kakashi came to the fourth Kazekage, Mr. Kazekage, are you okay? The fourth Kazekage, who was being treated by the medical ninja of his own village, shook his head and said, it's just a minor injury. I'm fine. The fourth Raikage also came up and asked in a muffled voice, where are the people from the Akatsuki organization? The fourth Kazekage said with some complaints and depression, what information did you pass on before? That Okuriko has 5 bloodline limits, namely, Nether Release, Swift Release, Gold Release, Storm Release, and Sharingan. Ordinary physical skills and ninjutsu are all ineffective against him. You actually said that he was repelled by the team of ninja students from Konoha. Obviously. The intelligence that the joint forces had previously passed to Sand Village caused the fourth Kazekage to misjudge the strength of Hiriko and others, and as a result, they suffered a great loss from Hiriko as soon as they fought. Listening to the fourth Kazekage's complaints, everyone looked at Shinji. When they heard that Hiriko was repelled by Shinji, a ninja school student, they also felt that Yakumo and Kuratsuka's description was distorted. Hiriko was unlikely to master so many bloodline limits, and his strength should not be as terrifying as described. Now, looking at the heavy casualties of Sand Village and the injured fourth Kazekage, they realized that Hiriko might be really tricky. Shinji didn't say anything, but just scanned the battlefield with his eyes, speculating on the situation at that time. From the traces left on the battlefield, it is most likely that Hiriko used his own speed to break into the Sand Village ninja army and directly attacked the fourth Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage's attention might have been in the air at the time, so he was caught off guard and injured by Hiriko. Once the Wind Shadow was defeated, the Sand Village ninja army was naturally in disarray, so the entire battle lasted very short time and Hiriko and others easily broke through the Sand Village blockade and left. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 682 Bad Habits. The failure of the Sand Village ninja army's blockade actually announced that the coalition forces' blockade of Hiriko, Shenung, and Kurokirega along the way of the Akatsuki organization had completely failed. Because in the 5 major ninja villages, only a few people can catch up with the fusion beasts with flying ability. And the strongest of them, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, was led away by Akatsuki's Zetsu, who used a spore clone with the 5-tail chakra, so the successful breakthrough of Hiriko and others has become a fait accompli. Unless there is a space-time ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, otherwise, it is actually very difficult to catch up. The Rock Village ninjas who realized this were depressed and extremely frustrated. The 4-tails Jinchuriki was kidnapped by members of the Akatsuki organization before, and has now escaped from the land of Earth. Now the 5-tails Jinchuriki was also kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization right under their noses. Losing 2 Jinchuriki at once is a blow that even Uegakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages, cannot bear. Just then, a ninja from Konoha's communications squad rushed to Kakashi and whispered a few words in his ear. What? Kakashi was shocked. It was the first time that Kakashi lost his composure like this. Asuma on the side hurriedly asked, Kakashi, what happened? People from other villages also cast their concerned eyes. Kakashi said with a gloomy face, Sasuke heard that Uchiha Itachi showed up, so he sneaked out of the village with Sakura and Shin and went to the land of birds to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. Now it was the turn of others to be surprised. Especially after hearing this, Sakura's instructor Shizune widened her eyes. Sakura also followed. Yakumo's face changed drastically. Shin is too reckless. Kakashi didn't say much to others, but went straight to the Raikage and Kazekage and said, Your Excellencies, we are going to the land of birds to continue chasing the members of the Akatsuki organization. I wonder what you two plan to do. The fourth Raikage said, Of course we will go together. The fourth Kazekage stood up and said, This is the southernmost part of the land of earth, only a few hours away from the land of birds. Maybe we still have a chance to rescue the Jinchuriki of Uegakuer. The stronger the Akatsuki organization is, the more the 5 major ninja villages need to stick together. So, the ninja coalition joined the Sand Village reinforcements, set off again after a short rest, and headed straight for the land of birds. On the way, the coalition received a message from the Uegakuer intelligence team ninjas from the bird country. It turned out that Shin and Sakura found the Uegakuer intelligence team ninjas from the bird country and passed the request for help to Kakashi through the Uegakuer intelligence network. Confirmed Sasuke after getting the direction, the coalition forces separated a part of the vanguard composed of elites and accelerated towards the land of birds. Land of birds. Clang clang clang. The confrontation between Sasuke and Itachi broke out instantly, and a rapid and harsh sound of metal clashing rang out in the forest. Unlike before, Itachi was really serious this time. Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and activated the state of Heavenly Curse Seal, was no longer an opponent that could be easily dealt with. It was just different from the brother duel in the original time and space. This brother duel was 5 or 6 years earlier than the brother duel in the original time and space. At this moment, Itachi was just a young man of just 16 years old, and his body was in the stage of the most abundant physical strength and pupil power. At the same time, he had not yet suffered from the blood inheritance disease that caused his body to deteriorate in the original time and space, so he could be said to be in the strongest state at this time. Therefore, Itachi's advantage over Sasuke was still huge. Whether it was physical skills or ninja tools, Sasuke was completely suppressed. Biwajozo watched for a while and then breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Sasuke had such strength at the age of 11 or 12, which was commendable among his peers. But it was obviously a bit too much to challenge Itachi with such strength. Only he, who had been in contact with Itachi for a long time, really understood the horror of Itachi. Putting himself in the shoes of Itachi, he felt that even an experienced elite jonin like himself would not be able to force out the true strength of the opponent when facing Itachi. In fact, Biwajozo's guess was very accurate. Kisame Hashigaki, who later partnered with Itachi in the original time and space, was a strong man who had the ability to fight against Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki with the title of Perfect Jinchuriki. But such a strong man still put himself in a relatively low position when partnering with Itachi. The ninjas who came out of the Blood Mist village would do this for only one reason, that is, they felt that their strength was not as good as the opponent. The fierce fight is still going on. Itachi and Sasuke's fight is not limited to physical skills, but also includes the use of pupil skills, ninjutsu, ninja tools, and even small illusions. Looking at the two people who shuttled between steel wires and shuriken and danced with fire escape and detonating talismans, Biwajozo snorted unhappily, "Humph, Uchiha." Even he was very annoyed by this dazzling fight that showed physical skills, pupil skills, ninja tool throwing, and ninjutsu. If it were an ordinary person, his eyes would probably not be able to keep up with the movements of these two people. After a while, bang! With a low muffled sound, Sasuke was kicked away by Itachi. Itachi slowly retracted his foot and looked at Sasuke, who fell to the ground. Is this the only extent of using this kind of power that is neither human nor ghost? Damn it! Sasuke staggered to his feet, with a ferocious expression. Then, a purple shadow was projected from his body. Roar! Amid the roar, a purple half-armored Susanoo appeared in front of Itachi and Biwajozo. Biwajozo's face changed and he shouted, "Itachi, stop delaying, get rid of this guy quickly." I don't know if Biwajozo's urging worked, or if Itachi had planned to do so. Anyway, when Sasuke activated the Susanoo, he also opened his Mangeki Sharingan and activated the Susanoo. In an instant, a red half-armored Susanoo also stood in the forest, facing the purple Susanoo from a distance. Itaki, you said I would come after you when I have eyes like yours. Now I will end you with my Sharingan. Sasuke loudly vented the hatred accumulated in his heart, while urging his Susanoo to draw the bow and shoot an arrow at Itaka's Susanoo. Clang! However, his lightning-fast arrow was bounced away by the round shield held by Itaka's Susanoo's left arm. Almost at the same time, Itaka's Susanoo suddenly pounced forward, and threw several huge red megatama with his right hand, which hit Sasuke's Susanoo hard. Boom! In an instant, the explosion caused a puff of smoke and dust, and when the smoke and dust dissipated, there was an obvious damage on the front of Sasuke's purple Susanoo, and Sasuke in the Susanoo stared at the damage in a daze. Across from him, under the red Susanoo, Itaka said calmly, after so many years, you still haven't gotten rid of your bad habit of yelling. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 683, Shoulder to Shoulder with Death. Sasuke's eyes gradually focused and looked at Itaki across from him. For a brief moment, he was in a trance, as if he had returned to the days when he was a child practicing with his brother. At that time, Itaki always instructed him in the same way. But soon, he came back to his senses, and the confusion in his eyes was replaced by boundless hatred. Don't preach to me, you murderer! Itaki was stunned for a moment. At this time, Biwajozo said, Itaki, we should go. We made such a big noise, and if we continue to stay here, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Itaki nodded and released his Susanoo. Stop right there! As soon as Sasuke stood up feeling the intense pain in his eyes, he staggered a few steps and fell to the ground again. At the same time, his broken Susanoo was like a residual fire in the wind, swaying and gradually dissipating. Let's go. Itaka turned and left. Hat. Biwajozo looked at Sasuke and shook his head, then followed Itaki. Covering his stinging eyes, Sasuke stood up with all his strength. Damn it, I didn't allow you to leave. Swish. Before Sasuke finished speaking, accompanied by a gust of evil wind, a beheading sword with a cold light whistled over, as if to cut him in half. Sasuke was shocked and judged that he could not avoid this attack anyway, so he subconsciously wanted to activate Izanagi. However, the intense pain in his eyes made it impossible for him to concentrate, let alone activate the pupil technique. Bang! The next moment, Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he was immediately desperate, because he knew very well that if he failed to activate the Izanagi life in advance, the injury of being cut in half would be enough to make him lose his life in a few seconds. Little devil, stop it! Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of Sasuke who was waiting for death. Sasuke looked at the other party in surprise, and then looked down at his abdomen, only to find that it was not the sharp blade of the beheading sword that cut him, but the broad back of the sword. Biwajozo retracted the beheading sword at this time, chuckled, and walked away. From beginning to end, Itaki, who was walking in front, did not look back, as if he had already expected that his partner would not kill Sasuke. After the figures of Itaki and Biwajozo disappeared from his sight, Sasuke, who fell to the ground, gasped for breath. At that moment, he felt that he was only one step away from death. He had experienced many dangerous situations before, but none of them was more unforgettable than the one just now. In the bushes. Shin released her hand that was covering Sakura's mouth and whispered, "They should have left." Great! Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. If Shin hadn't covered her mouth, she would have cried out when Biwajozo slashed Sasuke with the back of his knife. No doubt. After sending out the distress signal, Shin and Sakura were not idle, but tracked Sasuke's whereabouts based on the clues at hand. The battle between Sasuke and Itaka just now, the noise of Susanoo was so loud that they also attracted them who were nearby, so they successfully found Sasuke and saw the scene just now. Soon, Sakura and Shin crawled out of the bushes and rushed to Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Sasuke was still a little dazed at the moment. After the defeat in the Land of Grass, he knew that his current strength was probably slightly inferior to Itaka's. It was just that the speed at which the state of the Manjiki Sharingan declined was too fast, so he had to take the risk to challenge Itaki. However, the reality was more cruel than he expected. After the real fight, he found that the gap between him and Itaki was much greater than he had imagined. For a while, the feeling of failure filled his heart, making him at a loss. Sakura cried in a voice, "Sasuke, are you okay? Don't scare me." Sasuke finally came to his senses and said in a daze, "Sakura, Shin, it's you." Sakura nodded repeatedly, don't worry, they're gone. Gone. After a pause, Suzuki looked hopeless, you all saw it, I failed again. It's okay. Sakura comforted him. Shin crossed her arms and said dissatisfiedly, didn't we agree on this when we sneaked out of the village? First, we will meet up with Shinji, and then find a way to deal with Uchiha Itaki. Really, how can you be a match for two people alone? Suzuki said, some things can only be done by me personally. Shin curled her lips, Uchiha Itaka killed all of your Uchiha clan by himself. Why do you think you can take revenge by yourself? You are looking down on those Uchiha clan members who were slaughtered by Uchiha Itaki, right? Are you more powerful than them combined? You. Suzuki was speechless for a moment. Sakura quickly grabbed Shin and whispered, Shin, stop talking. Shin muttered, I'm just telling the truth. He keeps talking about revenge all day long, but he won't think of a solution. Suzuki almost yelled, I've done everything I can. You can't defeat Uchiha Itaki. What's the point of doing more? This kind of thing can only be done by Shinji. Only a super genius like him can deal with a supervillain like Uchiha Itaki. Shin looked as if it was a matter of course. Sakura also nodded in agreement, yes, if you call Shinji, you will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Itaki. Poof. Sasuke's mouth full of blood spurted out immediately. Sakura panicked, Suzuki, where are you injured? I'll help you heal. Suzuki pushed Sakura away, I don't want you to care. Shin said, Suzuki, you are too willful. Willful. Sasuke's face darkened and he said, do you know what I've been through? You are not the only one who is suffering. As a priestess of the demon country, why do I stay in Konoha? Do you know? Because as long as I leave the protection of Konoha, I will be eaten by monsters. After a pause, Shin continued, Shinji is also an Uchiha, and he has experienced the same pain as you. And I also heard that Uchiha Itaki slashed him hard that night, but he was rescued by the medical team in the morgue. Suzuki opened his mouth, full of grievances, but couldn't find a way to refute Shin's words. Shin took the initiative at once, and said in a dignified manner, okay, now the Jinchuriki of Uegakure has been taken away by Uchiha Itaki and his men. Now we have to think of a way to take back the Jinchuriki of Uegakure. Suzuki slowly stood up. After being scolded by Shin for a few words, although he was still full of resentment in his heart, he felt less self-pity and his spirit was finally restored. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 684 The Real Contest. The latest intelligence kept coming in from the front, allowing the joint ninja army to accurately modify the route, so when the joint ninja army arrived in the territory of the Land of Birds, they went straight to the forest where Itaki and Suzuki fought. After a long time, the team arrived at the battlefield where Itaki and Suzuki fought, but at this time, only a few Uegakure intelligence team ninjas were left here. Kakashi looked around and asked, is this the battlefield where Suzuki and Uchiha Itaki fought? The Uegakure intelligence team ninja quickly replied, yes. What's the situation? Are there any clues left? Are there any traces of Uchiha Suzuki? Kakashi asked several questions in a row. The Uegakure intelligence team ninja shook his head. Before we arrived, Uchiha Suzuki and the two Konoha ninjas who were traveling with him had already left. We have surveyed this battlefield. From the remains at the scene, there is no blood or limbs, so there should be no serious casualties, but we judge that Uchiha Suzuki is likely to have been defeated. After listening to the analysis of the Uegakure intelligence team ninja, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. There are not many people in the village who know the truth about Itaki, and he is one of them. So if the Akatsuki member that Suzuki encountered is really Itaki, he should be safe. The 4th Raikage and the 4th Kazekage also understood the situation at this time. So, these two ninjas, together with Kakashi, who led the Konoha team, began a new round of deployment. At this time, the joint ninja army actually only has Uegakure, Konoha, Kumigakure, and Sand Village. Because the Kirigakure is far away, the supporting ninja army is still on the way. Among the 4 families, the main force of Uegakure is not here. The only one in the team is the Uegakure ninja army led by Kuratsuki, which is not very strong. Therefore, the only 2 people who can really influence the decision-making of the joint ninja army are the Raikage and the Kazekage. Kakashi, who represents Konoha, can only be considered half, because compared with the 2 Ikages, his weight is still lower. Spreading the map on the ground, Feng Ying pointed in several directions. If Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo flee westward, they will only take these 3 routes. As long as we block these 3 places, we can block them in the west of the land of birds. Kakashi agreed, yes, there are only 3 routes they can choose. Reikage said, so, we need to split our forces. Feng Ying nodded, if you don't want to gamble, you can only choose to split your forces. But this area is not large. As long as one route discovers the enemy first, the other 2 routes will have time to support. And the reinforcements of Kirigakure and Tsuchikage are also coming here, so all we lack is time. Let's do it this way. Each of our 3 families will be responsible for one route. Reikage stood up and made the decision directly. The joint ninja army immediately took action. Kumigakure was responsible for one route, Sand Village was responsible for another route, and the joint forces of Konoha and Uegakure were responsible for another route. They surrounded the fleeing Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo in 3 routes, like a big net. After separating from the other 2 routes, the ninja armies of Konoha and Uegakure quickly shuttled through the forest. At this time, Yakumo came to Shinji and whispered, Shinji, do you feel something is wrong? Shinji said, what? Yakumo looked puzzled. Before we entered the land of earth, Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo had already broken through the heavy blockade of Uegakure and fled to the land of birds. With the strength of these 2 rebel ninjas, how could they expose their tracks and be blocked by Sasuke and others? Shinji glanced at Yakumo. Many people in the game did not realize this, but Yakumo was keenly aware of it, which shows that Yakumo has indeed grown a lot during this period. Shinji didn't need to analyze it, he knew that Sasuke could find Itaki, and it was most likely Itaki's intention. Of course. Itaki probably didn't expect to lure Sasuke here. What he really wanted to lure should be the masters of the 5 major ninja villages. Only in this way can he take the opportunity to release the captured Four Tails Jinchuriki. Similarly, Shinji, who guessed Itaki's thoughts, has been secretly planning. He wants to ensure that the Akatsuki organization can get the Four Tails Jinchuriki. So the current confrontation in the land of birds seems to be a contest between the Akatsuki organization and the 5 major ninja villages. But in fact, it is a contest between Itaki, who wants to secretly release the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and Shinji, who wants to ensure that the Akatsuki organization can get the Four Tails. On a grassland in the west of the land of birds, the Sand Ninja army led by the 4th Kazekage finally caught up with Itaki and Biwajozo, who were traveling west with the unconscious Four Tails Jinchuriki. The 4th Kazekage stood at the forefront of the Sand Ninja army with his arms folded across his chest. Dozens of the Sand Village ninjas were scattered behind the Kazekage, some were controlling puppets, some were taking out ninja tools, and some were carrying scrolls, all of them were staring at us. Biwajozang curled his lips, it turned out that the Kazekage himself was chasing us. Itaki, it seems that we are in big trouble this time. Itaki said lightly, if we fight, we will all die. Biwajozang asked, I didn't expect that someone like you would say such a depressing thing. Itaki explained, my Sharingan needs to be restored. If I face a strong man of the level of the Kazekage now, I will definitely die in the end. Biwajozang chuckled and said, what should we do? Hand over the Jinchuriki and then run for your life. Let's do it. Itaki nodded lightly. Without any hesitation, Biwajozang threw the Four Tails Jinchuriki on his back out. Seeing that Biwajozo had voluntarily handed over the Four Tails Jinchuriki, the Sand Village Ninja army was a little agitated, and many people showed joy on their faces. The 4th Kazekage frowned slightly, as if he had not expected Itaki and Biwajozo to hand over the Jinchuriki so easily. Swish! Just then, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. Everyone in the Sand Village looked up and saw a white bird swooping down from the sky and rushing towards them. Boom! Then, the white bird suddenly exploded, causing a huge explosion far more powerful than the detonating talisman. All the Sand Village ninjas were startled, and when they came to their senses, they found that a layer of golden sand had appeared on their heads at some point, blocking the explosion of the bird just now. It's the golden sand of Master Kazekage. What was that just now? It seems to be the detonating clay of the Uegakure rebel ninja Deidara. Everyone in the Sand Village whispered. The 4th Kazekage who was controlling the golden sand had a solemn expression on his face, thinking, I knew that the people of the Akatsuki organization would not hand over their Jinchuriki so easily. Shua! At this moment, a figure rushed out from the smoke that had not yet dissipated and rushed towards the 4th Kazekage. The 4th Kazekage, who was about to control the golden sand to counterattack, just raised his hand and froze for a moment. It was this brief moment of daze that made him lose the initiative and was scratched by the long blade on the opponent's arm. After dodging away, the fourth Kazekage covered his wound while staring at the figure who attacked him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Third generation. It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 685 Magnetic Release. Not only the fourth Kazekage, but also other Sand Village ninjas showed expressions of horror and anger when they saw the attacker clearly. Because the attacker was not an ordinary person, but the third Kazekage of their Iwagakure village. To be more precise, it was the puppet of the third Kazekage that was made into a puppet. Damn it! This direct slap in the face made the fourth Kazekage furious. Whoosh! Coincidentally, a strong wind blew on the grassland, completely blowing away the smoke and dust that had just exploded, revealing the puppeteer behind the chakra line of the third Kazekage's puppet. It was a figure wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, with red hair, a handsome face, and a little childishness. Red Sand Scorpion. The fourth Kazekage's face darkened, and at the same time, a doubt surged in his heart. Of course, he was not wondering how the third Kazekage's puppet fell into Scorpion's hands. In fact, Sand Village had already investigated clearly that the third Kazekage was killed by Scorpion. The reason why they had been claiming that the third Kazekage, who was known as the strongest Kazekage of Sand Village, was just missing was just to maintain the face of Sand Village. After all, the strongest Kazekage was killed quietly. If the news spread, it would definitely make the Sand Village lose face. What the fourth Kazekage really doubted was Scorpion's appearance. Because Scorpion was at least a middle-aged man in his 30s at this time, but the red-haired man opposite him looked only in his 20s, and the childishness of the boy on his face had not completely faded. At this time, a large white bird slowly fell from the sky, and on the back of the large bird, there was also a figure wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization. No doubt. It was the combination of Deidara and Scorpion that swept across. And as their group arrived, the situation on the field changed. If it was said that the Sand Village Ninja Army had blocked Ataki and Biwajozo, two members of the Akatsuki organization who had no intention of fighting, and the Sand Village side had the advantage, then now the members of the Akatsuki organization on the opposite side have suddenly increased to 4, and the Sand Village Ninja Army is obviously at a disadvantage. We are trapped in such a place. Scorpion said, glancing at the four-tails Jinchuriki thrown out by Biwajozo, and then said, "Are you going to hand over the Jinchuriki?" Itaka still had a calm expression and remained silent. Biwajozo, who was carrying a beheading sword, chuckled and said, "It's very hard to walk on 2 legs. By the way, how did you find me? I met you by chance. You must thank me today." Deidara smiled and looked at the fourth Kazekage on the opposite side. "It's real gold sand. It's too gorgeous, hey." Scorpion said, "Stupid, it's just the 4th generation's unique magnetic escape. Although it's not as good as my explosion art, it's also worth appreciating." After a pause, Deidara said, "Leave him to me, hey." Scorpion raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, "No, he's mine." The fourth Kazekage on the opposite side said, "Scorpion, you dare to appear in front of me, too arrogant. Today I will punish you in the name of the Kazekage." "Really?" Scorpion with a wicked smile, he glanced at the injured arm of the fourth Kazekage. The wound should have lost consciousness by now, right? In addition to being a puppeteer, Scorpion is also a top pharmacist. Especially in terms of poison making, he is one of the top few in the entire Sand Village. He was able to successfully plot against the third Kazekage because of the poison. Although the previous surprise attack only injured the fourth Kazekage's flesh, he had already poisoned the ninja tools, so the fourth Kazekage was already poisoned at this time. Lord Kazekage. After hearing Scorpion's words, the Sand Village ninjas were shocked and all looked at the fourth Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage's face changed, and he immediately took out the antidote and injected it near the wound, shouting, "Don't panic, the wound is very shallow, and the dose of the poison will not be too large." The Sand Village ninjas calmed down. Scorpion smiled and said, "The poison I prepared is not so easy to cure, but you are right, the wound just now was too shallow, and the dose injected will not be too much. But it's better this way. If you are poisoned all at once, it will be too boring." As he said that, Scorpion urged the third Kazekage puppet to take off through the chakra line. Then, a stream of fine black iron sand lingered around, like a black cloud, forming a strong contrast with the golden sand lingering around the fourth Kazekage on the opposite side. Biwajozo leaned on the beheading sword stuck in the ground. A showdown of magnetic escape, it's going to be interesting. The opposite sand ninjas all had complicated expressions. No one thought that this operation would actually encounter the scene of the third Kazekage and the fourth Kazekage competing in magnetic escape. In a forest in the distance, Sakura became worried. Oh no, why are there two more members of the Akatsuki organization? Suzuki and Shin on the side also frowned. With the previous lesson, Suzuki did not clamor to duel with Itaki again, but followed Itaki and Biwajozo from a distance, ready to guide the joint ninja army of the 5 major ninja villages. As a result, before they could pass on the whereabouts of Itaki and Biwajozo, the Sand Village ninja army caught up and blocked Itaki and Biwajozo. Originally, everything went smoothly. Itaki and Biwajozo had already handed over the Four-Tails Jinchuriki of Uegakuer. Unexpectedly, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization showed up halfway, making the situation complicated and confusing. Sakura asked with some guilt, there are so many people in Tsunagakuer, and there is also the Kazekage present. There should be no problem dealing with 4 members of Akatsuki organization, right? Shin replied, I don't know either. Suzuki shook his head, if it was only Itaki and Biwajozo, Tsunagakuer should have no problem, but now there are 2 more members of Akatsuki organization, Tsunagakuer may not win. No, we have to find other reinforcements as soon as possible. On the side of the Konoha ninja army. After receiving the message for help from the Tsunagakuer ninja army, the ninja of the communication squad immediately reported the information to Kakashi. Kakashi hurriedly stopped the team, confirmed the message for help from Tsunagakuer received by the communication squad, and turned around without hesitation and rushed towards Tsunagakuer. Halfway through the team, they met Suzuki, Shin, and Sakura. Kakashi was surprised and happy. Suzuki. Suzuki shouted, Kakashi, the Sand Village ninja army is in trouble. Kakashi said, what's the situation? Don't panic, tell me slowly. Suzuki immediately told Kakashi everything he saw. Everyone in Konoha heard it, and their expressions were all serious. After so many battles, they have a general understanding of the strength of the members of the Akatsuki organization. The worst is at least at the level of elite jonin, and the stronger ones can even be compared to the shadows of each village, so the Sand Village ninja army encountered 4 members of the Akatsuki organization at once, which is obviously not good news. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 686 The Deterrence of Akatsuki. After reporting the intelligence to Kakashi, Suzuki and the other 2 naturally joined the team and joined Shinji's student team. Shinji. Shin was a little embarrassed, as if she had done something wrong. Shinji said, you are quite courageous. I will teach you a lesson when we get back. Shin stuck out her tongue and slid to Yakumo's side. Shinji then glanced at Suzuki and Sakura and said, follow us first. Yet. Suzuki and Sakura nodded and followed the team. Compared to the Kumagakuer route, the Konoha and Uegakuer coalition was obviously closer to the Sandagakuer ninja army, so it didn't take long for the Konoha and Uegakuer coalition to reach the grassland where the Sandagakuer and the Akatsuki members met. However, the closer they were to the battlefield, the more uneasy everyone felt. Because according to common sense, such a big battle should be very noisy, and it is normal for the sound of the battle to be heard for 10 miles. But now, as long as they pass through the last forest, the Konoha and Uegakuer coalition can reach the grassland ahead, but there is silence ahead. Not good. It's bad. After approaching the distance where the pupil technique can detect, Yakumo and Niji exclaimed almost at the same time. The exclamations of the 2 Ijutsu ninjas immediately caused greater anxiety among the crowd, but Kakashi, as the leader, did not stop the team. After passing through the last forest, the coalition forces of Konoha and Uegakuer finally arrived at the grassland that served as the battlefield for both sides. Grassland. The battle on the battlefield is over. In the site, there are many ninjas from Sand Village lying here and there, but some are still groaning, probably just seriously injured. In the center of the battlefield, the 4th Kazekage fell in a pool of blood, his life or death unknown. Scorpion squatted beside the 4th Kazekage, his face full of teasing, staring at the 4th Kazekage, as if he was looking at his trophy. A little further away, Itaki, Biwajozo, and Deidara, 3 members of the Akatsuki organization wearing red cloud uniforms, stood in a row leisurely, looking as if they did not participate in the battle. This Sand village is completely destroyed. The Kazekage is also defeated. Looking at this scene, the ninjas of the Konoha and Uegakure coalition were shocked and frightened. For most ninjas, the existence of the shadow is directly related to confidence and morale. So when they saw the Kazekage lying in a pool of blood, his life or death unknown, many people on the scene began to waver. From the positions of other Akatsuki members, many people came to an even more shocking conclusion, that is, the Akatsuki member who really took action seemed to be only the rebel ninja of Sand Village, Scorpion. The other three, Itaki, Biwajozo, and Deidara, did not seem to participate. Scorpion defeated dozens of Sand Village ninjas led by the Kazekage himself. If this is true, then the battle ahead will probably be difficult. For this reason, after arriving at the battlefield, the coalition forces of Konoha and Uegakure did not act hastily, but slowly deployed their formations while confronting the four Akatsuki members on the opposite side. At this time, Asuma said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, there are still many students from the ninja school in our team, don't be impulsive." Kakashi nodded. He was under more pressure than anyone else at the moment. The strength shown by the Akatsuki organization this time was far beyond his expectations. He could only hope that the fourth Reikage of Kumigakure would arrive as soon as possible. On the field, Scorpion glanced at the coalition forces of Konoha and Uegakure opposite, and finally his eyes fell on the leader Kakashi, muttering, "Hitaki Kakashi." Many memories came to his mind. Losing his parents when he was young was the reason for his lonely and perverse personality, and the one who killed his parents was none other than Kakashi's father, Hitaki Sakumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha. Biwajozo said at this time, "If we continue to entangle, it will only be endless, let's retreat." Itaka nodded gently, "Yes." Seeing this, Deidara shouted, "Brother Scorpion, let's go." Scorpion retracted his gaze, raised his right hand, and shot out several chakra lines, which stuck to the body of the four-tailed Jinchuriki thrown by Biwajozo before, and then gently pulled it, throwing the four-tailed Jinchuriki on the ground onto the back of Deidara's detonated bird. Watching Scorpion recover the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Konoha and Uegakure did not dare to move. Kuratsuka stared at Deidara who was with the Akatsuki organization and gritted his teeth. There was no way out. The situation in front of her made her dare not do anything rash. Then, Scorpion mentioned the fourth Kazekage on the ground. At this time, the fourth Kazekage reached out and grabbed Scorpion's arm, and said with difficulty, "You damn guy." Scorpion chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I will make you a masterpiece that is not inferior to the third." In the distance, the Kazekage is still alive. The coalition forces were shocked. Kakashi shouted directly, "Put down the Kazekage." Unlike the Jinchuriki, the fourth Kazekage is not only the head of Sand Village, but also the face of Sand Village. If the coalition forces of Konoha and Uegakure let the Akatsuki organization take away the fourth Kazekage, the consequences will be disastrous, and it is likely to directly lead to the breakdown of the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages. So even if the Akatsuki organization is allowed to take away the four-tailed Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki organization cannot be allowed to take away the fourth Kazekage. Scorpion's face darkened, and he glanced at the coalition. "This is my precious material, and it is impossible for me to put it down, but I will do my best to protect it." Damn it! The coalition was in turmoil. Scorpion's provocation made everyone angry, but the strength of the Akatsuki organization made everyone dare not act rashly, because the sand ninja lying on the ground was an example. Kakashi slowly took off the eye mask covering the Sharingan. No matter what, as a commander, he could not let the Akatsuki organization take away the fourth Kazekage, so he could only choose to fight. This situation made Sasuke angry. He wanted to attack, but his aching eyes reminded him that he was in no condition to fight against the people of Dark Dawn. Shiro, Karin, Yakumo, Kimimaro, and Niji were all full of contradictions at the moment. It stands to reason that as a member of the Dawn, they could not watch the people of Dark Dawn take away the Jinchuriki and Kazekage, but the leader did not give them permission to move freely. Shin was not panicked at all. She quietly approached Shinji and whispered, "Shinji, what should we do now?" "Stay still." After teaching Shin a lesson, Shinji looked at the battlefield. It was he who summoned Deidara. He notified Deidara through Naobi to come to meet Itaki and Biwajozo to ensure that the Four Tails Jinchuriki would fall into the hands of Akatsuki. But Scorpion did go too far. If the fourth Kazekage died directly in the battle, it would likely affect the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages. Shinji still needed the 5 major ninja villages and Akatsuki to check and balance each other. So the next moment, when everyone was shocked by Scorpion, Shinji jumped out of the crowd and pounced on Scorpion, who was carrying the 4th Kazekage. The second more. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 687, The Battle to Recapture the Kazekage. Scorpion seemed arrogant, and he threatened the coalition forces of Konoha and Uegakure with his own strength, but in fact, he never let down his guard and was secretly on guard against the coalition's surprise attack. So although Shinji's sudden appearance was sudden, Scorpion was not unprepared. On the contrary, he was experienced and had laid many traps on the battlefield before the coalition arrived, waiting for people to fall into them. So, at the moment when Shinji pounced on Scorpion, swish, swish, swish. Under the surface of the battlefield, puppets that had been ambushed for a long time suddenly jumped up and attacked Shinji. These puppets were not only numerous, but also had different means. Some puppets swung metal whips at Shinji, some puppets shot dark glowing senbon at Shinji, and some puppets threw kunao with detonating talismans at Shinji. Some puppets even formed seals with their hands and released ninjutsu on Shinji. Attacks from all directions surrounded Shinji layer by layer, and the originally calm battlefield turned into a Jedi in an instant. Humph! Scorpion raised the corner of his mouth and snorted. In the distance, Biwajozo laughed and said, "Itaki, you little brats of the Uchiha clan, you are really impatient." Deidara shook his head, "Brother Scorpion is too despicable." Itaka did not comment, but his eyes were fixed on Shinji on the field. On the coalition side, Kakashi's expression changed drastically. He expected that there would be murderous intentions hidden in the seemingly calm battlefield in front of him, but he never thought that Scorpion would ambush so many puppets. "Shinji, be careful!" Yakumo and Niji exclaimed. Because there were still many wounded soldiers of Sand Village lying on the battlefield, many of these Sand Village ninjas were puppeteers, so there were countless puppets left on the battlefield. This led to them being deceived despite their eye skills and not being able to detect Scorpion's puppets hidden in advance. Obviously, Scorpion has a lot of experience in dealing with eye skills bloodline ninjas and knows how to use the battlefield environment to confuse the opponent. Oh no! Sasuke was anxious and rushed out to rescue Shinji. But as soon as he took this step, his body staggered and fell to the ground. Obviously, his current body no longer allowed him to fight. Shua shua! Just as the coalition forces exclaimed, 2 figures jumped out of the crowd without hesitation and rushed to the battlefield. Everyone looked and found that the 2 people who rushed to the battlefield without hesitation were none other than Shinji's 2 teammates, Haku and Karin. There is no doubt that when others were frightened and hesitant, Haku and Karin chose to attack tacitly. For them, exposing their identities might indeed be punished by the leader, but compared with the punishment, watching Shinji in danger was what they really couldn't accept. So even if it would expose their identities, they chose to attack without hesitation. On the battlefield, faced with the sudden siege of puppets, Shinji remained calm. Not to mention that he was mentally prepared for the attack before he attacked. The killing intention perception that constantly stimulated his nerves also reminded him of the murderous intent hidden under the seemingly calm battlefield. Touching the ground with his toes and flying into the air, Shinji avoided the sharp steel wires close to the ground, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets swung left and right, evaluating the order of each wave of attacks. Then, he took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag on his waist with his left hand, and blocked a puppet that was swinging a knife at him in mid-air. Then, the raised nan in his right hand followed closely and hit the puppet's abdomen with 1 blow. Boom! With a roar, the puppet holding the big knife was completely shattered by the raised nan in the air, and its parts exploded like flowers scattered on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The second and third rounds of attacks came as expected. After tapping the ground with his toes again and letting his body rise, Shinji activated the 7th type of the 12 zodiacs, the shrinking step, using speed to beat slowness, and instantly bullied a burly puppet, used heavy hands to break all the puppet's keys, and then held the puppet to the right to block. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp sound rang in his ears, and the 1,000 kimonos from the right were all blocked by the puppet in his hand as Shinji expected. Then, Shinji blocked the puppet to his left side, and his remaining hand was not idle. He instantly took out several shurikens from the ninja bag on his waist and threw them out. Boom boom. The next second, there was an explosion. Shinji used the puppet to block the kunao with explosive tags on the left side that were shot at him. Although the explosive tags behind the kunao exploded, the power of the explosion was far less than expected. Because just before the explosive tag was detonated, the shurikens thrown by Shinji accurately cut the explosive tag into several pieces. Although this did not prevent the explosive tag from detonating, it greatly reduced the power of the explosive tag, allowing the puppet in his hand to completely block the explosion of the explosive tag. With the impact of the explosion of the explosive tag, Shinji retreated a short distance, naturally widening the distance between him and the subsequent attacking puppets. Immediately, he took advantage of the distance and used his powerful physical skills to knock down the puppets that attacked one by one, easily breaking the siege of several puppets. Landed once, and rose again. During this process, Shinji quickly formed seals with both hands, completed 2 ninjutsu in a row, and shouted, "Fire escape, great fire extinguishing. Wind escape, great shock wave. Fire and wind." For a moment, the flames illuminated half of the sky, suppressing all the wind escape, water escape, fire escape, and other ninjutsu released by several puppets in the distance. Shua! Almost in sync with this wind and fire composite ninjutsu, Shinji's body rushed out of the gorgeous sea of fire and finally came to Scorpion. Just now, a series of complex games actually took only a moment. From Scorpion launching the puppet trap to Shinji breaking through all the way, the whole process was only a few ups and downs, 3 or 5 breaths. You! Scorpion's leisurely face finally showed a look of surprise. But Shinji didn't waste words, and turned and kicked Scorpion's arms, kicking Scorpion away. At the same time, with a scoop of his right hand, he took the 4th Kazekage who was held in Scorpion's hand. As Scorpion was flying backwards, the look of surprise on his face gradually turned into disbelief. After landing, his face quickly darkened, "Little devil." At this time, Bai and Karin fell to Shinji's side, one on the left and one on the right. Their original intention was to help Shinji, but they didn't expect that when they arrived at the battlefield, Shinji not only broke through the heavy puppet traps, but also rescued the 4th Kazekage. The whole process was incredibly fast. Hoo! Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the grassland, and the sound of the wind whistled, suppressing other noises. Shinji, standing in the wind, smoothed his hair that was messed up by the wind, and then threw the 4th Kazekage that he had taken from Scorpion to Bai, and said lightly, "Take the Kazekage back. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 688 Kirin. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Shinji looked up and down, looking at the members of the Akatsuki organization opposite him. The wind was still blowing, and in a burst of "oh-oh-at-at" sounds, the grass on the grassland swayed and leaned to one side. At this moment, it seemed that only the sound of the wind remained. However, in sharp contrast to the calm battlefield, the members of both sides were in deep doubt. No one thought that a ninja school student from Konoha could so easily take back the 4th Kazekage from the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion. And in the face of this fact, no one could question anything, because this scene happened right under everyone's eyes. Biwajozo put away the smile on his face and asked, "Itaki, is this kid also from your clan?" Deidara also looked at Itaki with a curious look on his face. Itaki nodded gently, "Yes, he is Uchiha Shinji." Biwajozo said with emotion, "Oh, so he is the kid who almost died in your hands? I didn't expect that he would grow to this extent in just a few years." Uchiha Shinji. Deidara moved his eyes away from Itaki and looked at Shinji in the field. He was attracted by the Sharingan and was fooled by Shinji to join the so-called inner formation of the Akatsuki organization that Shinji made up at the time. Konoha and Uegakure Coalition. Seeing that Shinji not only easily cracked Scorpion's puppet trap, but also took back the 4th Kazekage, the morale of the coalition was immediately boosted. Asuma said, "This kid is really amazing." Hong nodded repeatedly on the side, "It is worthy of being the chief of the ninja school who won the assessment." In the student team, Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief, and a bit of competitive spirit surged in his heart. She did hesitate just now. Even the senior ninjas dared not act rashly in such a scene, which invisibly affected her judgment and made her somewhat restrained. Ningji secretly sighed, "It turns out that in addition to strength, I am not as brave as Shinji." Sakura said, "I was really scared just now." Shin smiled, "What is there to worry about? That's Shinji. Do you think it's Suzuki? You still want us to be nervous?" Suzuki, who also secretly sighed, almost spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing Shin's words, and his face flushed and couldn't speak. On the field. After catching the injured 4th Kazekage, Bai said, Shinji, let's. Shinji waved his hand, let's take the Kazekage and retreat. Bai and Karin looked at each other, and then slowly retreated to their own army. In their opinion, as long as the injured 4th Kazekage was brought back safely, Shinji would have nothing to worry about and could fight or retreat. Shinji stood there, still looking at the opposite side indifferently, providing a barrier for Bai and Karin to retreat. Scorpion laughed in anger, little ghost, since you have taken away my precious material, you can replace it yourself. After that, Scorpion took out a scroll and shook it gently. The scroll was immediately shaken open, revealing the 3 surrounded by the sealing technique. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a white smoke surged, and the 3rd Kazekage puppet appeared on the battlefield again. With the appearance of the 3rd Kazekage puppet, black iron sand began to slowly gather, and in just a short while, a black cloud formed in the air. Shinji raised his hands and slowly formed seals, Jo. Mao. Shen. In the distance. Kakashi's eyes shone when he saw this, that's it. Asuma looked at Kakashi with a strange look on his face. Kakashi, did you teach your Chidori to Shinji? No. Kakashi shook his head, with a look of deep confusion on his face. He didn't expect that Shinji not only stole the Rei's Nan, but also stole his Chidori. Suzuki also widened his eyes, how is this possible? Sakura asked curiously, Suzuki, what's wrong? Before Suzuki could answer, Shinji's right hand flashed with dazzling electric light amidst a burst of chi-chi sound of electricity. Biwajozo frowned, want to use lightning escape to restrain the magnetic escape of Scorpion's human puppet? Isn't this too fantastic? If magnetic escape is so easy to deal with, magnetic escape ninjas can't be the wind shadow. Powerful electric current can indeed interfere with magnetic force. But magnetic release is, after all, a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of 2 types of chakra properties, so the general lightning release ninjutsu has little effect on magnetic release. Itaka seemed to be thinking about something. Deidara held his chin with his hand and frowned. Compared to magnetic release, his detonating clay is more afraid of lightning release, because lightning release can restrain earth release, so looking at the flashing lightning in Shinji's hand, he subconsciously thought about how to deal with it. On the field. Scorpion chuckled, you want to use lightning release to deal with my magnetic release, you are very imaginative. Crack. Before Scorpion finished speaking, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Hearing the thunder above his head, Scorpion's face changed, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. He saw that a large thundercloud had gathered in the originally clear sky at some point. Realizing something, Scorpion stared at Shinji, you want? At this moment, Shinji raised his right hand high, and the Chidori in his hand echoed with the natural thunder bred in the thundercloud in the sky. For a moment, the 2 lightnings blended with each other and churned in the thundercloud. At first glance, it seemed like a giant thunder beast was dormant in the thundercloud, waiting for a powerful attack. Obviously. This move was the S-level ninjutsu Kailan that Suzuki painstakingly researched in the original time and space to deal with Itaki. Shinji just in fact, there is no need to launch the wind and fire composite ninjutsu containing great fire extinguishing for the sudden attack. The reason why he chose to consume a lot of chakra to launch this technique is to create a temperature difference between the air near the ground and the air at high altitude, triggering the convection of cold and hot air, and artificially creating thunderclouds. And he did this because he had already taken Scorpion's 3rd generation wind shadow puppet into consideration before he made his move. It is actually very difficult to fight against this human puppet that has mastered the magnetic release with only physical skills, because Scorpion is a master of poison, and any slight contact may be poisoned, so he chose to use Kailan to deal with the 3rd generation wind shadow puppet. Looking at the lightning beast lurking in the thundercloud, whose power is like thunder, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, what a genius idea. Asuma touched the sweat on his forehead, this kid is incredible. Suzuki stared at the thunderclouds in the sky, muttering, it turns out that Chidori can be used like this. He was already good at lightning escape, so after watching Shinji's operation, he immediately understood the key to Shinji's technique. On the field. Shinji looked at Scorpion calmly and said, ordinary lightning escape is indeed difficult to shake magnetic escape, but I am a little curious, can your human puppet's magnetic escape block my lightning escape? The second update is here. It's a new week soon, please recommend and vote. Chapter 689 If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Facing the lightning beast hidden in the thundercloud, Scorpion's face changed constantly. Being able to preserve the blood limit of the corpse and make a human puppet, he has a much better understanding of ninjutsu than ordinary ninjas. So he knew very well that what Shinji was holding in his hand was not an ordinary lightning release. This had nothing to do with the amount of chakra. It was purely because he saw through Shinji's skill of using a little force to achieve a great result, and realized that he was facing not only Shinji's Chidori, but also the natural thunder wrapped in natural energy. Facing this terrifying lightning release, he was really not sure whether his magnetic release of the third Kazekage's human puppet could withstand it. Shinji was holding back. He did not act rashly, because this thundercloud of cold and hot convection was created by him through the release of a large range of fire release, not purely generated by nature, so he only had one chance to activate Kirin. The coalition forces of Konoha and Uegaku. There was no rash action here. Besides Scorpion, there were 3 Akatsuki members standing side by side in the distance. Kakashi was worried that if he moved, all members of Akatsuki would attack. By then, the scale of the battle would be difficult to control. Before the arrival of the Kumigaku ninja army led by the 4th Raikage, he really didn't want to start a full-scale war with the Akatsuki members on the opposite side so soon, so he was very impressed by Shinji's decision to hold the Kirin and wait and see, and thought it was the best choice at the moment. Seeing that Haku and Karin were about to bring the injured 4th Kazekage back to the coalition army, Scorpion wanted to attack several times, but was frightened by the Kirin in Shinji's hand and held back. After a while, the 4th Kazekage was successfully brought back to the coalition army by Haku and Karin, and Shizune immediately stepped forward with the medical team to treat the 4th Kazekage's injuries. Seeing this, Biwajozo shouted, "Scorpion, since the Jinchuriki has been taken back, there is no need for us to continue to entangle with them." Deidara controlled the clay bird to fly into the sky. "Brother Scorpion, let's go." Humph. Scorpion looked at Shinji and snorted, then flashed back and retreated to Ataki and Biwajozo. No doubt. After weighing the pros and cons, Scorpion chose to retreat temporarily. After all, he knew that reinforcements from the 5 major ninja villages were coming in an endless stream, including tough guys like the 4th Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage. Continuing to entangle here would only put himself in danger. Soon, the 4 members of Akatsuki began to retreat in an orderly manner. Deidara took the unconscious Four-Tails Jinchuriki on the clay bird and flew high in the sky. Itaki, Biwajozo, and Scorpion covered the air on the ground. The 4 people retreated slowly, without any panic or flaws. Shinji released the Chidori in his hand. Without the guidance of the Chidori, the lightning beast lurking in the thundercloud quickly turned into muffled thunder and dissipated in the thundercloud. Swish! Kakashi landed beside Shinji. Without waiting for Kakashi to speak, Shinji said, "I don't recommend chasing. If you insist on chasing, I can't protect everyone." Kakashi looked at Shinji with a complicated expression and finally nodded. As the commander of this operation, he obviously didn't need to listen to Shinji's advice, but he still respected Shinji's advice. First, the 4 members of Akatsuki did not retreat in defeat, but retreated in an orderly manner. The enemy's combat power was intact, and their own personnel were not complete. It was not suitable to rush into battle at this time. Second, there were still a large number of Sand Village wounded waiting for treatment on the battlefield at this time. The coalition forces could not ignore these wounded and pursue Akatsuki. So, Kakashi arranged personnel to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded, while arranging the elite of the Anbu to follow the 4 members of Akatsuki from a distance to ensure that they would not lose the trace of the enemy. Most of the coalition forces rested on the spot and waited for the Cloud Village ninja army led by the 4th Raikage to come and join them. After this battle, Shinji's influence was no longer limited to the student team. He also accumulated considerable prestige in the Jounin class, Anbu class, and other groups. The position of chief is undoubtedly more stable. The wounded soldiers of Sand Village on the battlefield were quickly treated, and after questioning them, everyone got a shocking piece of information, that is, the previous speculation was true, and it was only Scorpion who defeated the Sand Village ninja army. And Scorpion actually surpassed the extreme of ordinary puppeteers controlling 10 puppets with 10 fingers, and achieved the terrifying realm of one person controlling 100 puppets. With the help of the unpredictable poison, he defeated the entire Sand Village ninja army led by the 4th Kazekage with his own strength. Red Sand Scorpion. What a terrible opponent! Kakashi's face was gloomy. This action made him once again deeply realize the power of the Akatsuki organization. Not to mention how mysterious and powerful the leader of the Akatsuki organization with the immortal eye is. Just these members of the Akatsuki organization who are active outside have made an elite ninja like him feel numb. Kakashi himself is a handsome talent, and the village let him be in charge of this operation because he has a wise brain. But it was precisely because he was wise enough that he felt pessimistic about the mission of retaking the two Jinkriki of Iwagakure this time. The Akatsuki organization's action this time was too sudden, and the 5 major ninja villages had no time to react. And the consequence of hastily hunting down members of the Akatsuki organization is what it is now, with wounded people everywhere and wailing. Shinji also joined the ranks of treating the wounded at this moment. Not only him, but also ninjas like Yakumo and Sakura who mastered medical ninjutsu all participated in the rescue to the best of their ability. Shinji's attainments in medical ninjutsu are beyond doubt. He skillfully used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding of a wounded person, and then instructed Karin beside him, bandage it with the method I just taught you. Remember, you must press before bandaging. Then, he took over another wounded person from Bai, and while listening to Bai's description of the wounded's injuries, he thought about the treatment method. After a while of busy work, Shinji clapped his hands. The popularity of medical ninjutsu in Konoha is very high. If the scene was replaced by another village's ninja army, it would never be possible to complete the bandaging and treatment of all the wounded so quickly. After completing the basic treatment, Shizun's medical class began to discuss how to develop an antidote to neutralize the scorpion venom, and Shinji did not participate. At this time, Suzuki came to Shinji, and after hesitating for a while, he asked, "Shinji, why do you know Chidori?" Shinji said, "In front of the Sharingan, the ninjutsu you have seen is not secret. Do you know Kakashi's nickname?" Suzuki naturally knew that Kakashi had a nickname of Copy Ninja, and he was not actually asking about Chidori, so he continued to ask, "The technique you just used?" Shinji smiled, "It's called Kailan, do you want to learn it?" "If you want to learn it, I will teach you. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 690 Living in the Shadows. Originally, Suzuki was a little embarrassed to ask Shinji for advice. But the continuous setbacks made him realize that if he wanted to complete his revenge on Itaki, he had to improve his strength at all costs, and the Kirin that Shinji had just used to shock Scorpion was undoubtedly very much to his liking. Because he was also very good at lightning release. Seeing that Suzuki was hesitant for a long time, Shinji stopped teasing him and directly explained to him the essentials of performing Kirin. Shinji was very serious and did not hide anything. After all, Kirin itself was the secret of lightning release developed by Suzuki in the original time and space. Strictly speaking, he plagiarized Suzuki, so he gave a detailed explanation of the principle of Kirin, the matters that need to be paid attention to when performing the spell, and the weather environment required to release Kirin. Finally, he even explained how to create the weather required to release Kirin on the battlefield. The method of the air environment was also explained to Suzuki one by one. The people around saw Shinji teaching Suzuki the Kirin. You should know that the current ninja world is still in the stage where the upper class monopolizes all advanced ninjutsu and secret techniques from the lower class. Although the Kirin that Shinji just performed did not fall in the end, anyone can see how powerful the Kirin is. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a kind of lightning escape secret. So when seeing Shinji impart this level of technique to Suzuki without reservation, whether it is Kakashi, Asuma and other senior ninjas, or Yakumo, Sakura and other ninja school students, all nodded secretly and admired Shinji's pattern and mind. That lightning escape technique just now is enough to be a killer move. I didn't expect that Shinji would even teach this technique to Suzuki. After sighing, Yakumo continued, I also heard that Suzuki had secretly learned Shinji's ninja tool throwing and imitated Shinji's use of the enemy's hand seals. In the early days, Yakumo was often absent from school because of her weak health, and she missed many things that happened in the ninja school. Sakura on the side lowered her voice, that's true, but it can't be considered stealing. After all, Suzuki also has the Sharingan, and he can learn many techniques just by watching them once. Unconsciously, even Sakura felt that Suzuki was not as good as Shinji, even though Shinji had not yet awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Ninkai also sighed, I really don't know how Shinji is proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, ninja tool throwing, medical ninjutsu, etc. Because he is a genius. After a pause, Shin seemed to feel that the tone just now was not enough, so she added, a real genius. Over at Iwagakure. Kuratsuka stared at Shinji in the distance, his eyes almost unable to move away. At this time, a ninja from the communication squad of Iwagakure came to Kuratsuka and said, Lord Tsuchikage has sent a message, he will arrive here soon. When Kuratsuka heard this, her spirits were lifted immediately, and then she looked at Shinji and said secretly, I have to work harder too. I must not be left too far behind by him. Swish swish swish. Just then, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, a series of figures landed at the temporary camp. It was the Kumigakure ninja army led by the 4th Raikage who arrived. What's going on? As soon as he arrived, the 4th Raikage asked loudly in a muffled voice. Kakashi immediately rushed over and told the 4th Raikage that the Sand Village ninja army was defeated by the Akatsuki organization and that the 4th Kazekage was also seriously injured. While listening to Kakashi's story and looking at the miserable situation of the Sand Village camp, the 4th Raikage frowned. The performance of the Sand Village undoubtedly made him very dissatisfied, but he was the shadow of a village after all. Some words could not be said carelessly, and some complaints could not be easily opened, otherwise, it would affect the alliance relationship of the 5 major ninja villages. Kakashi continued, the Four Tails Jinchuriki is still in the hands of the other party. I have sent people to follow and can start the pursuit at any time. The 4th Raikage asked again, are you sure there are 4 people on the other side? Kakashi nodded, well, it has been confirmed, they are Biwajozo, Uchiha Itaki, Red Sand Scorpion and Uegakure's Deidara. The 4th Raikage pondered for a moment and asked again, Red Sand Scorpion defeated the entire Sand Village ninja army alone. Yes. Kakashi nodded helplessly again. However, he was not scared. In other words, he knew that there were some prerequisites for Scorpion to defeat the entire Sand Village ninja army. For example, Scorpion knew the combat methods of the Sand Village ninja army very well, especially the puppeteer troops that Sand Village relied on to become famous. They were basically defeated in front of Scorpion. As long as Scorpion solved the 4th Kazekage, the remaining Sand Village ninjas would not be a problem at all. At the same time, the strength of the Sand Village ninja army was indeed not enough. The only strong man who could really show off was the 4th Kazekage, which was also the main reason why the entire ninja army was defeated by Scorpion alone. At this time, Kuratsuki rushed over and reported, Mr. Raikage, Senior Kakashi, there was just news from the village that Grandpa is rushing here and will be here soon. When they heard that the 3rd Tsuchikage was coming, both of them were relieved. Even the 4th Raikage, who was very disgusted with the 3rd Tsuchikage, was relieved after hearing the news. Only the opponent knows how powerful the other is. Kumigakure and Uegakure have been fighting for so many years, and no one knows the power of the 3rd Tsuchikage better than the 4th Raikage. Although the 3rd Hokage of Konoha is currently recognized as the strongest kage in the ninja world. But in the heart of the 4th Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage who has mastered the bloodline elimination of dust release and can fly is the kage that he fears the most among the 5 major ninja villages. Kakashi asked, do we start the pursuit after joining the Tsuchikage? The 4th Raikage shook his head, the Tsuchikage can fly, and his speed is much faster than our ninja army's marching speed, so we can start the pursuit first. You go and prepare, and set off in 5 minutes. Yes. Kakashi and Kuratsuki responded in unison. After the 4th Kazekage was injured, the 4th Raikage was the only one with the highest status in the coalition, so the Raikage could almost decide the actions of the coalition alone. With the Raikage's order, the camp immediately became busy. Except for the necessary personnel to protect the wounded, the rest of the ninjas all took action and packed up their luggage. Shinji also stopped instructing Sasuke and reminded him, although this technique is powerful, it is also very risky. If you are not careful, you may hurt yourself. So before you are completely proficient in it, don't rush to use it in actual combat. Yes. Sasuke was grateful nodded. Shinji ordered, get ready, we're leaving soon. Sasuke turned and left to prepare his luggage. Sakura and Shin came up to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, have you learned it? Sasuke said, well, Shinji explained it in detail, and I have roughly understood it. After that, he turned and looked at Shinji again. For some reason, he always felt that he was living in the shadow of the other party. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 691, Connection. After joining the Cloud Ninja Army led by the 4th Raikage, and confirming that the coalition forces led by the 3rd Tsuchikage were on their way, they swept away the haze of the Sand Ninja Army being defeated, and once again prepared to pursue the Akatsuki organization. However, not long after the team set out, the Enbu in front who was responsible for tracking the members of the Akatsuki organization received bad news. After getting rid of the coalition forces, the Akatsuki members boarded Deidara's clay bird in order to get out as quickly as possible and chose to evacuate from the air. This time, the mobility of the two sides was pulled apart. In addition, the Anbu team did not dare to get too close and followed from a long distance, so due to the huge difference in mobility, they lost the opponent's trace soon. After a while, the coalition forces joined the Anbu team responsible for tracking in front. The fourth generation Raikage asked angrily, which direction did the Akatsuki bastards flee to? The captain of the Anbu team looked helpless. From the direction, they fled all the way west, towards the country of bears and the country of demons. But it is not ruled out that they turned around and fled to other places after getting rid of our tracking. Bang! The fourth generation Raikage punched a big tree next to him. Damn it! This is the advantage of flying ability. Once you get rid of the entanglement, you can quickly evacuate the war zone. This is why Akatsuki used spore clones to lure away the third Tsuchikage, because the third Tsuchikage is also one of the few ninjas in the ninja world who has the ability to fly. Kakashi asked the perception team, "Can you sense the location of the Four Tails Jinchuriki?" The ninjas in the perception team shook their heads. "I'm sorry, the other party should have cast some kind of sealing technique on the Jinchuriki, and we can no longer sense the location of the Jinchuriki. The members of Akatsuki are all leaders in various fields, and the general means of hunting down rebel ninjas have little effect on them." Kakashi looked at the map again and said in a deep voice, "With the current escape speed of the other party, at most half an hour, we will completely lose the opportunity to hunt down the other party." Everyone's face was gloomy when they heard this. The rescue operation suffered such a great loss and sacrificed so many ninjas, but the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki were all unable to be rescued. Everyone was really unwilling. Kakashi continued, "The only way now is to send a large number of reconnaissance teams to the entire west in a fan-shaped manner, and use numbers to make up for the gap in mobility." The fourth Raikage nodded, "That's the only way." Soon, the fourth Raikage and Kakashi selected dozens of reconnaissance teams from the coalition forces, and each of them carried out a carpet-style reconnaissance to the west according to the predetermined route. Because of Shinji's outstanding performance this time, he also got the opportunity to lead the reconnaissance. However, since it was only a reconnaissance mission and it was necessary to strictly avoid fighting with members of the Akatsuki organization, the size of the reconnaissance team was limited to 4 people, so in addition to Bai and Karin, Shinji also brought Yakumo, who had red dragon eyes. While dozens of reconnaissance teams were spreading to the west of the bird country, one of Shinji's shadow clones quietly sneaked into a forest in the south of the bird country. Not long after, with a gust of wind, a shadow fell in the sky. The huge figure that fell was nothing but Deidara's clay bird, and Deidara and the unconscious Four Tails Jinchuriki were on the bird's back. At this time, Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki and wearing a cat-faced mask, slowly walked out of the shadows. Seeing Shinji, Deidara, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the clay bird, jumped up. "Hey, why haven't you contacted me recently?" Shinji glanced at the unconscious Four Tails Jinchuriki, and immediately said, "You are in a very dangerous situation now. Frequent contact will only put you in danger." Yet, Deidara nodded and accepted the explanation given by Shinji. Because the Akatsuki organization is really dangerous, every member inside is not simple. They are either extremely vicious murderers or lunatics who ignore the law. There are bounty ninjas who love money like their lives, and there are also ruthless people who slaughter their own clans. There are a lot of lunatics who have transformed themselves in various ways. In such an organization, even Deidara seems much more normal. "By the way, why do you want me to help the organization regain the Four Tails Jinchuriki?" After a pause, Deidara said, "You should also know the purpose of the organization's collection of tailed beasts, right?" Shinji nodded slightly. "I can't tell you the specific reason for the time being, but in the matter of collecting tailed beasts, you can perform all the tasks of the outer formation." "Humph." Deidara snorted lightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Shinji smiled, "Don't you want to see the power of the 10 tails? I can tell you that compared with the 10 tails, even the strongest 9 tails among the tailed beasts is only it's just a toy." Deidara crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with one hand. "Hearing what you said, I am really interested in the 10 tails." Shinji said, "Don't worry, the 10 tails will not let you down. If you want to witness the ultimate art, you must revive the 10 tails. At this point, whether it is our inner circle, their outer circle, or yourself, their interests are the same. The ultimate art." Deidara sat back cross-legged, with a little more yearning in his eyes. Shinji did not continue to talk about the 10 tails, but asked, "What's the matter with the pair of Sharingan of Okuriko?" Deidara said, "That guy is a lunatic." He actually made a disgusting ritual, fused several bloodline ninjas into his body, and robbed them of their bloodline limits. The pair of Sharingan you mentioned, that's how it came from? Shinji asked. His Sharingan doesn't seem to be an ordinary Sharingan? During the fusion, it was indeed just a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, which was provided to him by the organization. Even Brother Scorpion was a little jealous at the time. After a pause, Deidara continued, later, a mutation occurred during the ceremony. According to him, it should be that the ceremony triggered the fusion of the nature of chakra, which stimulated the Sharingan and made the 3 Magatama Sharingan complete an upgrade. Shinji nodded slowly. What Deidara said was very similar to what he guessed. It is impossible for the Akatsuki organization to provide a pair of Manjiki Sharingan for Okuniko, so the pair of Manjiki Sharingan must have been accidentally obtained by Okuniko during the ceremony. It's just that Shinji is currently unable to determine whether Okuniko's ceremony really has an evolutionary effect on the Sharingan, or whether all this is just a coincidence. With a thought, Shinji ordered, I need all the information about Okuniko's ceremony, including his fusion of other bloodline ninjas Kimetsu no Jutsu. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 692 Transfer. Temporary camp in the Land of Birds. The previous pursuit of the coalition forces was naturally a failure. Itaki, Biwajozo, Sasori, and Deidara disappeared after getting rid of the surveillance of the coalition forces. The subsequent coalition forces searched the entire Land of Birds and found no clues. Then, the third generation of Tsuchikage arrived first, and then the reinforcements of Kirigakure, led by Mei Terumi, also arrived in the Land of Birds after a 1,000-mile journey. So far, the coalition forces of the 5 major ninja villages have gathered again, which also announced the end of the short-lived peace in the ninja world after the war in the Land of Grass. In the military tent, the heads of the reinforcements from each village gathered together and held a high-level meeting. Looking at the intelligence collected from various places, the third generation of Tsuchikage Onoki's face was ashen. The 2 Jinkriki of his family were all abducted, and all the intelligence points were found to be nothing. The action of the Akatsuki organization this time did not give him the Uegakura bit of face, almost in front of all the forces in the ninja world. In the face of the power, he slapped Onoki hard. The 4th Kazekage, whose injuries had not yet healed, attended the meeting on behalf of Tsunagakure. His pale face could not hide the anger in his heart. If he could blame the asymmetry of intelligence for failing to stop Hirako and others from breaking through, then his defeat at the hands of Scorpion was a stain that he could not erase. Not only him, but his defeat brought shame to the entire Tsunagakure. Kakashi looked serious. He participated in the whole operation, personally experienced the horror of the Akatsuki organization, and had a clear understanding of the current severe situation. Mei Terumi was also silent. This was mainly because they came late to Kirigakure and missed all the previous battles, so she couldn't say anything at this moment. Seeing that everyone was silent, the hot-tempered 4th Raikage slapped the table. Is this how you hold a meeting? The 3rd Tsuchikage spoke, everyone, the attack by the Akatsuki organization this time was premeditated for a long time. They will not stop. The next target is the Jinkriki of your village. So in order to stop the ambition of the Akatsuki organization, we must go to war with the Akatsuki organization and take back the 4 tails and the 5 tails from them. Mei Terumi expressed on behalf of Kirigakure, before departure, the Mizukage-sama has authorized me to represent Kirigakure, so I now support the comprehensive suppression of the Akatsuki organization on behalf of Kirigakure. The 4th Kazekage slowly raised his hand, the same goes for the Sand Village. Kakashi said, I have no right to represent Konoha, but I believe in the determination of the Hokage-sama to maintain peace in the ninja world. The alliance of the 5 major ninja villages was initiated by Konoha, so Kakashi's words were very straightforward. He just didn't have the authority to make the decision, but when the news was passed back to the village, the Hokage would definitely agree. The 4th Raikage said, we in Kumigakure also agree to go to war with the Akatsuki organization. Very good. The 3rd Tsuchikage finally showed some joy on his gloomy face. After reaching a consensus, everyone began to discuss the next countermeasures. The most urgent task is to rescue the 2 Jinkriki who were abducted by the Akatsuki organization, which involves intelligence and action. The 3rd Tsuchikage said, I propose that each village share the intelligence collected about the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization cannot appear out of thin air. It must be hidden somewhere in the ninja world. As long as our 5 major ninja villages do not hide anything and share all the intelligence, we will definitely be able to catch the Akatsuki organization. The other people nodded. Kakashi thought of the hint that the third generation mentioned before departure to avoid the Hidden Rain village, and guessed that the top leaders of his own village must know something about the Akatsuki organization. The fourth Reikage added at this time, in the Akatsuki organization there are rebels in Takigakure, and Takigakure also has a tailed beast, so we should gather all the small ninja villages and let them contribute to the peace of the ninja world. The third Tsuchikage echoed, yes, if we can recruit that old guy Hanzo, we will be more confident in dealing with the Akatsuki organization. A single small ninja village is indeed not comparable to the 5 major ninja villages. But if all the small ninja villages are mobilized, it will also be a force that cannot be underestimated, especially in the eyes of everyone, such as the Hidden Rain village, where there are top strong men sitting in the ninja village. Of course. At this time, the ninja world did not know that Hanzo, who had the title of demigod, had been solved by Nagato a few years ago. The fourth Reikage smiled and said, well, if we can win over Hanzo, our chances of winning will be greatly improved. The fourth Kazekage asked, I heard that Hanzo has divided the land to defend himself, neither interfering in the affairs of the outside world nor allowing the outside world to interfere in the affairs of the Rain country. Will he join our alliance? The third Tsuchikage snorted, we, the 5 major ninja villages, will put pressure on him together. Even Hanzo will have to bow his head. Listening to the discussion, Kakashi's face darkened. The third mentioned the Hidden Rain village to him, and it would not be without purpose, so something must have happened in the Hidden Rain village, and the legendary figure Hanzo, who was called the demigod and made the 3 ninjas of Konoha famous, must have a problem. Either he is dead and the Akatsuki organization has stolen the power of the Hidden Rain village, or he is the black hand behind the Akatsuki organization. Share intelligence, rebuild the coalition, and mobilize all ninja villages. Under the huge threat of the Akatsuki organization, these issues that were impossible to reach a consensus in the past were quickly finalized one by one in this simple military tent. After the meeting, Kakashi immediately returned to the camp of the Konoha ninja army. Seeing Kakashi coming back, a group of Konoha's senior ninjas surrounded him, and Asuma was the first to ask, how did the meeting go? Kakashi briefly recounted the content of the meeting, and then announced, pack up, we are going back to Konoha now. The Akatsuki organization showed amazing strength in this operation. Facts show that the hastily formed ninja army is not enough to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization, so in order to deal with the Akatsuki organization, the 5 major ninja villages need to mobilize a powerful ninja army. Now that the traces of the Akatsuki members have been lost, it is meaningless for this temporary coalition to continue to stay in the land of birds. In addition, the ninja armies of each village either need to rest or strengthen, so at the meeting just now, the proposal that the ninja armies of each village should immediately return to their respective ninja villages for readjustment has been passed. The Hidden Rain village. Konan came to the high tower and said to the Tiendeo standing on the top of the tower, they brought back the 4 tails Jinchuriki and the 5 tails Jinchuriki, everything went well. Tiendeo nodded, and finally took a look at the Hidden Rain village below, and said with nostalgia, let's go, it's time to leave. Since a full-scale war is inevitable, it is only a matter of time before the Hidden Rain village base is discovered, so Nagato has already completed the transfer of the base before the action, and he wants to be the last person to leave the Hidden Rain village. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 693 Misguided. A few days later, the Konoha reinforcements returned to the village smoothly and reported the whole process of this mission to the village leaders in detail. After confirming that the rescue operation failed and the 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki of Uegakure were both lost, the Konoha leaders fell into anxiety. The dormant Akatsuki organization made such a big noise at the first move, indicating that the ninja world will usher in a new round of turmoil. In order to deal with the threat of Akatsuki, the village immediately held a high-level meeting. As the chief of the ninja school, Shinji was qualified to attend the high-level meeting, and with his outstanding performance in this operation, he not only attended the meeting this time, but also moved his seat forward. The main content of the meeting was to immediately mobilize a ninja army capable of destroying the Akatsuki organization, which involved the intelligence collection and strength analysis of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi said at the meeting, from this action, our previous estimate of the strength of some members of the Akatsuki organization was seriously biased. The Sanda took a deep puff of smoke and then removed the pipe from his mouth. Tell me more about it. We seriously underestimated the 3 members of Akatsuki, namely, Hirako, Sheneng, and Scorpion of the Red Sand. After a pause, Kakashi considered his words. Based on the situation of this battle, they are all very dangerous enemies. They are difficult targets that require a team of Jonin to fight against and several teams of Jonin to encircle and suppress. I have distributed the detailed intelligence to everyone. After listening to Kakashi's words, the senior executives attending the meeting opened the files in front of them and checked the information of the three people in detail. When they saw that Okuro had mastered the 5 bloodline limits of Nether Release, Speed Release, Gold Release, Storm Release, and Sharingan through unknown means, and that the eyes were not ordinary Sharingans, but a pair of Sharingans that looked like Mangeki, everyone was stunned. In the ninja world, bloodline ninjas are rare animals. There are only a handful of ninjas who can possess 2 bloodline limits in the entire ninja world. It is unheard of for someone like Okuro to possess 5 bloodline limits, not to mention that for Konoha, Okuro is not a mysterious figure. Tsunade, who was present, he was a good friend of Hirako in his youth, so the Konoha high-level officials knew that Hirako had no bloodline limit at all. When they turned to Shenung's page, they saw that Shenung had mastered the 8 gates of Dunjia and could open the 7th gate Jingmen, which made everyone feel particularly glaring. The following information, such as Shenung created an artificial tailed beast and became a pseudo-Jinkraki, with a chakra amount close to that of a real Jinkraki. And he mastered a certain medical forbidden technique that could regenerate at super speed within a certain period of time, made everyone frown and look worried. At the end of the information, the Red Sand Scorpion defeated the entire Sand Ninja army led by the 4th Kazekage himself with his own strength, which was even more unbelievable. As they turned over, they found that whether it was Hirako, Shenung, or the Red Sand Scorpion who defeated the 4th Kazekage, they all had records of fighting with Shinji this time. In these 3 confrontations, Shinji, a student of the ninja school, achieved the impressive record of defeating Shenung, repelling Okuriko, and forcing back the Red Sand Scorpion. So, the senior officials who were looking through the intelligence would occasionally look up at Shinji. Because they participated in the action, Yakumo and Suzuki were allowed to attend the meeting and sat in the outermost audience seats, watching this scene at the meeting. Suzuki whispered, "What are they looking at?" Yakumo sighed, "Mostly they are scared by Shinji's record." When teacher Tsunade first knew about it, she was also surprised. Has Shenung really become that strong? Suzuki still didn't quite believe it. After all, when Shenung tricked him to leave the village, he looked like an ordinary doctor. Although Shenung had mastered the 8 gates of Dunjia at that time, he was limited by his own physical skills and combat experience, so he didn't show much strength, so he didn't attract much attention from the village. Yet, Yakumo nodded. Only those who have personally fought with Shenung in the state of opening the Jingmen can experience the horror of Shenung. Suzuki asked again, "Is it true that Okuro has a Mangeki Sharingan?" Yakumo looked at Suzuki, and then nodded again. "Well, the pattern of Okuro's Sharingan is completely different from Shinji's 3 Megatama Sharingan. I asked teacher Tsunade, and she said that the normal Sharingan is in the Megatama state. If it is not in the Megatama state, it is very likely to be a Mangeki." Suzuki was very annoyed. "Asshole, that guy dares to tarnish our Uchiha bloodline. You know, the Mangeki Sharingan is the source of his superiority. Now any cat or dog has a Mangeki Sharingan. How can he accept this?" At the meeting, after reading the intelligence, the senior ninja squad leader Narashikaku asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, is this information true?" Others also cast doubtful eyes at Kakashi. The intelligence described the members of Akatsuki as monsters, and mentioned that Shinji defeated and repelled these members of Akatsuki one after another, which made everyone feel a huge sense of separation. After all, how strong can an opponent who can be defeated by a ninja school student be? Even if this ninja school student is a genius, he is only 12 years old. Kakashi responded positively, "This information has been repeatedly verified, and the battle records mentioned in it have been testified by more than 3 witnesses." Shikaku nodded. He knew that Kakashi was not a person who spoke nonsense. Dong dong. The 3rd Hokage knocked on the table with his pipe. "Let's discuss the preparation of the ninja army now." The participants began to express their opinions. Some proposed to form a special sealing team against the monster Wu Yang, and some proposed to form a special physical ninja team against Shenung. In short, all the proposals tend to one point, that is, to form targeted teams according to the characteristics of different members of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi also agreed. This time, he felt powerless in the battle against the monster Wu Yang. His style is similar to that of his teacher, the 4th Hokage, and is more suitable for targeting human targets. He is not good at dealing with large monsters such as tailed beasts and monsters. If he were to deal with Sheneng or Bailiahu, the effect would be much better than dealing with Wu Yang. When he heard that someone actually proposed to form a special illusion team to target Bailiahu, Shinji couldn't help but look sideways. He felt that his record seemed to have led some people astray. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 694 Past Events. Hong, you will take the lead and recruit a team of illusionists from the village. The third Hokage made the decision. Obaru has 5 blood limits, and even the 4th Kazekage suffered a little loss at his hands. It can be seen that it is so difficult to deal with him by normal means. Now that it is known that Obaru lost to Shinji, who only has 3 Megatama Sharingans and is not good at illusions, forming an illusion team to target Obaru is naturally the best choice for Konoha's decision makers. When it comes to illusions, as a senior ninja specializing in illusions, the task of forming an illusion team naturally falls on the shoulders of Yui Kurane. Yes. Because it was a formal order from the Hokage, Hong stood up and responded. Shinji's mouth trembled, but he finally chose to remain silent. I can't say loudly that I can defeat Hirako in a genjutsu duel because I have the strongest eye power in the current ninja world, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Maybe Yui Kurane's genjutsu is not worse than Hirako's. Shinji said secretly. In the field of genjutsu, he has limited energy, so he is not sure how good Hirako's genjutsu is. What's more, in addition to eye genjutsu, there are also sound genjutsu and smell genjutsu. Everything that can affect perception can become a medium for performing genjutsu. At this time, Koharu Yudiden said, Hiruzen, I heard that Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya left the village to practice. It's too dangerous to go out at this time. You should call them back as soon as possible. Rescuing the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure village is the top priority, but there should be no slackness in protecting their own Jinchuriki. Now that Naruto is not in the village, once the Akatsuki organization attacks, the village will have no way to provide timely support. The third generation said, I have informed Jiraiya. Koharu Yudiden nodded. All the topics were basically discussed, and the meeting room gradually became quiet. Kakashi pondered for a moment and asked, Hokage-sama, at the temporary meeting in the Land of Birds, all villages agreed to share all the information of the Akatsuki organization. Should we share it in Konoha as well? Yes. The third generation nodded slightly. Kakashi immediately asked, does the village know anything about the Hidden Rain village? The third generation sighed, ah. The faces of the 2 advisory elders, Koharu Yudiden and Enmito Kato, also became gloomy. Humph. Tsunade snorted lightly. The reactions of the third generation and the advisory elders made the atmosphere in the meeting room weird. Those who knew something kept silent, and those who didn't know looked confused. After a moment, the third generation said, in fact, the village knows something about the location of the Akatsuki base and the information about the leader of the Akatsuki organization. What? Many people in the meeting room were surprised. Yakumo and Suzuki looked at each other and became nervous. Since he had spoken, the third generation no longer concealed anything. He told the story of Jiraiya taking in 3 orphans in the Land of Rain, and the cooperation between Danzo and Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village to the early days of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi asked, are the 3 orphans that Jiraiya took in the Land of Rain the ones who founded the Akatsuki organization? Yes. When we evacuated, we met 3 war orphans, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Jiraiya was soft-hearted and decided to adopt them, so he stayed in the Land of Rain for 3 years. Later, after Jiraiya left the Land of Rain, I heard that they formed an organization headed by Yahiko, which was the predecessor of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade took over the conversation and briefly talked about that past. Of course, she didn't mention that Jiraiya traveled around the ninja world to recruit disciples and look for the Child of Prophecy because of the prophecy of the Big Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain. Hong said, so the leader of Akatsuki is Jiraiya's disciple? Then why is he so extreme and wants to be the enemy of our 5 major ninja villages? Tsunade said angrily, it's Danzo's fault. Then, she focused on the cooperation between Danzo and Hanzo, the design to kill Yahiko, and the encirclement of Akatsuki. No wonder. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Everyone finally understood why the 3 generations and the advisory elders had such a reaction before. If Danzo was still in the position of advisory elder, these dark things would be difficult to discuss at the meeting. In other words, if Danzo had not been driven out of the advisory elders and received the top secret files of the root, the village would not have known that Danzo had done these stupid things in the rain country. Kakashi's expression was stern. Now that Akatsuki has risen, then Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village is. The third generation nodded. Hanzo has not appeared in public for several years, but the Hidden Rain village is too closed, so no news has been heard. So I think Hanzo is in danger, and the Hidden Rain village, which has cut off all contact with the outside world, is likely to be the base of the Akatsuki organization. Asuma asked, since Yahiko has been killed, who is the leader of the Akatsuki organization now? Tsunade replied, the other one of the three orphans, Nagato. He was the one who showed the sage's eye during the Battle of the Land of Grass. Those who participated in the Battle of the Land of Grass immediately recalled the skinny red-haired man sitting on the wooden cart. Yuditen Kohara suddenly said, if other villages knew that the leader of Akatsuki was Jiraiya's disciple, would it cause unnecessary trouble? Mito Kato-en also echoed, yes, if Danzo's past deeds were exposed, it would inevitably become an excuse for other villages to attack us. Tsunade snorted coldly, it's already done, why are you afraid to admit it? The third generation said, this is indeed worrying. If other villages knew that the leader of Akatsuki was trained by Jiraiya, and the conflicting plan originated from a conspiracy between Danzo and Hanzo, then they would definitely put the blame on Konoha. After seeing the concerns of the village leaders, Shikaku said, in fact, we only need to share the information that Akatsuki may be hiding in the Hidden Rain village with other villages. As for the relationship between the leader of Akatsuki and Jiraiya, and the conspiracy of Danzo and Hanzo, I think we should keep it secret. The third generation nodded, yes, with the enemy at hand, we must maintain the alliance of ninja villages. The third generation set the tone, and the intelligence team began to work on intelligence sharing. After the meeting, Yakumo and Suzuki both had their own concerns. At the meeting, they learned about the origin of the Dawn of Darkness, so they couldn't help but think of the Dawn of Darkness they were in, and guessed the relationship between the Dawn of Darkness and the Dawn of Darkness. Finally, Shinji was free and didn't bother to care about these old things. He had more important things to deal with. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 695 Teaching. After this battle with Akatsuki, the 5 major ninja villages basically classified all Akatsuki members as S-level wanted criminals, and raised the danger level of some Akatsuki members to SS level, which means that even the Jonin need to form a team to fight. In the foreseeable future, this battle between Akatsuki and the 5 major ninja villages will inevitably cause a large number of ninja casualties. But Akatsuki is only an organization of more than 10 members after all, and the 5 major ninja villages are far ahead in the number of ninjas, so at least at this stage, the student team represented by Shinji does not need to go to the front line to fight Akatsuki. In this way, Shinji gets. In the next few days, the village was busy with mobilizing troops and frequently exchanging information with other villages. Because Shizun was transferred to become the squad leader of the medical class, Tsunade took Yakumo with her and replaced Shizun's previous position. Suzuki and Sakura were punished for sneaking out of the village before. Although their unauthorized actions did not cause serious consequences and even provided intelligence to the coalition at a critical moment, the rules cannot be abolished. Suzuki was directly put in solitary confinement. Although Sakura was saved by Shizun, she also had to participate in 2 weeks of voluntary labor. Since Shin is a priestess of the land of demons, and since they were not Konoha ninjas, they were spared punishment and only received a verbal education from the third Hokage. After returning to the village, Niji and Kimimaro began to practice frantically. It seemed that this action had given them a lot of stimulation. Shinji left a shadow clone and left the village quietly. His first stop was the hiding place of Chinano and Ryaga. Perhaps because they had a companion, Chinano and Ryaga, who could only move around the hiding place, lived happily in the past 10 days. When Shinji arrived at the hiding place, the two of them were practicing physical skills in the forest. Shinji did not rush to show up, but disappeared in the canopy of a big tree, watching the two people's competition. Bang bang bang! The two people in the fierce fight, whether moving or attacking, are extremely fast. Combined with the complex environment of the forest, at first glance, it gives people the illusion that two ghosts are shuttling through the forest. Shinji looked for a while, and the corners of his mouth rose. Because after careful observation, he found that both Chino and Ryasho had entered the door of the practice of the 12 palaces. You must know that the difficulty of practicing the 12 palaces is extremely high, not inferior to the 8 gates of Dunjia at all, and even above it. The fact that the two of them can enter the door in such a short time is enough to show that they have put their heart into it. And watching the two people fighting fiercely, Shinji's thoughts slowly spread out. This series of battles with the members of the Akatsuki organization, Shinji himself also gained a lot. The biggest gain is that he found that his ability to control his body has greatly improved, and the actual combat effect brought about is how significant. It can be said that his series of brilliant performances on the battlefield were all triggered by this point. This made him realize that the development of the body by the 12 palaces is not limited to physical skills. The 12 palaces made his body more coordinated, which invisibly improved his control over the entire battle situation, allowing him to control his body more easily and improve his judgment between life and death. At the same time, he can also devote more attention to the battle to analyze the battle situation in real time. It can be said that the 12 palaces can comprehensively improve the ability of a ninja. If this ninja happens to be a bloodline ninja of pupil skills, this improvement will be more obvious under the increase of pupil skills insight. Of course, this is not a unique ability of the 12 palaces. Various high-end physical skills can improve the ninja's control over the body after being practiced to the extreme. This is also the reason why the Hyuga clan, who only specializes in soft fists, can maintain their status as a wealthy family in a large ninja village like Konoha. Because as long as the physical skills are practiced to the extreme, many ninjutsu will appear to be fancy and useless. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kino was knocked out and hit a big tree heavily. Longshi stopped the attack. Kino, are you okay? Kino shook her head. I lost again. Longshi laughed. I'm bigger than you. Who? Suddenly, the two turned around and looked in the direction of Shinji. Shinji walked out of the shadows. It seems that you haven't been lazy during this period. My lord. Seeing that it was Shinji, the two saluted together. Shinji nodded and ordered, follow me. The shadow clone he left in the hiding place before was exhausted because of the chakra. He disappeared automatically a few days ago, so he had to continue teaching Longshi and Chino the basics of medical ninjutsu based on the content of the previous lesson of the shadow clone. After returning to the hideout, Shinji immediately began teaching. After completing a class, he took out a few books related to medical ninjutsu and said, you can read these books first. You can write down the content you don't understand, and I will answer them for you next time. Longshi took the books and asked, my lord, is the Kyuzagakure village okay? Shinji nodded, everything is normal. That's great. Longshi responded softly. Chino, who was standing aside, felt a little empty in her heart, because compared to Longshi, who still had something on her mind, she didn't even have a person or thing worth thinking about. Seeing Chino's expression, Shinji changed the subject. Mastering medical ninjutsu will be of great help to your practice of the 12 zodiacs. But medical ninjutsu is not something you can learn by reading a book, so next I will let you conduct some animal live dissection experiments to let you have a deeper understanding of the principles of how various organs work in the body. Yes. Ryushe and Chino looked serious. After explaining the matter again, Shinji left the hideout. Next time, he will need to expand a basic laboratory in this hideout. At that time, he will use animal live dissection to improve Ryushe and Chino's theoretical knowledge, and use animal live medical treatment to train their practical application. With his personal guidance, it should not be difficult to master medical ninjutsu. At the same time, recalling the competition between Ryushe and Chino, Shinji found that Ryushe's blood limit made her yang escape chakra unusually active, so she absorbed blue Higanbana number 1 faster, and in actual combat, her speed and strength were stronger than Chino. However, when Kino's blood dragon eye awakens, the situation should change, because the effect of pupil skills on physical skills is too significant. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote monthly. Chapter 696 Surgery Preparation. After leaving the hiding place of Longshi and Kino, the second stop was his secret laboratory outside the village. In the study, he began to record. The 12 Palaces was just created, and even if the current performance is very excellent, he still can't be careless. After all, practicing the 12 Palaces involves all the organs of the body. If there are hidden dangers, it will cause endless harm. So he not only recorded his experience and feelings of practicing the 12 Palaces, but also meticulously recorded the process of Longshi and Kino practicing the 12 Palaces. So far, no obvious side effects of the 12 Palaces have been found. But when it is activated, the pressure on various organs of the body needs further fine-tuning. Now it seems that the pressure on muscles, bones, heart and lungs is too heavy, and the use of other organs is slightly insufficient. Longshi's progress in practicing the 12 palaces is slightly better than Kieno's. After awakening the blood dragon eye and having the ability to control blood, Kieno's strength should usher in a major improvement. After recording these, Shinji paused and thought for a while. The difficulty of practicing the 12 palaces is more difficult than I expected. Longshi and Kieno can get started so quickly, which is probably the effect of Blue Bianhua no 1. After a month of observation, Longshi and Kieno, who were injected with Blue Bianhua no 1, did not show any abnormalities. Whether there are side effects of Blue Bianhua no. 1 needs further observation. After checking the records, Shinji closed the notebook. He cared so much about Ryoga and Chino, teaching them the 12 palaces and guiding them in medical ninjutsu, because they were his important experimental subjects. Whether the 12 palaces had more flaws, and whether the Blue Higanbana no. 1 had any hidden side effects, they both needed to verify. After leaving the study, Shinji came to the laboratory again. Expertly connecting the detectors of various instruments for himself, Shinji immediately turned on the instruments and checked the values on the screen. As expected, all the data are improving. After a pause, Shinji sighed, it's worthy of being the Samsara Eye. The benefits of controlling a pair of Samsara Eyes exceeded his initial imagination. Until now, Keirin's pair of Samsara Eyes continued to provide him with the power of all things, nourishing his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. What a pity! After a while, Shinji sighed. Because as time goes by, the power of all things provided by the Rinnegan has a worse and worse effect on nourishing his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This is not that the power of all things provided by the Rinnegan has become less, but that his eternal Mangeki Sharingan is basically close to the limit of pupil power. In fact, due to the insufficient level of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his Susanoo has a poor control effect on the Rinnegan and cannot bring out the full power of the Rinnegan. This in turn limits the amount of power of all things provided by the Rinnegan, so that his eternal Mangeki Sharingan can only keep approaching the limit of pupil power, but can never surpass it. At this point, it has become a dead loop. After so long of adjustment and nourishment, it's time. Shinji took off the instrument connected to his body while thinking about the next step. Now he has no way to continue to raise the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan has been improved, so the next step can only be to perform the primary cell transplantation surgery on himself according to the original plan. Shinji has long been aware of the dangers of the surgery. He has been adjusting for so long just to improve the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan as much as possible before the surgery to offset the risks of the surgery. After all, once the surgery begins and the primary cells are implanted, he can only face it alone. Unlike Yakumo and Karin, there will be no one watching during the surgery and using Hwajin to escort. While thinking, Shinji walked to the culture area. There are primary cells, white Zetsu cells, and even Keirin's cells in the culture area. Staring at the culture dishes, Shinji weighed the pros and cons. From a safety perspective, the risk of transplanting white Zetsu cells is undoubtedly much smaller than that of primary cells. However, if the effect is taken into consideration, transplanting the first-generation cells is undoubtedly the best choice, especially for Shinji who needs to attack the Samsara Eye. The amount of Otsutsuki Ashura's chakra contained in the first-generation cells is obviously higher than that of the white Zetsu cells. With my current Sharingan power, even if I try to transplant the first-generation cells, the risk should be within the controllable range. After a pause, he continued to think, besides, after practicing the 12 palaces, my body's self-regulation ability has also reached a higher level, and all aspects should be enough to support me through the operation. After weighing the pros and cons, Shinji finally chose to directly transplant the first-generation cells. Next, he considered when to start the operation and whether he needed to arrange some backup plans just in case. His current physical condition is at its peak, and the operation can be performed at any time. And according to his recovery speed, as long as he successfully survives the operation, he will be able to recover in 1 or 2 days at most, without worrying about being seen by others. So the entanglement lies in whether it is necessary to arrange a backup plan. Confess my identity to Haku or Karin and let them help me complete the operation. This thought flashed through Shinji's mind. But he quickly shook his head and rejected it. It's not that he doesn't trust Haku and Karin, but even if Haku and Karin help during the operation, they can't play any key role. Because only his own Naobi and Hwajin can accurately drain the excess Yang-style chakra through the connection and perception at the soul level. As for other means, even if the samsara eye is returned to Karan and Karan performs chakra extraction, it is impossible to accurately identify the yang-style chakra that needs to be controlled. Shinji, who controls the samsara eye, is very clear about this. Anyway, in the field of accurate chakra extraction, the cooperation of his Niobe and Hwajin is currently the top means in the ninja world. In addition, this operation will test his pupil power and the ability to counteract the yang-style chakra contained in the first-generation cells. Therefore, in his plan, not only can he not return the samsara eye to Karan, but he also needs to take Yakumo's pair of red dragon eyes. He will use the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan to control the samsara eye and red dragon eye, which are the strongest pupil powers on hand, to face this operation that tests his pupil power. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 697, Survive. After returning to the village, Shinji first contacted Yakumo with Niobe. At night, he sneaked into the main house of the Kurama clan and came to Yakumo's room. Yakumo, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted him, "My lord." "Yes." Shinji nodded and walked into Yakumo's bedroom. "Sir, the people of Dark Akatsuki attacked and kidnapped two Jinkriki of Uegakuer. I followed the ninja army of the village to support them. I fought with the people of Dark Akatsuki for several rounds. Because I was afraid of exposing my identity, I failed to rescue the two Jinkriki of Uegakuer. Please punish me." Yakumo reported to Shinji the previous operation of Konoha to rescue Uegakuer with an apologetic look. Shinji said, "This is not your responsibility." Yakumo asked hurriedly, "Sir, when will we start to fight back? Take the 4 tails and the 5 tails back from Dark Akatsuki." "No action for the time being." Shinji shook his head. He actually considered snatching the tailed beasts, but after weighing it carefully, he felt that there was no need to wade into this muddy water. First, the body of the 10 tails, the outer path demon statue, was in Nagato's hands. Second, snatching the tailed beasts would inevitably involve fighting with the 5 major ninja villages. So instead of fighting with the 5 major ninja villages for the 9-tailed beasts and fighting with the Akatsuki for the outer path demon statue, it is better to sit back and watch the fight and let the Akatsuki do this thankless task. Shinji's answer confused Yakumo. "Sir, are we going to watch the Dark Akatsuki collect the tailed beasts?" After hesitating for a moment, Shinji revealed his cards. "Yes." Yakumo was puzzled. "Why?" Shinji looked directly into Yakumo's eyes. "Before I tell you the reason, I have a question. Are you willing to be my waiter and be loyal to me forever?" Yakumo did not answer immediately, but thought about it for a while and said, "Everything I have now is given by you. Without you, I would just be a cripple who can't even be a ninja, so I am willing to be your waiter and offer my loyalty to you." "Okay." Shinji nodded gently. Immediately, he activated the authority of the light and designated Yakumo as his waiter. After he officially became the lantern bearer, the number of waiters has been increased from 2 to 4. In other words, in addition to Haku and Karan, he can recruit 2 more waiters who can be protected by his light and are not afraid of pollution. Later, because the pollution of the ninja world by the demon slayer world could no longer be contained, Shinji had not used these 2 places. Now he wants to tell Yakumo about the overlord, so he can only recruit Yakumo as a waiter first, otherwise, the moment Yakumo learns about the overlord's information, she will be polluted by the overlord. As for who the last remaining waiter quota will be given to, Shinji has not decided yet. It may be Shin, it may be Niji, or even Suzuki. In short, whoever of the 3 of them can achieve a breakthrough first will have the possibility of becoming Shinji's last waiter. After confirming that Yakumo had been protected by his lamp, Shinji slowly said, "Do you still remember the red lights hidden in the clouds in the demon slayer world?" Yakumo didn't know why the leader suddenly mentioned this, but nodded. "Well, I have a deep impression. That red light gave me a bad feeling. I didn't even dare to look directly at the red light." Shinji said in a deep voice, "That was the power that overflowed when the overlord was gnawing at the world barrier." "Overlord? Gnawing at the world barrier? Is it the barrier of the demon slayer world?" Yakumo was stunned at first, and then reacted, "The end of the world in the demon slayer world, is this what it means?" She always thought that the source of the end of the world in the demon slayer world was the demon king Yubiashiki Ryohei. So after defeating Yubiashiki Ryohei, the demon slayer world still did not change, and was still in a state of depression and collapse, which made her feel vaguely uneasy. It was not until now, after listening to Shinji's explanation, that she realized that the source of the end of Demon Slayer was something called Overlord. Shinji nodded slowly, yes, Demon Slayer's invasion of our ninja world is also because Overlord has set its sights on them, so they want us to be scapegoats. Yakumo digested it for a while before asking, Sir, what exactly is Overlord? Shinji shook his head, what it is, what it looks like, and what abilities it has, I don't know. I only know that it feeds on the world, chasing after one world after another in the universe, and all the worlds it has set its sights on have only one end, that is, becoming food in its belly. Yakumo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Shinji continued, it is now devouring the Demon Slayer world, and because of the pollution of the Demon Slayer world to our ninja world, the Overlord has also spied on our ninja world, so his next target is us. Yakumo asked in confusion, pollution. Everything in other worlds, even information, can be regarded as a kind of pollution in the ninja world. And this kind of pollution will bring the two worlds closer to each other. When the pollution expands to a certain extent, the two worlds will overlap in time and space, which means they will literally collide and destroy each other. The Demon Slayer world frequently invaded our ninja world before, which aggravated this pollution, causing our two worlds to collide with each other and destroy each other. The two worlds are too close. Now the Demon Slayer world is being devoured by the Overlord, so we don't have to worry about the two worlds colliding. But because the two sides are too close, the Overlord who devoured the Demon Slayer world can also follow the pollution and find our ninja world. Any information about the Overlord is also a kind of pollution, which will increase the speed at which the Overlord senses the ninja world. Only after becoming my servant can you block the pollution. So you must become my servant first, and then I can tell you everything. Shinji told Yakumo what pollution is, what consequences pollution will lead to, how to block pollution and other information. Yakumo struggled to accept this disturbing information, and her face was extremely gloomy. After a long time, she said, I know why you don't take action, because you want to use the 10 tails to fight against the Overlord. Shinji nodded slightly. The words are so clear, it is normal for Yakumo to guess this. Yakumo then asked, does the Dark Dawn know all this? What is their relationship with us? Shinji said, they don't know about the Overlord, and we are not in the same group with them. Their goal is to dominate the ninja world and bring a certain degree of peace to the ninja world in their own way. And our goal is very simple, that is to let the ninja world survive. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 698 The difference between Blood Dragon Eyes and Red Dragon Eyes. Survive. After listening to the leader's words, Yakumo felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She was very curious before, why the Dark Dawn attacked the two Jinkriki of the Hidden Rock Village in succession, but the leader did not care. Now she understands what kind of burden the leader is carrying. Suddenly, she thought of something and hesitated to say, but if you want to revive the 10 tails, then Naruto. She stopped halfway through her words. Compared with the safety of the entire ninja world, Naruto's life may not be worth mentioning, but as a classmate and friend, she can't accept Naruto's fate of death. Naruto. Shinji frowned slightly. He has also thought about this question. In addition to being friends with Naruto, he was actually concerned about the Six-Path Sage behind Naruto. Although the Six-Path Sage is now only a spirit, it still has the strength to interfere with the ninja world. As long as the other party is willing, it is possible to artificially create two quasi-Six Paths level combat forces by transmitting Yang power and Yin power. In the original time and space, it was the Six-Path Sage who personally intervened and used Naruto and Sasuke to seal his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki again. So even if there is no other consideration, just to avoid the Six-Path Sage from leaving early and preventing the 10 tails from resurrecting, Shinji must at least keep it as it was in the original time and space and save Naruto's life. Thinking of this, Shinji said, I will find a way. Thank you. When Yakumo heard this, she was relieved. She has a mysterious trust in the leader. As long as the leader says it's okay, she believes that the leader can do it. Shinji then gave a few more instructions, such as not to leak any information about the Overlord to the outside world, and to maintain a normal reaction to the matter of Dark Akatsuki collecting the tailed beasts, not to respond too actively or too passively, etc. Yakumo knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately replied, I understand. After explaining all this, Shinji said, I came to you today because I need your red dragon eyes. What? Yakumo was a little surprised, and then she said, these eyes were originally given by you, and I will obey all your arrangements, but I have been with teacher Tsunade recently, and I am worried that teacher Tsunade will notice it. I have a pair of blood dragon eyes here, which look similar to your red dragon eyes. If I replace them, I should be able to fool you for a while. As he said this, Shinji took out a small nutrient tank, and a pair of blood dragon eyes were floating in it. Blood dragon eyes. Yakumo's eyes were instantly attracted by the pair of eyes in the small nutrient tank. Shinji briefly explained, Blood Dragon Eye is the eye technique bloodline limit of the Blood Pond clan. Like the Sharingan, it belongs to the category of illusion eyes. In terms of insight, it is not as good as the Sharingan, but it has the ability to control blood. It is a very practical eye technique bloodline limit. When Yakumo heard that the Blood Dragon Eye can control blood, he thought of his Red Dragon Eye and wondered, Sir, what is the relationship between the Blood Dragon Eye and the Red Dragon Eye? Shinji thought for a while, if you must make an analogy, you can understand it as the difference between the Sharingan and the Mangeki Sharingan. Of course. Red Dragon Eye is not evolved from the Blood Dragon Eye. It is formed by Shinji using the fusion ability of the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan to fuse the Blood Dragon Eye and the Red Eye. So the relationship between the Red Dragon Eye and the Blood Dragon Eye is more like the relationship between the Reincarnation Eye and the Sharingan. The eye replacement surgery is easy for Shinji now. After telling Yakumo to lie on the bed, Shinji completed the eye replacement surgery in less than 30 seconds, taking off Yakumo's red dragon eyes and replacing her with a pair of blood dragon eyes. After completing the eye replacement surgery, Yakumo was a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect that the pupil power of the red dragon eyes is so much stronger than the normal blood dragon eyes. No doubt. After getting used to the pupil power of the red dragon eyes, Yakumo, who hastily replaced the pair of blood dragon eyes, immediately felt the difference in pupil power between the two. Shinji nodded. The pair of red dragon eyes he created is above the Mangeki Sharingan. The pupil power of the general blood dragon eyes is slightly inferior to the 3 Magatama Sharingan, so the difference in pupil power between the red dragon eyes and the blood dragon eyes is even greater than the difference between the general 3 Magatama Sharingan and the Mangeki. At this moment, Ito suddenly jumped out of Yakumo's body and screamed, "My power is gone." Shinji and Yakumo looked over and found that Ito in the spiritual state was much weaker than before. If Ito was a spiritual that could interfere with the real world before, she now looked like a wandering soul. Yakumo asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" Ito looked at herself and shook her head, "I don't know. After you changed your eyes, I felt that my power was rapidly draining away. Damn it, I can only move freely within 10 meters now." Sure enough. When Ito and Yakumo were almost 10 meters apart, her spirit began to become unstable and gradually showed signs of collapse. Yakumo immediately reacted, "It's the red dragon eye." Shinji nodded gently, "Well, the red dragon eye can control blood and strengthen the soul. The blood dragon eye I replaced for you only has the ability to control blood, so Ito's power has been weakened." "My lord." Ito looked at Shinji pitifully. Without the red dragon eye, she would have to return to the state where she could only stay in Yakumo's spiritual world before, and bid farewell to the days of flying freely. Shinji was unmoved. There was no need for a big battle now, and it was not important to temporarily weaken Yakumo's strength. His next first-generation cell transplantation surgery was the top priority. Besides, Karin even contributed the Rinnegan, so it was natural for Yakumo to contribute the red dragon eye. Yakumo was still sensible, and immediately said to Ito, "You should stay here honestly during this period, and don't bother the adults." Ito had no choice but to return to Yakumo's body. Before, when she had the red dragon eye, she could still compete with Yakumo, but now that she has lost the red dragon eye, he is no match for Yakumo. Soon, Shinji left the main house of the Kurama clan. Everything was ready, and the next step was to perform the transplantation of the first generation of cells in his own secret laboratory. However, through what happened just now, he found that he seemed to have underestimated the red dragon eye before, and decided to study the red dragon eye carefully to see if there could be any new discoveries. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 699 An Unexpected Surprise. Returning to his secret laboratory, Shinji came to the underground practice field in the laboratory. Standing in the middle of the unlit practice field, in the dark, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing the scarlet eyes in his eye sockets. On the pupils, the Magatama flew, like a black line connected into a ball, changing into a complex and angular pattern. Susanoo. Shinji let out a low cry, and a golden shadow was projected from his body, from bones to meridians, then muscles, and finally armor. In an instant, a golden half-armored giant appeared in the practice field, dispelling the darkness around him. Shinji sensed it and raised the corners of his mouth. With his current pupil power level, maintaining the most destructive pupil technique Susanoo is no longer a burden. After calming down, he activated his own Mangekyo pupil technique Susanoo Touchin. Roar! In an instant, the golden Susanoo covering Shinji roared, and the mask peeled off, revealing 3 pairs of eye sockets on his face. Shinji took out a small nutrient tank containing red dragon eyes and took out the pair of red dragon eyes that looked like gems and flesh. Holding the red dragon eye in his palm, he activated the Susanoo Samatio Uchan again, removed the pair of blood dragon eyes in the 3rd pair of sockets, and replaced them with red dragon eye. Hey! After replacing the 3rd pair of eyes he was controlling with red dragon eye, he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the changes. Hey! After a moment, he exclaimed. Compared to when he was controlling the red dragon eye before, the pupil power of the red dragon eye seemed to have become stronger, faintly approaching the level of the ordinary eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The improvement of pupil power was secondary. What surprised Shinji the most was the strengthening effect of this pair of red dragon eye on the soul, which was at least 2 or 3 times higher than when it was first fused. Shinji opened his eyes and whispered, as expected. In order to fuse the red dragon eye, he consumed a total of 5 pairs of blood dragon eyes and 2 pairs of red eyes, including the ones that were wasted. After finally fusing the red dragon eye with the Susanoo no Temporaire, he had a feeling that the red dragon eye had not revealed all its abilities at that time. That was why he chose to transplant the red dragon eye to Yakumo and use Yakumo to tap into the power of the red dragon eye. But he didn't expect the red dragon eye to have such great potential. After being nurtured and tapped by Yakumo, not only did the pupil power continue to improve, but even its various abilities were several times stronger than when it was first fused, especially its ability to strengthen the soul, which shocked Shinji. Because Shinji discovered that his total chakra had doubled in a straight line after he mastered the red dragon eye. I understand. Practicing the 12 zodiac signs coordinated the various organs in my body and further tapped the potential of my body. After successfully controlling the red dragon eye, my spirit body has been greatly enhanced, resulting in a significant increase in my spiritual power. Chakra is the product of the fusion of physical strength and spiritual power, so the increase in physical strength alone will not have such a significant impact on the total amount of chakra. When Shinji controlled the red dragon eye and his soul was greatly enhanced, his physical and spiritual strength were greatly improved, and his total amount of chakra instantly soared to a state he had never expected before. Suddenly, he thought of something again and quickly activated the direct vision. After a while, the smile on his face became even stronger. Because he found that the sensing range of his direct vision had also increased from a radius of 100 km to a radius of 150 km. This should also be the effect of my soul strength and pupil power improvement. I really didn't expect that the red dragon eye actually gave me such a pleasant surprise. After experiencing the power of the red dragon eye, Shinji's expression gradually changed. Let alone other things, the value of the red dragon eye alone in terms of strengthening the soul is already difficult to estimate. If this is the case, the red dragon eye can no longer be simply regarded as a lower-level pupil bloodline limit that is inferior to the samsara eye or the reincarnation eye. With a deeper understanding of various pupil bloodline limits, Shinji felt that his previous classification of pupil bloodline limits had some flaws. He felt that the pupil bloodline limit could be roughly divided into 3 levels. The first level is the basic pupil bloodline limit, and ordinary white eyes, Megatama Sharingan, blood dragon eyes, and red eyes all belong to this level. The second level is the advanced eye technique bloodline limit in an unstable state. Currently, there is only one eye technique bloodline limit in this level, the Mangeki Sharingan. The third level, advanced eye techniques blood limit in stable state, Samsara eye, eternal Mangeki Sharingan belong to this level. He had previously placed the red dragon eye on the second level, that is, on the same level as the Mangeki Sharingan. Now that he thinks about it, he thinks the red dragon eye should be placed on the third level, that is, on the same level as the Samsara eye and eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After removing the Susanoo, Shinji returned to the laboratory with brisk steps. The unexpected surprise of doubling his chakra volume by controlling the red dragon eye made him more confident to survive the first-generation cell transplantation surgery. Because the more chakra he has, the more he can resist and fuse the impact of the extremely domineering yang release chakra contained in the first generation cells. Coming to the operating table, Shinji began to prepare for the operation. Various instruments for monitoring vital signs are naturally indispensable. After debugging the instruments, he took out the optimized fusion agent from the refrigerator. This fusion agent is an optimized version of Tsunade's version, and Shinji had already prepared it secretly a few months ago. After doing all this, Shinji came to the culture dish. Before implanting the primary cells, he had to activate the primary cells first and make the cells active to a certain level to ensure the effect of this transplantation. After finishing all this, Shinji sat on the operating table himself. Next to him, there were two needles neatly placed, one containing activated primary cells and the other containing optimized fusion agent. As for the inhibitor, he did not prepare it this time. Because that thing improves the survival rate of the operation at the expense of the effect of the operation. From the example of Yamato, it can be seen that excessive injection of inhibitors can indeed greatly improve the survival rate, but the effect after the operation is hard to describe. As a wood escape ninja, Yamato's wood escape power is far inferior to that of the first generation, let alone compared with Yakumo. After driving all distracting thoughts out of his mind, Shinji picked up the syringe containing the primary cells. The second update is here. It's the end of the month, and students who still have monthly tickets in their hands, don't forget to vote. Chapter 700 Yin and Yang Fusion in Surgery. Without hesitation or entanglement, Shinji directly injected the syringe containing the primary cells into his arm. Gurgle. As the primary cell tissue dissolved in the nutrient solution in the syringe was injected into the body, Shinji's brows quickly twisted. An indescribable heat spread from his arm to his whole body. It started. Shinji's face sank slightly, and while putting down the empty syringe in his hand, he tried to activate Niobe and Hwajin. Soon, he found that although his body was violently impacted by the yang release chakra in the primary cells, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan's pupil technique could still be used normally. With a little peace of mind, Shinji picked up the syringe containing the fusion agent again and stabbed his arm with a needle. After the fusion agent was injected into his body, Shinji immediately felt a cool feeling, just like drinking a glass of iced drink in the hot summer. Shinji did not indulge in this coolness, but immediately mobilized his pupil power and tried to fuse the yang escape chakra that was pouring in. In an instant, not only did his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan burst out with all his strength, he also used the Susanoo-sama's lantern to squeeze out the pupil power of the Rinnegan and Red Dragon Eye that he controlled without reservation. That is, the pupil power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was not enough to completely suppress the Rinnegan and Red Dragon Eye that he controlled, otherwise, he could squeeze out more pupil power. In an instant, a huge and pure yin escape chakra fully met the yang escape chakra that was impacting his body. The two chakras were like two huge waves colliding with each other, wrestling with each other and devouring each other. Shinji slowly lay on the operating table, using his willpower to keep himself awake, silently enduring the confrontation between two powerful chakras in his body. Konoha. Early the next morning, Yakumo hurried to the Hokage building. These days, she has to assist Tsunade in the Hokage building every day. Because the 5 major ninja villages are preparing for a comprehensive encirclement of the Akatsuki organization, Tsunade, as one of the advisory elders, has been very busy with official duties these days, and she has also been busy. During lunch at noon, Tsunade stretched and said to Yakumo, "Let's go to the practice field." Yakumo put down the lunch box in his hand. Practice field. I've been in the office for a whole morning. It's time to move around. Tsunade smiled and said, "It just so happens that I haven't checked your physical skills for a few days." Oh. Yakumo quickly got up and followed. A moment later, the two came to a practice field near the Hokage building. Tsunade waved to Yakumo and said, "Attack with all your strength. Let me see if you have been lazy during this period." "Yes." Yakumo nodded, flashed, and rushed forward. Bang bang bang. Soon, the two launched a fierce attack. However, unexpectedly, Yakumo was completely suppressed in less than 30 seconds. After another 5 or 6 seconds, Yakumo was directly punched away by Tsunade. Standing in the distance, Tsunade frowned. "Yakumo, what's going on?" Yakumo fell to the ground, panting, and said, "What? No, it's very wrong." Shaking her head, Tsunade walked up to Yakumo and pulled her up from the ground. "Didn't you use your full strength? Why, are you worried that I'm not your opponent?" Yakumo waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no. Tsunade said, then continue. Yakumo had no choice but to bite the bullet and launch another attack. She actually knew what Tsunade meant, but she had no way to explain it. At the same time, she herself didn't expect that her strength would decline so much after losing the red dragon eye. First of all, her insight declined a lot. Before, she could easily capture Tsunade's movements with the red dragon eye, but now she could only capture a vague shadow. The rest could only be speculated and predicted by her own experience. And the blood dragon eye is a simple illusion eye, it does not have the ability of perspective, so Yakumo has now lost the ability to detect from a distance and estimate the opponent's strength through perspective. Then, she found that her total amount of chakra had dropped sharply, and as a result, even the physical skills such as the super strength fist that require precise control of chakra were affected, resulting in different degrees of weakening of her own strength, agility, and speed. As for the killer weapon Ito, it was directly destroyed. This is the result of Shinji replacing the red dragon eyes with a pair of blood dragon eyes. If it was her original pair of eyes, her strength would have declined even more seriously. So until this moment, she personally experienced how strong the red dragon eyes are. Now that the total amount of chakra has been sharply reduced, even her wood release is not as strong and durable as before. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yakumo was knocked down by Tsunade again. Tsunade said, "It seems that you have been slack recently." This time Yakumo got up by himself, "I'm sorry. Forget it, I was too anxious. I shouldn't let you get involved in government affairs so early." After thinking for a while, Tsunade said, "Starting tomorrow, you should put your mind back on training. We all underestimated Uchiha Shinji before, and we have to admit that he is your rival. Obviously." After fully understanding Shinji's performance in this battle with the members of the Akatsuki organization, Tsunade had a strong sense of crisis. Yes. Yakumo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Following Tsunade every day, she was really worried that her red dragon eye was replaced by blood dragon eye and it would be discovered. After Yakumo left, Shizuan, who had been watching from the sidelines, came to the practice field and said with a smile, "Tsunade-sama, it seems that your special training has been very effective recently." Tsunade also smiled and rolled up her sleeves, "It took me a lot of effort to pick up the things I dropped." There is no doubt that Tsunade herself was not idle, and was training herself secretly. On the one hand, this was to deal with the growing threat of the Akatsuki organization, and on the other hand, it was to better guide Yakumo. After all, if the teacher is not a match for the disciple, what is the point of guidance? But Tsunade soon put away the smile on her face, "Although my strength has recovered a lot, Yakumo is indeed a little bit wrong today, as if he is a little absent-minded." Shizuan said, "It should be that he was stimulated in this operation. I heard that Kimimaro and Niji were also practicing crazily after they came back." Tsunade's face sank, "Is Uchiha Shinji's performance this time as brilliant as Kakashi said?" Shizuan was silent for a moment, and said, "The content of Kakashi's report is actually a bit conservative. Uchiha Shinji's performance this time is far beyond my expectations. I see the shadow of a person in him." "Who?" Shizuan replied, "Uchiha Shisui. The second update is here. It's the last few days of this month, don't forget to vote for me."